Chapter 18 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. And I have nothing to give. It was now the end of June, and Frank Greystock had been as yet but once at Fawn Court since he had written to Lucy Morris asking her to be his wife. That was 3 weeks since, and as the barrier against him at Fawn Court had been removed by Lady Fawn herself, the Fawn girls thought that as a lover he was very slack. But Lucy was not in the least annoyed. Lucy knew that it was all right, for Frank, as he took his last walk round the shrubbery with her during that visit, had given her to understand that there was a little difference between him and Lady Fawn in regard to Lizzie Eustace. "I am her only relative in London," Frank had said. "Lady Linlithgow," suggested Lucy. "They have quarrelled, and the old woman is as bitter as gall. There is no one else to stand up for her, and I must see that she isn't ill-used. Women do hate each other so virulently, and Lady Fawn hates her future daughter-in-law." Lucy did not in the least grudge her lover's assistance to his cousin. There was nothing of jealousy in her feeling. She thought that Lizzie was unworthy of Frank's goodness, but on such an occasion as this she would not say so. She told him nothing of the bribe that had been offered her, nor on that subject had she said a word to any of the Fawns. She understood, too, that as Frank had declared his purpose of supporting Lizzie, it might be as well that he should see just at present as little of Lady Fawn as possible. Not a word, however, had Lady Fawn said to Lucy disparaging her lover for his conduct. It was quite understood now at Fawn Court, by all the girls, and no doubt by the whole establishment, that Lizzie Eustace was to be regarded as an enemy. It was believed by them all that Lord Fawn had broken off the match, or at least that he was resolved to break it. But various stratagems were to be used, and terrible engines of war were to be brought up, if necessary, to prevent an alliance which was now thought to be disreputable. Mrs. Hittaway had been hard at work, and had found out something very like truth in regard to the whole transaction with Mr. Benjamin. Perhaps Mrs. Hittaway had found out more than was quite true as to poor Lizzie's former sins, but what she did find out she used with all her skill, communicating her facts to her mother, to Mr. Camperdown, and to her brother. Her brother had almost quarrelled with her, but still she continued to communicate her facts. At this period Frank Greystock was certainly somewhat unreasonable in regard to his cousin. At one time, as the reader will remember, he had thought of asking her to be his wife, because she was rich. But even then he had not thought well of her, had hardly believed her to be honest, and had rejoiced when he found that circumstances, rather than his own judgment, had rescued him from that evil. He had professed to be delighted when Lord Fawn was accepted, as being happy to think that his somewhat dangerous cousin was provided with so safe a husband, and when he had first heard of the necklace he had expressed an opinion that of course it would be given up. In all this, then, he had shown no strong loyalty to his cousin, no very dear friendship, nothing to make those who knew him feel that he would buckle on armour in her cause. But of late, and that too since his engagement with Lucy, he had stood up very stoutly as her friend, and the armour was being buckled on. He had not scrupled to say that he meant to see her through this business with Lord Fawn, and had somewhat astonished Mr. Camperdown by raising a doubt on the question of the necklace. "He can't but know that she has no more right to it than I have," Mr. Camperdown had said to his son with indignation. Mr. Camperdown was becoming unhappy about the necklace, not quite knowing how to proceed in the matter. In the meantime, Frank had obeyed his better instincts, and had asked Lucy Morris to be his wife. He had gone to Fawn Court in compliance with a promise to Lizzie Eustace that he would call upon her there. He had walked with Lucy because he was at Fawn Court, and he had written to Lucy because of the words he had spoken during the walk. In all this the matter had arranged itself as such matters do, and there was nothing in truth to be regretted. He really did love the girl with all his heart. It may perhaps be said that he had never in truth loved any other woman. In the best humours of his mind he would tell himself, had from old times told himself often, that unless he married Lucy Morris he could never marry at all. When his mother, knowing that poor Lucy was penniless, had, as mothers will do, begged him to beware, he had spoken up for his love honestly, declaring to her that in his eyes there was no woman living equal to Lucy Morris. The reader has seen him with the words almost on his tongue with which to offer his hand to his cousin Lizzie Eustace, knowing as he did so that his heart had been given to Lucy, knowing also that Lucy's heart had been given to him. But he had not done it, and the better humour had prevailed. Within the figure and frame and clothes and cuticle, within the bones and flesh of many of us, there is but one person, a man or woman, with a preponderance either of good or evil, whose conduct in any emergency may be predicted with some assurance of accuracy by any one knowing the man or woman. Such persons are simple, single, and perhaps generally safe. They walk along lines in accordance with certain fixed instincts or principles, and are to-day as they were yesterday, and will be tomorrow as they are today. Lady Eustace was such a person, and so was Lucy Morris. Opposite in their characters as the two poles, they were, each of them, a simple entity, and any doubt or error in judging of the future conduct of either of them would come from insufficient knowledge of the woman. But there are human beings who, though of necessity single in body, are dual in character, in whose breasts not only is evil always fighting against good, but to whom evil is sometimes horribly, hideously evil, but is sometimes also not hideous at all. Of such men it may be said that Satan obtains an intermittent grasp, from which, when it is released, the rebound carries them high amidst virtuous resolutions and a thorough love of things good and noble. Such men or women may hardly, perhaps, debase themselves with the more vulgar vices. They will not be rogues, or thieves, or drunkards, or perhaps liars. But ambition, luxury, self-indulgence, pride, and covetousness will get a hold of them, and in various moods will be to them virtues in lieu of vices. Such a man was Frank Greystock, who could walk along the banks of the quiet, trout-giving Bob at Bobsborough, whipping the river with his rod, telling himself that the world lost for love would be a bad thing well lost for a fine purpose, and who could also stand with his hands in his trousers pockets, looking down upon the pavement in the purlieus of the courts at Westminster, and swear to himself that he would win the game, let the cost to his heart be what it might. What must a man be who would allow some undefined feeling, some inward ache which he calls a passion and cannot analyze, some desire which has come of instinct and not of judgment, to interfere with all the projects of his intellect, with all the work which he has laid out for his accomplishment. Circumstances had thrown him into a path of life for which, indeed, his means were insufficient, but which he regarded as, of all paths, the noblest and the manliest. If he could be true to himself, with such truth as at these moments would seem to him to be the truest truth, there was nothing in rank, nothing in ambition, which might not be within his reach. He might live with the highest, the best educated, and the most beautiful. He might assist in directing national councils by his intelligence, and might make a name for himself which should be remembered in his country, and of which men would read the records in the histories written in after ages. But to do this he must walk warily. He, an embarrassed man, a man already in debt, a man with no realized property coming to him in reversion, was called upon to live, and to live as though at his ease, among those who had been born to wealth. And indeed he had so cleverly learned the ways of the wealthy that he hardly knew any longer how to live at his ease among the poor. But had he walked warily when he went down to Richmond, and afterwards, sitting alone in the obscurity of his chamber, wrote the letter which had made Lucy Morris so happy? It must be acknowledged that he did, in truth, love the girl, that he was capable of a strong feeling. She was not beautiful, hardly even pretty, small, in appearance almost insignificant, quite penniless, a governess. He had often asked himself what it was that had so vanquished him. She always wore a pale grey frock, with perhaps a grey ribbon, never running into any bright form of clothing. She was educated, very well educated, but she owned no great accomplishment. She had not sung his heart away, or ravished him with the harp. Even of her words she was sparing, seeming to care more to listen than to speak. A humble little thing to look at, one of whom you might say that she regarded herself as well placed, if left in the background. Yet he had found her out, and knew her. He had recognized the treasure, and had greatly desired to possess it. He had confessed to himself that, could splendor and ambition be laid aside, that little thing would be all the world to him. As he sat in court, or in the House, patient from practice as he half listened to the ponderous speeches of advocates or politicians, he would think of the sparkle in her eye, of the dimple in her chin, of the lines of the mouth, which could plead so eloquently, though with few words. To sit on some high seat among his countrymen, and also to marry Lucy Morris, that would be a high ambition. He had chosen his way now, and she was engaged to be his wife. As he thought of it after he had done it, it was not all happiness, all contentment with him. He did feel that he had crippled himself, impeded himself in running the race, as it were, with a log round his leg. He had offered to marry her, and he must do so at once, or almost at once, because she could now find no other home but his. He knew, as well as did Lady Fawn, that she could not go into another family as governess, and he also knew that she ought not to remain in Lady Fawn's house an hour longer than she would be wanted there. He must alter his plan of living at once, give up the luxury of his rooms at the Grosvenor, take a small house somewhere, probably near the Swiss cottage, come up and down to his chambers by the underground railway, and in all probability abandon Parliament altogether. He was not sure whether, in good faith, he should not at once give notice of his intended acceptance of the Chiltern Hundreds to the electors of Bobsborough. Thus meditating, under the influence of that intermittent evil grasp, almost angry with himself for the open truth which he had spoken, or rather written, and perhaps thinking more of Lizzie and her beauty than he should have done, in the course of 3 weeks he had paid but one visit to Fawn Court. Then, of a sudden, finding himself one afternoon relieved from work, he resolved to go there. The days were still almost at their longest, and he did not scruple to present himself before Lady Fawn between 8 and 9 in the evening. They were all at tea, and he was welcomed kindly. Lucy, when he was announced, at once got up and met him almost at the doorway, sparkling, with just a tear of joy in her eye, with a look in her face, and a loving manner, which for the moment made him sure that the little house near the Swiss cottage would, after all, be the only Elysium upon earth. If she spoke a word he hardly heard it, but her hand was in his, so cool and soft, almost trembling in its grasp, with no attempt to withdraw itself, frank, loving, and honest. There was a perfect satisfaction in her greeting, which at once told him that she had no discontented thoughts, had had no such thought, because he had been so long without coming. To see him was a great joy, but every hour of her life was a joy to her, knowing as she did know that he loved her. Lady Fawn was gracious, the girls were hospitable, and he found himself made very welcome amidst all the women at the tea-table. Not a word was said about Lizzie Eustace. Lady Fawn talked about Parliament, and professed to pity a poor lover who was so bound to his country that he could not see his mistress above once a fortnight. "But there'll be a good time coming next month," she said, for it was now July. "Though the girls can't make their claims felt, the grouse can." "It isn't the house altogether that rules me with a rod of iron, Lady Fawn," said Frank, "but the necessity of earning daily bread by the sweat of my brow. A man who has to sit in court all day must take the night, or indeed any time that he can get, to read up his cases." "But the grouse put a stop to all work," said Lady Fawn. "My gardener told me just now that he wanted a day or 2 in August. I don't doubt but that he is going to the moors. Are you going to the moors, Mr. Greystock?" As it happened, Frank Greystock did not quite know whether he was going to the moors or not. The Ayrshire grouse shooting is not the best in Scotland, but there is grouse shooting in Ayrshire, and the shooting on the Portray Mountains is not the worst shooting in the country. The castle at Portray overhangs the sea, but there is a wild district attached to it, stretching far back inland, in regard to which Lizzie Eustace was very proud of talking of her shooting. Early in the spring of the present year she had asked her cousin Frank to accept the shooting for the coming season, and he had accepted it. "I shall probably be abroad," she said, "but there is the old castle." She had offered it as though he had been her brother, and he had said that he would go down for a couple of weeks, not to the castle, but to a little lodge some miles up from the sea, of which she told him when he declined the castle. When this invitation was given, there was no engagement between her and Lord Fawn. Since that date, within the last day or 2, she had reminded him of it. "Won't his lordship be there?" he had said laughingly. "Certainly not," she had answered with serious earnestness. Then she had explained that her plan of going abroad had been set aside by circumstances. She did mean to go down to Portray. "I couldn't have you at the castle," she said, smiling, "but even an Othello couldn't object to a first cousin at a little cottage ever so many miles off." It wasn't for him to suggest what objections might rise to the brain of a modern Othello, but after some hesitation he said that he would be there. He had promised the trip to a friend, and would like to keep his promise. But, nevertheless, he almost thought that he ought to avoid Portray. He intended to support his cousin as far as he might do so honestly, but he was not quite minded to stand by her through good report and evil report. He did not desire to be specially known as her champion, and yet he felt that that position would be almost forced upon him. He foresaw danger, and consequently he was doubting about his journey to Scotland. "I hardly know whether I am or not," said Frank, and he almost felt that he was blushing. "I hope you are," said Lucy. "When a man has to work all day and nearly all night, he should go where he may get fresh air." "There's very good air without going to Scotland for it," said Lady Fawn, who kept up an excellent house at Richmond, but who, with all her daughters, could not afford autumn trips. The Fawns lived at Fawn Court all the year round, and consequently Lady Fawn thought that air was to be found in England sufficiently good for all purposes of vitality and recreation. "It's not quite the same thing," said Lucy, "at least not for a man." After that she was allowed to escape into the grounds with her lover, and was made happy with half an hour of unalloyed bliss. To be alone with the girl to whom he is not engaged is a man's delight. To be alone with the man to whom she is engaged is the woman's. When the thing is settled, there is always present to the man something of a feeling of clipped wings, whereas the woman is conscious of a new power of expanding her pinions. The certainty of the thing is to him repressive. He has done his work and gained his victory, and by conquering has become a slave. To her the certainty of the thing is the removal of a restraint which has hitherto always been on her. She can tell him everything, and be told everything, whereas her previous confidences made with those of her own sex have been tame, and by comparison valueless. He has no new confidence to make, unless when he comes to tell her he likes his meat well done, and wants his breakfast to be punctual. Lucy now not only promised herself, but did actually realize a great joy. He seemed to her all that her heart desired. He was a man whose manner was naturally caressing and demonstrative, and she was to him, of all women, the sweetest, the dearest, the most perfect, and all his own. But Frank, she had already been taught to call him Frank when they were alone together. What will come of all this about Lizzie Eustace? They will be married, of course. Do you think so? I am sure Lady Fawn doesn't think so. What Lady Fawn thinks on such a matter cannot be helped. When a man asks a woman to marry him, and she accepts, the natural consequence is that they will be married. Don't you think so? I hope so, sometimes, said Lucy, with her two hands joined upon his arm, and hanging to it with all her little weight. You really do hope it, he said. Oh, I do. You know I do. Hope it? I should die if I didn't hope it. Then why shouldn't she? He asked his question with a quick, sharp voice, and then turned upon her for an answer. I don't know, she said very softly, and still clinging to him. I sometimes think there is a difference in people. There is a difference, but still we hardly judge of people sufficiently by our own feelings. As she accepted him, you may be sure that she wishes to marry him. She has more to give than he has. And I have nothing to give, she said. If I thought so, I'd go back even now, he answered. It is because you have so much to give, so much more than most others, that I have thought of you, dreamed of you as my wife, almost ever since I first knew you. I have nothing left to give, she said. What I ever had is all given. People call it the heart. I think it is heart, and brain and mind and body and almost soul. But, Frank, though Lizzie Eustace is your cousin, I don't want to be likened to her. She is very clever and beautiful, and has a way with her that I know is charming, but—" "But what, Lucy?" "I don't think she cares so much as some people. I dare say she likes Lord Fawn very well, but I do not believe she loves him as I love you." "They're engaged," said Frank, "and the best thing they can do is to marry each other. I can tell you this, at any rate." And his manner again became serious. "If Lord Fawn behaves ill to her, I, as her cousin, shall take her part." "You don't mean that you'll fight him?" "No, my darling, men don't fight each other nowadays, not often at least, and Fawn and I are not of the fighting sort. I can make him understand what I mean, and what others will mean without fighting him. He is making a paltry excuse." "But why should he want to excuse himself without reason?" "Because he is afraid. People have got hold of him and told him lies, and he thinks there will be a scrape about this necklace, and he hates a scrape. He'll marry her at last, without a doubt, and Lady Fawn is only making trouble for herself by trying to prevent it. You can't do anything." "Oh, no, I can't do anything. When she was here it became at last quite disagreeable. She hardly spoke to them, and I'm sure that even the servants understood that there was a quarrel. She did not say a word of Lizzie's offer of the brooch to herself, nor of the stories which by degrees were reaching her ears as to the old debts and the diamonds, and the young bride's conduct to Lady Linlithgow as soon as she married her grand husband, Sir Florian. She did think badly of Lizzie, and could not but regret that her own noble, generous Frank should have to expend his time and labour on a friend unworthy of his friendship. But there was no shade of jealousy in her feeling, and she uttered no word against Lizzie more bitter than that in which she declared that there was a difference between people. And then there was something said as to their own prospects in life. Lucy at once, and with vehemence, declared that she did not look for or expect an immediate marriage. She did not scruple to tell him that she knew well how difficult was the task before him, and that it might be essential for his interest that he should remain as he was for a year or two. He was astonished to find how completely she understood his position, and how thoroughly she sympathized with his interests. "There is only one thing I couldn't do for you," she said. "And what is the one thing? I couldn't give you up. I almost thought that I ought to refuse you, because I can do nothing to help you. But there will always come a limit to self-denial. I couldn't do that, could I?" The reader will know how this question was answered, and will not want to be told of the long, close, clinging, praiseworthy kiss with which the young barrister assured her that would have been on her part an act of self-denial which would to him have been absolutely ruinous. It was agreed, however, between them that Lady Fawn should be told that they did not propose to marry till some time in the following year, and that she should be formally asked to allow Lucy to have a home at Fawn Court in the interval. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. As my brother. Lord Fawn had promised, as he put Lizzie into her carriage, that he would come to her soon, but he did not come soon. A fortnight passed, and he did not show himself, Nothing further had been done in the matter of the diamonds, except that Mr. Camperdown had written to Frank Greystock, explaining how impossible it was that the question of their possession should be referred to arbitration. According to him, they belonged to the heir, as did the estate, and no one would have the power of accepting an arbitration respecting them, an arbitration which might separate them from the estate of which an infant was the owner for his life, any more than such arbitration could be accepted as to the property of the estate itself. "Possession is 9 points of the law," said Frank to himself as he put the letter aside, thinking at the same time that possession in the hands of Lizzie Eustace included certainly every one of those 9 points. Lizzie wore her diamonds again, and then again. There may be a question whether the possession of the necklace and the publicity of their history, which, however, like many other histories, was most inaccurately told, did not add something to her reputation as a lady of fashion. In the meantime, Lord Fawn did not come to see her, so she wrote to him, "My dear Frederick, had you not better come to me? Yours affectionately, L. I go to the north at the end of this month." But Frank Greystock did visit her more than once. On the day after the above letter was written, he came to her. It was on Sunday afternoon, when July was more than half over, and he found her alone. Miss Macnulty had gone to church, and Lizzie was lying listlessly on a sofa with a volume of poetry in her hand. She had, in truth, been reading the book, and in her way enjoying it. It told her the story of certain knights of old, who had gone forth in quest of a sign from heaven, which sign, if verily seen by them, might be taken to signify that they themselves were esteemed holy and fit for heavenly joy. One would have thought that no theme could have been less palatable to such a one as Lizzie Eustace, but the melody of the lines had pleased her ear, and she was always able to arouse for herself a false enthusiasm on things which were utterly outside herself in life. She thought she too could have travelled in search of that holy sign, and have borne all things, and abandoned all things, and have persevered, and of a certainty have been rewarded. But as for giving up a string of diamonds in common honesty, that was beyond her. "I wonder whether men ever were like that," she said, as she allowed her cousin to take the book from her hands. "Let us hope not." "Oh, Frank, they were, no doubt, as fanatic and foolish as you please, if you will read to the end." "I have read it all, every word of it," said Lizzie, enthusiastically. "Then you know that Arthur did not go on the search, because he had a job of work to do, by the doing of which the people around him might perhaps be somewhat benefited." "I like Launcelot better than Arthur," said Lizzie. "So did the Queen," replied Frank. "Your useful practical man, who attends vestries and sits at boards and measures out his gifts to others by the ounce, never has any heart, has he, Frank?" "I don't know what heart means. I sometimes fancy that it is a talent for getting into debt, and running away with other men's wives." "You say that on purpose to make me quarrel with you. You don't run away with other men's wives, and you have heart." "But I get into debt, unfortunately, and as for other men's wives, I am not sure that I may not do even that some day. Has Lord Fawn been here?" She shook her head. "Or written?" Again she shook her head. As she did so the long curl waved, and was very near to him, for he was sitting close to the sofa, and she had raised herself so that she might look into his face and speak to him almost in a whisper. "Something should be settled, Lizzie, before you leave town. I wrote to him yesterday, one line, and desired him to come. I expected him here to-day, but you have come instead. Shall I say that I am disappointed? No doubt you are so. Oh, Frank, how vain you men are! You want me to swear to you that I would sooner have you with me than him. You are not content with thinking it unless I tell you that it is so. You know that it is so. Though he is to be my husband, I suppose he will be my husband. His spirit is not congenial to mine as is yours. Had you not loved him, you would not have accepted him. What was I to do, Frank? What am I to do? Think how desolate I am, how unfriended, how much in want of someone whom I can call a protector. I cannot have you always with me. You care more for the little finger of that prim piece of propriety down at the old dowager's than you do for me and all my sorrows." This was true, but Frank did not say that it was true. "Lord Fawn is at any rate respectable. At least I thought he was so when I accepted his offer." "He is respectable enough." "Just that, isn't it? And nothing more. You do not blame me for saying that I would be his wife. If you do, I will unsay it, let it cost me what it may. He is treating me so badly that I need not go far for an excuse." Then she looked into his face with all the eagerness of her gaze, clearly implying that she expected a serious answer. "Why do you not answer me, Frank?" "What am I to say? He is a timid, cautious man. They have frightened him about this trumpery necklace, and he is behaving badly. But he will make a good husband. He is not a spendthrift. He has rank. All his people are respectable. As Lady Fawn, any house in England will be open to you. He is not rich, but together you will be rich." "What is all that without love?" "I do not doubt his love, and when you are his own he will love you dearly." "Ah, yes, as he would a horse or a picture. Is there anything of the rapture of love in that? Is that your idea of love? Is it so you love your Miss Demure? Don't call names, Lizzie. I shall say what I please of her. You and I are to be friends, and I may not speak? No, I will have no such friendship. She is demure. If you like it, what harm is there in my saying it? I am not demure. I know that. I do not at least pretend to be other than I am. When she becomes your wife, I wonder whether you will like her ways." He had not yet told her that she was to be his wife, nor did he so tell her now. He thought for a moment that he had better tell her, but he did not do so. It would, he said to himself, add an embarrassment to his present position, and as the marriage was to be postponed for a year, it might be better, perhaps, for Lucy that it should not be declared openly. It was thus he argued with himself, but yet, no doubt, he knew well that he did not declare the truth, because it would take away something of its sweetness from this friendship with his cousin Lizzie. "If ever I do marry," he said, "I hope I shall like my wife's ways. Of course you will not tell me anything. I do not expect confidence from you. I do not think a man is ever able to work himself up to the mark of true confidence with his friend. Men together, when they like each other, talk of politics, or perhaps of money, but I doubt whether they ever really tell their thoughts and longings to each other." "Are women more communicative?" "Yes, certainly. What is there that I would not tell you if you cared to hear it? Every thought I have is open to you if you choose to read it. I have that feeling regarding you that I would keep nothing back from you. Oh, Frank, if you understood me, you could save me. I was going to say, from all unhappiness. She did it so well that he would have been more than man had he not believed some of it. She was sitting almost upright now, though her feet were still on the sofa, and was leaning over towards him as though imploring him for his aid, and her eyes were full of tears, and her lips were apart as though still eager with the energy of expression, and her hands were clasped together. She was very lovely, very attractive, almost invincible. For such a one as Frank Greystock, opposition to her in her present mood was impossible. There are men by whom a woman, if she have wit, beauty, and no conscience, cannot be withstood. Arms may be used against them, and a sort of battle waged, against which they can raise no shield, from which they can retire into no fortress, in which they can parry no blow. A man so weak and so attacked may sometimes run, but even the poor chance of running is often cut off from him. How unlike she was to Lucy! He believed her, in part, and yet that was the idea that occurred to him. When Lucy was much in earnest, in her eye, too, a tear would sparkle, the smallest drop, a bright liquid diamond that never fell, and all her face would be bright and eloquent with feeling. But how unlike were the two! He knew that the difference was that between truth and falsehood, and yet he partly believed the falsehood. If I knew how to save you from an hour's uneasiness, I would do it, he said. No, 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 she murmured. Would I not? You do not know me, then. He had nothing further to say, and it suited her to remain silent for the moment, while she dried her eyes, and recovered her composure, and prepared herself to carry on the battle with a smile. She would carry on the battle, using every wile she knew, straining every nerve to be victorious, encountering any and all dangers, and yet she had no definite aim before her. She herself did not know what she would be at. At this period of her career she did not want to marry her cousin, having resolved that she would be Lady Fawn, nor did she intend that her cousin should be her lover, in the ordinary sense of love. She was far too wary in the pursuit of the world's goods to sacrifice herself to any such wish as that. She did want him to help her about the diamonds, but such help as that she might have, she knew well, on much easier terms. There was probably an anxiety in her bosom to cause him to be untrue to Lucy Morris, but the guiding motive of her conduct was the desire to make things seem to be other than they were, to be always acting a part rather than living her own life was to her everything. After all, we must come to facts, he said, after a while. I suppose it will be better that you should marry Lord Fawn, if you wish it. Nay, I cannot have that said. In this matter you must rule yourself by your own judgment. If you are averse to it, she shook her head, then you will own that it had better be so. Again she shook her head. Lizzie, for your sake and my own, I must declare that if you have no opinion in this matter, neither will I have any. You shall never have to say that I pressed you into this marriage or debarred you from marrying. I could not bear such an accusation. But you might tell me what I ought to do. No, certainly not. Think how young I am, and by comparison how old you are. You are 8 years older than I am. Remember, After all that I have gone through, I am but 22. At my age other girls have their friends to tell them. I have no one, unless you will tell me. You have accepted him. Yes. I suppose he is not altogether indifferent to you. She paused, and again shook her head. Indeed, I do not know. If you mean, do I love him, as I could love some man whose heart was quite congenial to my own, certainly I do not. She continued to shake her head very sadly. I esteemed him when he asked me. Say at once that, having made up your mind, you will go through with it. You think that I ought? You think so yourself. So be it, Frank. I will. But, Frank, I will not give up my property. You do not wish me to do that. It would be weak, now, would it not? I am sure that it is my own. His faith to you should not depend on that. No, of course not. That is just what I mean. He can have no right to interfere. When he asked me to be his wife, he said nothing about that. But if he does not come to me, what shall I do? I suppose I had better see him, said Frank slowly. Will you? That will be so good of you. I feel that I can leave it all so safely in your hands. I shall go out of town, you know, on the 30th. I feel that I shall be better away, and I am sick of all the noise and glitter and worldliness of London. You will come on the 12th. Not quite so soon as that, he said after a pause. But you will come. Yes, about the 20th. And of course I shall see you. Oh, yes. So that I may have someone to guide me that I can trust. I have no brother, Frank. Do you ever think of that? She put out her hand to him, and he clasped it, and held it tight in his own. And then, after a while, he pulled her towards him. In a moment she was on the ground, kneeling at his feet, and his arm was round her shoulder, and his hand was on her back, and he was embracing her. Her face was turned up to him, and he pressed his lips upon her forehead. As my brother, she said, stretching back her head and looking up into his face. Yes, as your brother. They were sitting, or rather acting their little play together, in the back drawing-room, and the ordinary entrance to the two rooms was from the landing-place into the larger apartment, of which fact Lizzie was probably aware when she permitted herself to fall into a position as to which a moment or two might be wanted for recovery. When, therefore, the servant in livery opened the door, which he did, as Frank thought somewhat suddenly, she was able to be standing on her legs before she was caught. The quickness with which she sprung from her position, and the facility with which she composed not her face only, but the loose lock of her hair and all her person, for the reception of the coming visitor, was quite marvellous. About her there was none of the look of having been found out, which is so very disagreeable to the wearer of it, whereas Frank, when Lord Fawn was announced, was aware that his manner was awkward, and his general appearance flurried. Lizzie was no more flurried than if she had stepped that moment from out of the hands of her tire-woman. She greeted Lord Fawn very prettily, holding him by the hand, long enough to show that she had more claim to do so than could any other woman, and then she just murmured her cousin's name. The two men shook hands, and looked at each other as men do who know that they are not friends, and think that they may live to be enemies. Lord Fawn, who rarely forgot anything, had certainly not forgotten the Sawab, and Frank was aware that he might soon be called on to address his lordship in anything but friendly terms. They said, however, a few words about Parliament and the weather, and the desirability of escaping from London. "Frank," said Lady Eustace, "is coming down in August to shoot my 3 annual grouse at Portray. He would keep one for you, my lord, if he thought you would come for it." "I'll promise Lord Fawn a fair third, at any rate," said Frank. "I cannot visit Portray this August, I'm afraid," said his lordship, "much as I might wish to do so. One of us must remain at the India Office." "Oh, that weary India Office!" exclaimed Lizzie. "I almost think you official men are worse off than we barristers," said Frank. "Well, Lizzie, good-bye. I dare say I shall see you again before you start." "Of course you will," said Lizzie. And then the two lovers were left together. They had met once, at Lady Glencora's ball, since the quarrel at Fawn Court, and there, as though by mutual forbearance, had not alluded to their troubles. Now he had come especially to speak of the matter that concerned them both so deeply. As long as Frank Greystock was in the room, his work was comparatively easy, but he had known beforehand that he would not find it at all easy should he be left alone with her. Lizzie began. "My lord," she said, "considering all that has passed between us, you have been a truant." "Yes, I admit it, but—" "With me, my lord, a fault admitted is a fault forgiven." Then she took her old seat on the sofa, and he placed himself on the chair which Frank Greystock had occupied. He had not intended to own a fault, and certainly not to accept forgiveness, but she had been too quick for him, and now he could not find words by which to express himself. "In truth," she continued, "I would always rather remember one kindness than a dozen omissions on the part of a friend." "Lady Eustace, I have not willingly omitted anything." "So be it. I will not give you the slightest excuse for saying that you have heard a reproach from me. You have come at last, and you are welcome. Is that enough for you?" He had much to say to her about the diamonds, and when he was entering the room he had not a word to say to her about anything else. Since that, another subject had sprung up before him. Whether he was, or was not, to regard himself as being at this moment engaged to marry Lady Eustace was a matter to him of much doubt. But of this he was sure, that if she were engaged to him as his wife, she ought not to be entertaining her cousin, Frank Greystock, down at Portray Castle, unless she had some old lady, not only respectable in life, but high in rank also, to see that everything was right. It was almost an insult to him that such a visit should have been arranged without his sanction or cognizance. Of course, if he were bound by no engagement, and he had been persuaded by his mother and sister to wish that he were not bound, then the matter would be no affair of his. If, however, the diamonds were abandoned, then the engagement was to be continued, and in that case it was out of the question that his elected bride should entertain another young man, even though she was a widow and the young man was her cousin. Of course he should have spoken of the diamonds first, but the other matter had obtruded itself upon him, and he was puzzled. "Is Mr. Greystock to accompany you into Scotland?" he asked. "Oh dear no, I go on the 30th of this month. I hardly know when he means to be there." "He follows you to Portray?" "Yes, he follows me, of course. The king himself has followed her when she has gone before." Lord Fawn did not remember the quotation, and was more puzzled than ever. "Frank will follow me, just as the other shooting men will follow me." "He goes direct to Portray Castle?" "Neither directly nor indirectly. Just at present, Lord Fawn, I am in no mood to entertain guests, not even one that I love so well as my cousin Frank. The Portray mountains are somewhat extensive, and at the back of them there is a little shooting lodge." "Oh, indeed," said Lord Fawn, feeling that he had better dash at once at the Diamonds. "If you, my lord, could manage to join us for a day, my cousin and his friend would, I am sure, come over to the castle, so that you should not suffer from being left alone with me and Miss Macnulty." "At present it is impossible," said Lord Fawn, and then he paused. "Lady Eustace, the position in which you and I stand to each other is one not altogether free from trouble." "You cannot say that it is of my making," she said, with a smile. "You once asked what men think of favour from me, and I granted it, perhaps too easily." "I know how greatly I am indebted to your goodness, Lady Eustace." And then again he paused. "Lord Fawn!" "I trust you will believe that nothing can be further from me than that you should be harassed by any conduct of mine." "I am harassed, my lord." "And so am I. I have learned that you are in possession of certain jewels which I cannot allow to be held by my wife." "I am not your wife, Lord Fawn." As she said this, she rose from her reclining posture and sat erect. "That is true, you are not, but you said you would be." "Go on, sir." "It was the pride of my life to think that I had attained to so much happiness. Then came this matter of the diamonds." "What business have you with my diamonds, more than any other man?" "Simply that I am told that they are not yours." "Who tells you so?" "Various people. Mr. Camperdown. If you, my lord, intend to take an attorney's word against mine, and that on a matter as to which no one but myself can know the truth, then you are not fit to be my husband. The diamonds are my own, and should you and I become man and wife, they must remain so by special settlement. While I choose to keep them, they will be mine, to do with them as I please. It will be my pleasure, when my boy marries, to hang them round his bride's neck." She carried herself well, and spoke her words with dignity. "What I have got to say is this," began Lord Fawn. "I must consider our engagement as at an end, unless you will give them up to Mr. Camperdown." "I will not give them up to Mr. Camperdown." Then, and I make bold to tell you, Lord Fawn, that you are not behaving to me like a man of honour. I shall now leave the matter in the hands of my cousin, Mr. Greystock." Then she sailed out of the room, and Lord Fawn was driven to escape from the house as he might. He stood about the room for 5 minutes with his hat in his hand, and then walked down and let himself out of the front door. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Diamonds Become Troublesome. The 30th of July came round, and Lizzie was prepared for her journey down to Scotland. She was to be accompanied by Miss Macnulty and her own maid and her own servants, and to travel, of course, like a grand lady. She had not seen Lord Fawn since the meeting recorded in the last chapter, but had seen her cousin Frank nearly every other day. He, after much consideration, had written a long letter to Lord Fawn, in which he had given that nobleman to understand that some explanation was required as to conduct which Frank described as being to him at present unintelligible. He then went, at considerable length, into the matter of the diamonds, with the object of proving that Lord Fawn could have no possible right to interfere in the matter. And though he had from the first wished that Lizzie would give up the trinket, he made various points in her favour, Not only had they been given to his cousin by her late husband, but even had they not been so given, they would have been hers by will. Sir Florian had left her everything that was within the walls of Portray Castle, and the Diamonds had been at Portray at the time of Sir Florian's death. Such was Frank's statement, untrue indeed, but believed by him to be true. This was one of Lizzie's lies, forged as soon as she understood that some subsidiary claim might be made upon them on the ground that they formed a portion of property left by will away from her, some claim subsidiary to the grand claim that the necklace was a family heirloom. Lord Fawn was not in the least shaken in his conviction that Lizzie had behaved and was behaving badly, and that therefore he had better get rid of her. But he knew that he must be very wary in the reasons he would give for jilting her. He wrote, therefore, a very short note to Greystock, promising that any explanation needed should be given as soon as circumstances should admit of his forming a decision. In the meantime, the 30th of July came, and Lady Eustace was ready for her journey. There was, a train leaving London for Carlisle at 11 a.m., by which Lizzie proposed to travel, so that she might sleep in that city and go on through Dumfries to Portray the next morning. This was her scheme, but there was another part of her scheme as to which she had felt much doubt. Should she leave the diamonds, or should she take them with her? The iron box in which they were kept was small, and so far portable that a strong man might carry it without much trouble. Indeed, Lizzie could move it from one part of the room to the other, and she had often done so. But it was so heavy that it could not be taken with her without attracting attention. The servant would know what it was, and the porter would know, and Miss Macnulty would know. That her own maid should know was a matter of course, but even to her own maid the journey of the jewels would be remarkable because of the weight of the box, whereas if they went with her other jewels in her dressing-case there would be nothing remarkable. She might even have taken them in her pocket, had she dared, but she did not dare. Though she was intelligent and courageous, she was wonderfully ignorant as to what might and what might not be done for the recovery of the necklace by Mr. Camperdown. She did not dare to take them without the iron box, and at last she decided that the box should go. At a little after 10, her own carriage, the job carriage which was now about to perform its last journey in her service, was at the door, and a cab was there for the servants. The luggage was brought down, and with the larger boxes was brought the iron case with the necklace. The servant, certainly making more of the weight than he need have done, deposited it as a footstool for Lizzie, who then seated herself, and was followed by Miss Macnulty. She would have it placed in the same way beneath her feet in the railway carriage, and again brought into her room at the Carlisle Hotel. What though the porter did know? There was nothing illegal in travelling about with a heavy iron box full of diamonds, and the risk would be less this way, she thought, than were she to leave them behind her in London. The house in Mount Street, which she had taken for the season, was to be given up, and whom could she trust in London? Her very bankers, she feared, would have betrayed her, and given up her treasure to Mr. Camperdown. As for Messrs. Harder and Benjamin, she felt sure they would be bribed by Mr. Camperdown. She once thought of asking her cousin to take the charge of them, but she could not bring herself to let them out of her own hands. 10,000 pounds! If she could only sell them and get the money, from what a world of trouble would she be relieved! And the sale, for another reason, would have been convenient, for Lady Eustace was already a little in debt, but she could not sell them, and therefore when she got into the carriage there was the box under her feet. At that very moment who should appear on the pavement, standing between the carriage and the house door, but Mr. Camperdown, and with Mr. Camperdown there was another man, a very suspicious-looking man, whom Lizzie at once took to be a detective officer of police. "Lady Eustace," said Mr. Camperdown, taking off his hat. Lizzie bowed across Miss Macnulty, and endeavoured to restrain the tell-tale blood from flying to her cheeks. "I believe," said Mr. Camperdown, "that you are now starting for Scotland." "We are, Mr. Camperdown, and we are very late." "Could you allow me 2 minutes' conversation with you in the house?" "Oh dear, no. We are late, I tell you. What a time you have chosen for coming, Mr. Camperdown." "It is an awkward hour, Lady Eustace. I only heard this morning that you were going so soon, and it is imperative that I should see you." "Had you not better write, Mr. Camperdown?" "You will never answer my letters, madam." I really cannot see you now. William, the coachman must drive on. We cannot allow ourselves to lose the train. I am really very sorry, Mr. Camperdown, but we must not lose the train." "Lady Eustace," said Mr. Camperdown, putting his hand on the carriage door, and so demeaning himself that the coachman did not dare to drive on, "I must ask you a question." He spoke in a low voice, but he was speaking across Miss Macnulty. That lady therefore heard him, and so did William, the servant, who was standing close to the door. "I must insist on knowing where are the Eustace Diamonds." Lizzie felt the box beneath her feet, and without showing that she did so, somewhat widened her drapery. "I can tell you nothing now. William, make the coachman drive on." "If you will not answer me, I must tell you that I shall be driven in the execution of my duty to obtain a search warrant, in order that they may be placed in proper custody. They are not your property, and must be taken out of your hands." Lizzie looked at the suspicious man with a frightened gaze. The suspicious man was, in fact, a very respectable clerk in Mr. Camperdown's employment, but Lizzie for a moment felt that the search was about to begin at once. She had hardly understood the threat, and thought that the attorney was already armed with the powers of which he spoke. She glanced for a moment at Miss Macnulty, and then at the servant. Would they betray her? If they chose to use force to her, the box might certainly be taken from her. "I know I shall lose the train," she said. "I know I shall. I must insist that you let my servant drive on." There was now a little crowd of a dozen persons on the pavement, and there was nothing to cover her diamonds but the skirt of her travelling dress. "Are they in this house, Lady Eustace?" "Why doesn't he go on?" shouted Lizzie. "You have no right, sir, to stop me. I won't be stopped." "Or have you got them with you?" "I shall answer no questions. You have no right to treat me in this way." "Then I shall be forced, on behalf of the family, to obtain a search warrant, both here and in Ayrshire, and proceedings will be taken also against your ladyship personally." So saying, Mr. Camperdown withdrew, and at last the carriage was driven on. As it happened, there was time enough for catching the train, and to spare. The whole affair in Mount Street had taken less than 10 minutes, but the effect upon Lizzie was very severe. For a while she could not speak, and at last she burst out into hysteric tears, not a sham fit, but a true convulsive agony of sobbing. All the world of Mount Street, including her own servants, had heard the accusation against her. During the whole morning she had been wishing that she had never seen the diamonds, but now it was almost impossible that she should part with them. and yet they were like a load upon her chest, a load as heavy as though she were compelled to sit with the iron box on her lap day and night. In her sobbing, she felt the thing under her feet, and knew that she could not get rid of it. She hated the box, and yet she must cling to it now. She was thoroughly ashamed of the box, and yet she must seem to take a pride in it. She was horribly afraid of the box, and yet she must keep it in her own very bedroom. And what should she say about the box now to Miss Macnulty, who sat by her side, stiff and scornful, offering her smelling bottles, but not offering her sympathy? "My dear," she said at last, "that horrid man has quite upset me." "I don't wonder that you should be upset," said Miss Macnulty. "And so unjust, too, so false, so. They are my own as much as that umbrella is yours, Miss Macnulty." "I don't know," said Miss Macnulty. "But I tell you," said Lizzie. "What I mean is that it is such a pity that there should be a doubt." "There is no doubt," said Lizzie. "How dare you say there is a doubt? My cousin Mr. Greystock says that there is not the slightest doubt. He is a barrister, and must know better than an attorney like that Mr. Camperdown." By this time they were at the Eustace Square station, and then there was more trouble with the box. The footman struggled with it into the waiting-room, and the porter struggled with it from the waiting-room to the carriage. Lizzie could not but look at the porter as he carried it, and she felt sure that the man had been told of its contents, and was struggling with the express view of adding to her annoyance. The same thing happened at Carlisle, where the box was carried up into Lizzie's bedroom by the footman, and where she was convinced that her treasure had become the subject of conversation for the whole house. In the morning people looked at her as she walked down the long platform with the box still struggling before her. She almost wished that she had undertaken its carriage herself, as she thought that even she could have managed with less outward show of effort. Her own servant seemed to be in league against her, and Miss Macnulty had never before been so generally unpleasant. Poor Miss Macnulty, who had a conscientious idea of doing her duty, and who always attempted to give an adequate return for the bread she ate, could not so far overcome the effect of Mr. Camperdown's visit as to speak on any subject without being stiff and hard, and she suffered too from the box, to such a degree that she turned over in her mind the thought of leaving Lizzie, if any other possible home might be found for her. Who would willingly live with a woman who always travelled about with a diamond necklace worth 10,000 pounds, locked up in an iron safe, and that necklace not her own property? But at last Lady Eustace and Miss Macnulty and the servants and the iron box reached Portray Castle in safety. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Ianthe's Soul. Lady Eustace had been rather cross on the journey down to Scotland, and had almost driven the unfortunate Macnulty to think that Lady Linlithgow or the workhouse would be better than this young tyrant. But on her arrival at her own house, she was for a while all smiles and kindness. During the journey she had been angry without thought, but was almost entitled to be excused for her anger. Could Miss Macnulty have realized the amount of oppression inflicted on her patroness by the box of diamonds, she would have forgiven anything. Hitherto there had been some secrecy or at any rate some privacy attached to the matter. But now that odious lawyer had discussed the matter aloud, in the very streets, in the presence of the servants, and Lady Eustace had felt that it was discussed also by every porter on the railway from London down to Troon, the station in Scotland at which her own carriage met her to take her to her own castle. The night at Carlisle had been terrible to her, and the diamonds had never been for a moment off her mind. Perhaps the worst of it all was that her own manservant and maidservant had heard the claim which had been so violently made by Mr. Camperdown. There are people in that respect very fortunately circumstanced, whose servants, as a matter of course, know all their affairs, have an interest in their concerns, sympathize with their demands, feel their wants, and are absolutely at one with them. But in such cases the servants are really known, and are almost as completely a part of the family as the sons and daughters. There may be disruptions and quarrels. Causes may arise for ending the existing condition of things. But while this condition lasts, the servants in such households are, for the most part, only too well inclined to fight the battles of their employers. Mr. Binns, the butler, would almost foam at the mouth if it were suggested to him that the plate at Silvercup Hall was not the undoubted property of the old squire, and Mrs. Pouncebox could not be made to believe by any amount of human evidence that the jewels which her lady has worn for the last 15 years are not her ladyship's very own. Binns would fight for the plate, and so would Pouncebox for the jewels, almost till they were cut to pieces. The preservation of these treasures on behalf of those who paid them their wages and fed them, who occasionally scolded them, but always succoured them, would be their point of honour. No torture would get the key of the cellar from Binns. No threats extract from Pouncebox a secret of the toilet. But poor Lizzie Eustace had no Binns and no Pouncebox. They are plants that grow slowly. There was still too much of the mushroom about Lady Eustace to permit of her possessing such treasures. Her footman was 6 feet high, was not bad looking, and was called Thomas. She knew no more about him, and was far too wise to expect sympathy from him, or other aid than the work for which she paid him. Her own maid was somewhat nearer to her, but not much nearer. The girl's name was Patience Crabstick, and she could do hair well. Lizzie knew but little more of her than that. Lizzie considered herself still to be engaged to be married to Lord Fawn, but there was no sympathy to be had in that quarter. Frank Greystock might be induced to sympathize with her, but hardly after the fashion which Lizzie desired. And then sympathy in that direction would be so dangerous, should she decide upon going on with the Fawn marriage. For the present she had quarrelled with Lord Fawn, but the very bitterness of that quarrel, and the decision with which her betrothed had declared his intention of breaking off the match, made her the more resolute that she would marry him. During her journey to Portray she had again determined that he should be her husband, and if so, advance sympathy that would be pleasantly tender with her cousin Frank, would be dangerous. She would be quite willing to accept even Miss Macnulty's sympathy, if that humble lady would give it to her of the kind she wanted. She declared to herself that she could pour herself out on Miss Macnulty's bosom, and mingle her tears even with Miss Macnulty's, if only Miss Macnulty would believe in her. If Miss Macnulty would be enthusiastic about the jewels, enthusiastic as to the wickedness of Lord Fawn, enthusiastic in praising Lizzie herself, Lizzie, so she told herself, would have showered all the sweets of female friendship even on Miss Macnulty's head. But Miss Macnulty was as hard as a deal board. She did as she was bidden, thereby earning her bread, but there was no tenderness in her, no delicacy, no feeling, no comprehension. It was thus that Lady Eustace judged her humble companion, and in one respect she judged her rightly. Miss Macnulty did not believe in Lady Eustace, and was not sufficiently gifted to act up to a belief which she did not entertain. Poor Lizzie! The world, in judging of people who are false and bad and selfish and prosperous to outward appearances, is apt to be hard upon them, and to forget the punishments which generally accompany such faults. Lizzie Eustace was very false and bad and selfish, and we may say very prosperous also. But in the midst of all she was thoroughly uncomfortable. She was never at ease. There was no green spot in her life with which she could be contented. And though after a fashion she knew herself to be false and bad, she was thoroughly convinced that she was ill-used by everybody about her. She was being very badly treated by Lord Fawn, but she flattered herself that she would be able to make Lord Fawn know more of her character before she had done with him. Portray Castle was really a castle, not simply a country mansion so called, but a stone edifice with battlements, and a round tower at one corner, and a gate which looked as if it might have had a portcullis, and narrow windows in a portion of it, and a cannon mounted upon a low roof, and an excavation called the moat, but which was now a fantastic and somewhat picturesque garden, running round two sides of it. In very truth, though a portion of the castle was undoubtedly old, and had been built when strength was needed for defence and probably for the custody of booty, the battlements and the round tower and the awe-inspiring gateway had all been added by one of the late Sir Florians. But the castle looked like a castle, and was interesting. As a house it was not particularly eligible, the castle form of domestic architecture being exigent in its nature, and demanding that space, which in less ambitious houses can be applied to comfort, shall be surrendered to magnificence. There was a great hall, and a fine dining-room with plate-glass windows looking out upon the sea, but the other sitting-rooms were insignificant, and the bedrooms were here and there, and were for the most part small and dark. That, however, which Lizzie had appropriated to her own use, was a grand chamber, looking also out upon the open sea. The castle stood upon a bluff of land, with a fine prospect of the Firth of Clyde, and with a distant view of the Isle of Arran. When the air was clear, as it often is clear there, the Arran hills could be seen from Lizzie's window, and she was proud of talking of the prospect. In other respects, perhaps, the castle was somewhat desolate. There were a few stunted trees around it, but timber had not prospered there. There was a grand kitchen garden, or rather a kitchen garden which had been intended to be grand. But since Lizzie's reign had been commenced, the grandeur had been neglected. Grand kitchen gardens are expensive, and Lizzie had at once been firm in reducing the under-gardeners from 5 men to 1 and a boy. The head gardener had, of course, left her at once, but that had not broken her heart, and she had hired a modest man at a guinea a week instead of a scientific artist, who was by no means modest, with £120 a year, and coals, house, milk, and all other horticultural luxuries. Though Lizzie was prosperous and had a fine income, she was already aware that she could not keep up a town and country establishment and be a rich woman on 4,000 a year. There was a flower garden and a small shrubbery within the so-called moat, but otherwise the grounds of Portray Castle were not alluring. The place was sombre, exposed, and in winter very cold, and except that the expanse of sea beneath the hill on which stood the castle was fine and open, it had no great claim to praise on the score of scenery. Behind the castle and away from the sea, the low mountains belonging to the estate stretched for some 8 or 10 miles, and towards the further end of them, where stood a shooting lodge, called always the cottage, the landscape became rough and grand. It was in this cottage that Frank Greystock was to be sheltered with his friend, when he came down to shoot what Lady Eustace had called her 3 annual grouse. She ought to have been happy and comfortable. There will, of course, be some to say that a young widow should not be happy and comfortable, that she should be weeping her lost lord, and subject to the desolation of bereavement. But as the world goes now, young widows are not miserable, and there is, perhaps, a growing tendency in society to claim from them year by year still less of any misery that may be avoidable. Sooty propensities of all sorts, from burning alive down to bombazine and hideous forms of clothing, are becoming less and less popular among the nations, and women are beginning to learn that, let what misfortunes will come upon them, it is well for them to be as happy as their nature will allow them to be. A woman may thoroughly respect her husband, and mourn him truly, honestly, with her whole heart, and yet enjoy thoroughly the good things which he has left behind for her use. It was not, at any rate, sorrow for the lost Sir Florian that made Lady Eustace uncomfortable. She had her child, she had her income, she had her youth and beauty, she had Portray Castle, she had a new lover, and if she chose to be quit of him, not liking him well enough for the purpose, she might undoubtedly have another whom she would like better. She had hitherto been thoroughly successful in her life, and yet she was unhappy. What was it that she wanted? She had been a very clever child, a clever, crafty child, and now she was becoming a clever woman. Her craft remained with her, but so keen was her outlook upon the world that she was beginning to perceive that craft, let it be never so crafty, will in the long run miss its own object. She actually envied the simplicity of Lucy Morris, for whom she delighted to find evil names, calling her demure, a prig, a sly puss, and so on. But she could see, or half see, that Lucy, with her simplicity, was stronger than she was with her craft. She had nearly captivated Frank Greystock with her wiles, but without any wiles Lucy had captivated him altogether. And a man captivated by wiles was only captivated for a time, whereas a man won by simplicity would be won for ever, if he himself were worth the winning. And this too she felt, that let her success be what it might, she could not be happy unless she could win a man's heart. She had won Sir Florian's, but that had been but for an hour, for a month or 2, and then Sir Florian had never really won hers. Could not she be simple? Could not she act simplicity so well that the thing acted should be as powerful as the thing itself, perhaps even more powerful? Poor Lizzie Eustace! In thinking over all this, she saw a great deal. It was wonderful that she should see so much, and tell herself so many home truths. But there was one truth she could not see, and therefore could not tell it to herself. She had not a heart to give. It had become petrified during those lessons of early craft in which she had taught herself how to get the better of Messrs. Harter and Benjamin, of Sir Florian Eustace, of Lady Linlithgow, and of Mr. Camperdown. Her ladyship had now come down to her country house, leaving London and all its charms before the end of the season, actuated by various motives. In the first place, the house in Mount Street was taken furnished by the month, and the servants were hired after the same fashion, and the horses jobbed. Lady Eustace was already sufficiently intimate with her accounts to know that she would save £200 by not remaining another month or 3 weeks in London, and sufficiently observant of her own affairs to have perceived that such saving was needed. And then it appeared to her that her battle with Lord Fawn could be better fought from a distance than at close quarters. London, too, was becoming absolutely distasteful to her. There were many things there that tended to make her unhappy, and so few that she could enjoy. She was afraid of Mr. Camperdown, and ever on the rack lest some dreadful thing should come upon her in respect of the necklace. Some horrible paper served upon her from a magistrate, ordering her appearance at Newgate, or perhaps before the Lord Chancellor, or a visit from policemen, who would be empowered to search for and carry off the iron box. And then there was so little in her London life to gratify her. It is pleasant to win in a fight, but to be always fighting is not pleasant, except in those moments, few and far between, in which she was alone with her cousin Frank, and perhaps in those moments in which she wore her diamonds. She had but little in London that she enjoyed. She still thought that a time would come when it would be otherwise. Under these influences she had actually made herself believe that she was sighing for the country and for solitude, for the wide expanse of her own bright waves, as she had called them, and for the rocks of dear Portray. She had told Miss Macnulty and Augusta Fawn that she thirsted for the breezes of Ayrshire, so that she might return to her books and her thoughts. Amidst the whirl of London it was impossible either to read or to think, and she believed it too, herself. She so believed it that on the first morning of her arrival she took a little volume in her pocket containing Shelley's Queen Mab, and essayed to go down upon the rocks. She had actually breakfasted at 9, and was out on the sloping grounds below the castle before 10, having made some boast to Miss Macnulty about the morning air. She scrambled down, not very far down, but a little way beneath the garden gate, to a spot on which a knob of rock cropped out from the scanty herbage of the incipient cliff. 50 yards lower the real rocks began, and though the real rocks were not very rocky, not precipitous or even bold, and were partially covered with salt-fed mosses down almost to the sea, nevertheless they justified her in talking about her rock-bound shore. The shore was hers for her life, and it was rock-bound. This knob she had espied from her windows, and indeed had been thinking of it for the last week, as a place appropriate to solitude and Shelley. She had stood on it before, and had stretched her arms with enthusiasm towards the just visible mountains of Arran. On that occasion the weather, perhaps, had been cool, but now a blazing sun was overhead, and when she had been seated half a minute, and Queen Mab had been withdrawn from her pocket, she found that it would not do. It would not do, even with the canopy she could make for herself with her parasol. So she stood up and looked about herself for shade in some spot in which she could still look out upon her dear wide ocean with its glittering smile. For it was thus that she would talk about the mouth of the Clyde. Shelter near her there was none. The scrubby trees lay nearly half a mile to the right, and up the hill too. She had once clambered down to the actual shore, and might do so again, but she doubted that there would be shelter even there, and the clambering up on that former occasion had been a nuisance, and would be a worse nuisance now. Thinking of all this, and feeling the sun keenly, she gradually retraced her steps to the garden within the moat, and seated herself, Shelley in hand, within the summer-house. The bench was narrow, hard, and broken, and there were some snails which discomposed her, but nevertheless she would make the best of it. Her darling Queen Mab must be read without the coarse, inappropriate, everyday surroundings of a drawing-room, and it was now manifest to her that unless she could get up much earlier in the morning, or come out to her reading after sunset, the knob of rock would not avail her. She began her reading, resolved that she would enjoy her poetry in spite of the narrow seat. She had often talked of Queen Mab, and perhaps she thought she had read it. This, however, was in truth her first attempt at that work. How wonderful is death! Death and his brother sleep. Then she half closed the volume, and thought that she enjoyed the idea. Death and his brother sleep. She did not know why they should be more wonderful than action, or life, or thought, but the words were of a nature which would enable her to remember them, and they would be good for quoting. Sudden arose Ianthe's soul. It stood all beautiful in naked purity. The name of Ianthe suited her exactly, and the antithesis conveyed to her mind by naked purity struck her strongly, and she determined to learn the passage by heart. 8 or 9 lines were printed separately, like a stanza, and the labor would not be great, and the task, when done, would be complete. Instinct with inexpressible beauty and grace, each stain of earthliness had passed away. It reassumed its native dignity, and stood immortal amid ruin. Which was instinct with beauty, the stain or the soul, she did not stop to inquire, and may be excused for not understanding. Ah, she exclaimed to herself, how true it is, how one feels it, how it comes home to one. Sudden arose Ianthe's soul. And then she walked about the garden, repeating the words to herself, and almost forgetting the heat. Each stain of earthliness had passed away. Yes, they will pass away and become instinct with beauty and grace. A dim idea came upon her that when this happy time should arrive, no one would claim her necklace from her, and that the man at the stables would not be so disagreeably punctual in sending in his bill. All beautiful in naked purity. What a tawdry world was this, in which clothes and food and houses are necessary. How perfectly that boy poet had understood it all. Immortal amid ruin. She liked the idea of the ruin almost as well as that of the immortality, and the stains quite as well as the purity. As immortality must come, and as stains were instinct with grace, why be afraid of ruin? But then if people go wrong, at least women, they are not asked out anywhere. Sudden arose Ianthe's soul. It stood all beautiful. And so the piece was learned, and Lizzie felt that she had devoted her hour to poetry in a quite rapturous manner. At any rate, she had a bit to quote, and though in truth she did not understand the exact bearing of the image, she had so studied her gestures and so modulated her voice that she knew that she could be effective. She did not then care to carry her reading further, but returned with the volume into the house. Though the passage about Ianthe's soul comes very early in the work, she was now quite familiar with the poem, and when, in after days, she spoke of it as a thing of beauty that she had made her own by long study, she actually did not know that she was lying. As she grew older, however, she quickly became wiser, and was aware that in learning one passage of a poem it is expedient to select one in the middle or at the end. The world is so cruelly observant nowadays that even men and women who have not themselves read their Queen Mab will know from what part of the poem a morsel is extracted, and will not give you credit for a page beyond that from which your passage comes. After lunch, Lizzie invited Miss Macnulty to sit at the open window of the drawing-room and look out upon the glittering waves. In giving Miss Macnulty her due, we must acknowledge that, though she owned no actual cleverness herself, had no cultivated tastes, read but little, and that little of a colourless kind, and thought nothing of her hours but that she might get rid of them and live, yet she had a certain power of insight, and could see a thing. Lizzie Eustace was utterly powerless to impose upon her. Such as Lizzie was, Miss Macnulty was willing to put up with her and accept her bread. The people whom she had known had been either worthless, as had been her own father, or cruel, like Lady Linlithgow, or false, as was Lady Eustace. Miss Macnulty knew that worthlessness, cruelty, and falseness had to be endured by such as she, and she could bear them without caring much about them, not condemning them, even within her own heart, very heavily, but she was strangely deficient in this, that she could not call these qualities by other names, even to the owners of them. She was unable to pretend to believe Lizzie's rhapsodies. It was hardly conscience or a grand spirit of truth that actuated her, as much as a want of the courage needed for lying. She had not had the face to call old Lady Linlithgow kind, and therefore old Lady Linlithgow had turned her out of the house. When Lady Eustace called on her for sympathy, she had not courage enough to dare to attempt the bit of acting which would be necessary for sympathetic expression. She was like a dog or a child, and was unable not to be true. Lizzie was longing for a little mock sympathy, was longing to show off her Shelley, and was very kind to Miss Macnulty when she got the poor lady into the recess of the window. "This is nice, is it not?" she said, as she spread her hand out through the open space towards the wide expanse of glittering waves. "Very nice, only it glares so," said Miss Macnulty. "Ah, I love the full warmth of the real summer. With me it always seems that the sun is needed to bring to true ripeness the fruit of the heart." Nevertheless, she had been much troubled both by the heat and by the midges when she tried to sit on the stone. "I always think of those few glorious days which I passed with my darling Florian at Naples, days too glorious because they were so few." Now Miss Macnulty knew some of the history of those days and of their glory, and knew also how the widow had borne her loss. "I suppose the Bay of Naples is fine," she said. "It is not only the bay. There are scenes there which ravish you, only it is necessary that there should be some one with you that can understand you. Soul of Ianthe," she said, meaning to apostrophize that of the deceased Sir Florian. "You have read Queen Mab?" "I don't know that I ever did. If I have forgotten it." "Ah, you should read it. I know nothing in the English language that brings home to one so often one's own best feelings and aspirations. It stands all beautiful in naked purity, she continued, still alluding to poor Sir Florian's soul, instinct with inexpressible beauty and grace. Each stain of earthliness had passed away. I can see him now in all his manly beauty, as we used to sit together by the hour, looking over the waters. Oh, Julia, the thing itself has gone, the earthly reality, but the memory of it will live for ever. He was a very handsome man, certainly, said Miss Macnulty, finding herself forced to say something. I see him now, she went on, still gazing out upon the shining water. It reassumed its native dignity and stood primeval amid ruin. Is not that a glorious idea, gloriously worded? She had forgotten one word and used a wrong epithet, but it sounded just as well. Primeval seemed to her to be a very poetical word. To tell the truth, said Miss Macnulty, I never understand poetry when it is quoted, unless I happen to know the passage beforehand. I think I'll go away from this, for the light is too much for my poor old eyes. Certainly Miss Macnulty had fallen into a profession for which she was not suited. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Eustace procures a pony for the use of her cousin. Lady Eustace could make nothing of Miss Macnulty in the way of sympathy, and could not bear her disappointment with patience. It was hardly to be expected that she should do so. She paid a great deal for Miss Macnulty. In a moment of rash generosity, and at a time when she hardly knew what money meant, she had promised Miss Macnulty £70 for the first year, and 70 for the second, should the arrangement last longer than a 12-month. The second year had been now commenced, and Lady Eustace was beginning to think that £70 was a great deal of money, when so very little was given in return. Lady Linlithgow had paid her dependent no fixed salary, and then there was the ladies' keep, and first-class travelling when they went up and down to Scotland, and cab fares in London when it was desirable that Miss Macnulty should absent herself. Lizzie reckoning all up, and thinking that for so much her friend ought to be ready to discuss Ianthe's soul, or any other kindred subject, at a moment's warning, would become angry, and would tell herself that she was being swindled out of her money. She knew how necessary it was that she should have some companion at the present emergency of her life, and therefore could not at once send Miss Macnulty away. But she would sometimes become very cross, and would tell poor Macnulty that she was a fool. Upon the whole, however, to be called a fool was less objectionable to Miss Macnulty than were demands for sympathy, which she did not know how to give. Those first 10 days of August went very slowly with Lady Eustace. Queen Mab got itself poked away, and was heard of no more. But there were other books. A huge box full of novels had come down, and Miss Macnulty was a great devourer of novels. If Lady Eustace would talk to her about the sorrows of the poorest heroine that ever saw her lover murdered before her eyes, and then come to life again, with £10,000 a year for a period of 3 weeks, or till another heroine, who had herself been murdered, obliterated the former horrors from her plastic mind, Miss Macnulty could discuss the catastrophe with the keenest interest, and Lizzie, finding herself to be, as she told herself, unstrung, fell also into novel reading. She had intended during this vacant time to master the Fairy Queen, but the Fairy Queen fared even worse than Queen Mab, and the studies of Portray Castle were confined to novels. For poor Macnulty, if she could only be left alone, this was well enough. To have her meals and her daily walk and her fill of novels, and to be left alone, was all that she asked of the gods. But it was not so with Lady Eustace. She asked much more than that, and was now thoroughly discontented with her own idleness. She was sure that she could have read Spenser from sunrise to sundown, with no other break than an hour or two given to Shelley, if only there had been some one to sympathize with her in her readings. But there was no one, and she was very cross. Then there came a letter to her from her cousin, which for that morning brought some life back to the castle. "I have seen Lord Fawn," said the letter, "and I have also seen Mr. Camperdown. As it would be very hard to explain what took place at these interviews by letter, and I shall be at Portray Castle on the 20th, I will not make the attempt. We shall go down by the night train, and I will get over to you as soon as I have dressed and had my breakfast. I suppose I can find some kind of a pony for the journey. The "we" consists of myself and my friend Mr. Harriot, a man whom I think you will like, if you will condescend to see him, though he is a barrister like myself. You need express no immediate condescension in his favour, as I shall of course come over alone on Wednesday morning. Yours always affectionately, F. G." The letter she received on the Sunday morning, and as the Wednesday named for Frank's coming was the next Wednesday, and was close at hand, she was in rather a better humour than she had displayed since the poets had failed her. "What a blessing it will be," she said, "to have somebody to speak to." This was not complimentary, but Miss Macnulty did not want compliments. "Yes, indeed," she said, "of course you will be glad to see your cousin." "I shall be glad to see anything in the shape of a man. I declare that I have felt almost inclined to ask the minister from Craigie to elope with me." "He has got 7 children," said Miss Macnulty. "Yes, poor man, and a wife, and not more than enough to live upon. I dare say he would have come. By the by, I wonder whether there's a pony about the place." A pony? Miss Macnulty of course supposed that it was needed for the purpose of the suggested elopement. "Yes, I suppose you know what a pony is. Of course there ought to be a shooting pony at the cottage for these men. My poor head has so many things to work upon that I had forgotten it. And you're never any good at thinking of things. I did not know that gentlemen wanted ponies for shooting." "I wonder what you do know. Of course there must be a pony." "I suppose you'll want 2?" "No, I shan't. You don't suppose that men always go riding about? But I want one. What had I better do?" Miss Macnulty suggested that Gowran should be consulted. Now Gowran was the steward and bailiff and manager and factotum about the place, who bought a cow or sold one if occasion required, and saw that nobody stole anything, and who knew the boundaries of the farms and all about the tenants, and looked after the pipes when frost came, and was an honest, domineering, hard-working, intelligent Scotchman, who had been brought up to love the Eustaces, and who hated his present mistress with all his heart. He did not leave her service, having an idea in his mind that it was now the great duty of his life to save Portray from her ravages. Lizzie fully returned the compliment of the hatred, and was determined to rid herself of Andy Gowran's services as soon as possible. He had been called Andy by the late Sir Florian, and though every one else about the place called him Mr. Gowran, Lady Eustace thought it became her, as the man's mistress, to treat him as he had been treated by the late master. So she called him Andy, but she was resolved to get rid of him as soon as she should dare. There were things which it was essential that somebody about the place should know, and no one knew them but Mr. Gowran. Every servant in the castle might rob her, were it not for the protection afforded by Mr. Gowran. In that affair of the garden, it was Mr. Gowran who had enabled her to conquer the horticultural Leviathan who had oppressed her, and who, in point of wages, had been a much bigger man than Mr. Gowran himself. She trusted Mr. Gowran and hated him, whereas Mr. Gowran hated her and did not trust her. I believe you think that nothing can be done at Portray except by that man, said Lady Eustace. He'll know how much you ought to pay for the pony. Yes, and get some brute not fit for my cousin to ride, on purpose, perhaps, to break his neck. Then I should ask Mr. MacCallum, the postmaster of Troon, for I have seen 3 or 4 very quiet-looking ponies standing in the carts at his door. Macnulty, if there ever was an idiot, you are one, said Lady Eustace, throwing up her hands. To think that I should get a pony for my cousin Frank out of one of the mail carts. I dare say I am an idiot, said Miss Macnulty, resuming her novel. Lady Eustace was, of course, obliged to have recourse to Gowran, to whom she applied on the Monday morning. Not even Lizzie Eustace, on behalf of her cousin Frank, would have dared to disturb Mr. Gowran with considerations respecting a pony on the Sabbath. On the Monday morning she found Mr. Gowran superintending 4 boys and 3 old women, who were making a bit of her ladyship's hay on the ground above the castle. The ground above the castle was poor and exposed, and her ladyship's hay was apt to be laid. Andy, she said, I shall want to get a pony for the gentlemen who are coming to the cottage. It must be there by Tuesday evening. A pony, my lady? Yes, a pony. I suppose a pony may be purchased in Ayrshire, though of all places in the world it seems to have the fewest of the comforts of life. Them as find it like that, my lady, needn't bide there. Never mind. You will have the kindness to have a pony purchased and put into the stables of the cottage on Tuesday afternoon. There are stables, no doubt. Oh, aye, there's shelter, no doubt, for more ponies than they'll ride. When the cottage was bigot, my lady, there was no cause for sparing nowt. Andy Gowran was continually throwing her comparative poverty in poor Lizzie's teeth, and there was nothing he could do which displeased her more. And I needn't spare my cousin the use of a pony, she said grandiloquently, but feeling as she did so that she was exposing herself before the man. You'll have the goodness to procure one for him on Tuesday. But there ain't its, nor yet father, nor nowt for bedding down, and what's to tent the pony? There's more in keeping a pony than your ladyship thinks. It'll be a matter of 18 and 6pence a week, will a pony. Mr. Gowran, as he expressed his prudential scruples, put a very strong emphasis indeed on the 6pence. Very well, let it be so. And there'll be the beastie to buy, my lady. He'll be a lump of money, my lady. Ponies ain't to be had for nowt in Ayrshire, as was once, my lady. Of course I must pay for him. He'll be a matter of 10 pound, my lady. Very well. Or it may be 12, just as likely. and Mr. Gowran shook his head at his mistress in a most uncomfortable way. It was not surprising that she should hate him. "You must give the proper price, of course." "There ain't no proper prices for pownies, as there is for jewels and sich like." If this was intended for sarcasm upon Lady Eustace in regard to her diamonds, Mr. Gowran ought to have been dismissed on the spot. In such a case no English jury would have given him his current wages. "And he'll be to sell again, my lady?" "We shall see about that afterwards." "You'll never let him eat his head off there all the winter. He'll be to sell, and the gentles ride him maybe once across the hillside out and back. As to the grouse, they can't catch them with the powny, for there ain't none to catch." There had been 2 keepers on the mountains, men who were paid 5 or 6 shillings a week to look after the game, in addition to their other callings, and one of these had been sent away, actually in obedience to Gowran's advice, so that this blow was cruel and unmanly. He made it, too, as severe as he could by another shake of his head. "Do you mean to tell me that my cousin cannot be supplied with an animal to ride upon?" "My lady, I've said nut of the kind. There ain't no useful animal as I kens the name and nature of as he can't have in Ayrshire, for paying for it, my lady. Horse, pony, or ass, just whatever you please, my lady. But there'll be a saddle—" "A what?" There can be no doubt that Gowran purposely slurred the word so that his mistress should not understand him. "Settles don't come for nowt, my lady, though it be Ayrshire." "I don't understand what it is that you say, Andy." "A settle, my lady," and he shouting the word at her at the top of his voice, "and a bridle. I suppose as your ladyship's cousin don't ride bareback up in London." "Of course there must be the necessary horse furniture," said Lady Eustace, retiring to the castle. Andy Gowran had certainly ill-used her, and she swore that she would have revenge. Nor when she was informed on the Tuesday that an adequate pony had been hired for 18d. a day, saddle, bridle, groom, and all included, was her heart at all softened towards Mr. Gowran. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Frank Greystock's first visit to Portray. Had Frank Greystock known all that his cousin endured for his comfort, would he have been grateful? Women, when they are fond of men, do think much of men's comfort in small matters, and men are apt to take the good things provided almost as a matter of course. When Frank Greystock and Harriet reached the cottage about 9 o'clock in the morning, having left London overnight by the limited mail train, the pony at once presented itself to them. It was a little, shaggy, black beast, with a boy almost as shaggy as itself, but they were both good of their kind. "Oh, you're the laddie with the pony, are you?" said Frank, in answer to an announcement made to him by the boy. He did at once perceive that Lizzie had taken notice of the word in his note, in which he had suggested that some means of getting over to Portray would be needed, and he learned from the fact that she was thinking of him and anxious to see him. His friend was a man a couple of years younger than himself, who had hitherto achieved no success at the bar, but who was nevertheless a clever, diligent, well-instructed man. He was what the world calls penniless, having an income from his father just sufficient to keep him like a gentleman. He was not much known as a sportsman, his opportunities for shooting not having been great, but he dearly loved the hills and fresh air, and the few grouse which were, or were not, on Lady Eustace's mountains would go as far with him as they would with any man. Before he had consented to come with Frank, he had especially inquired whether there was a gamekeeper, and it was not till he had been assured that there was no officer attached to the estate worthy of such a name that he had consented to come upon his present expedition. "I don't clearly know what a gillie is," he said, in answer to one of Frank's explanations. "If a gillie means a lad without any breeches on, I don't mind, but I couldn't stand a severe man got up in well-made velveteens, who would see through my ignorance in a moment, and make known by comment the fact that he had done so." Greystock had promised that there should be no severity, and Harriet had come. Greystock brought with him 2 guns, 2 fishing rods, a manservant, and a huge hamper from Fortnum and Mason's. Arthur Harriet, whom the attorneys had not yet loved, brought some very thick boots, a pair of knickerbockers, together with Stone and Toddy's Digest of the Common Law. The best of the legal profession consists in this, that when you get fairly at work, you may give over working. An aspirant must learn everything, but a man may make his fortune at it, and know almost nothing. He may examine a witness with judgment, see through a case with precision, address a jury with eloquence, and yet be altogether ignorant of law. But he must be believed to be a very pundit before he will get a chance of exercising his judgment, his precision, or his eloquence. The men whose names are always in the newspapers never look at their Stone and Toddy, care for it not at all, have their Stone and Toddy got up for them by their juniors when cases require that reference shall be made to precedents. But till that blessed time has come, a barrister who means success should carry his Stone and Toddy with him everywhere. Greystock never thought of the law now, unless he had some special case in hand, but Harriet could not afford to go out on his holiday without 2 volumes of Stone and Toddy's Digest in his portmanteau. "You wouldn't mind being left alone for the first morning," said Frank, as soon as they had finished the contents of one of the pots from Fortnum and Mason. "Not in the least. Stone and Toddy will carry me through. I'd go on the mountain if I were you, and get into a habit of steady loading. Perhaps I will take a turn, just to find out how I feel in the knickerbockers. At what time shall I dine, if you don't come back?" "I shall certainly be here to dinner," said Frank, "unless the pony fails me, or I get lost on the mountain." Then he started, and Harriet at once went to work on Stone and Toddy with a pipe in his mouth. He had travelled all night, and it is hardly necessary to say that in 5 minutes he was fast asleep. So also had Frank travelled all night, but the pony and the fresh air kept him awake. The boy had offered to go with him, but that he had altogether refused, and therefore to his other cares was added that of finding his way. The sweep of the valleys, however, is long and not abrupt, and he could hardly miss his road if he would only make one judicious turn through a gap in a certain wall which lay half-way between the cottage and the castle. He was thinking of the work in hand, and he found the gap without difficulty. When through that he ascended the hill for 2 miles, and then the sea was before him, and Portray Castle, lying, as it seemed to him at that distance, close upon the seashore. "Upon my word, Lizzie has not done badly for herself," he said almost aloud, as he looked down upon the fair sight beneath him, and round upon the mountains, and remembered that, for her life at least, it was all hers, and after her death would belong to her son. What more does any human being desire of such a property than that? He rode down to the great doorway. The mountain track which fell on to the road about half a mile from the castle having been plain enough, and there he gave up the pony into the hands of no less a man than Mr. Gowran himself. Gowran had watched the pony coming down the mountain side, and had desired to see of what like was her ladyship's cousin. In telling the whole truth of Mr. Gowran, it must be acknowledged that he thought that his late master had made a very great mistake in the matter of his marriage. He could not imagine bad things enough of Lady Eustace, and almost believed that she was not now, and hadn't been before her marriage, any better than she should be. The name of Admiral Greystock, as having been the father of his mistress, had indeed reached his ears, but Andy Gowran was a suspicious man, and felt no confidence even in an admiral, in regard to whom he heard nothing of his having or having had a wife. "It's my firm opinion she's just nobody, and were," he had said more than once to his own wife, nodding his head with great emphasis at the last word. He was very anxious, therefore, to see her ladyship's cousin. Mr. Gowran thought that he knew a gentleman when he saw one. He thought also that he knew a lady, and that he didn't see one when he was engaged with his mistress. Cousin, indeed! For the matter of that, any man that comes the way may be called a cousin. So Mr. Gowran was on the grand sweep before the garden gate, and took the pony from Frank's hand. "Is Lady Eustace at home?" Frank asked. Mr. Gowran perceived that Frank was a gentleman, and was disappointed. And Frank didn't come as a man comes who calls himself by a false name, and pretends to be an honest cousin, when in fact he is something, oh, ever so wicked. Mr. Gowran, who was a stern moralist, was certainly disappointed at Frank's appearance. Lizzie was in a little sitting-room, reached by a long passage, with steps in the middle, at some corner of the castle, which seemed a long way from the great door. It was a cheerful little room, with chintz curtains, and a few shelves laden with brightly bound books, which had been prepared for Lizzie immediately on her marriage. It looked out upon the sea, and she had almost taught herself to think that here she had sat with her adored Florian, gazing in mutual ecstasy upon the wide expanse of glittering waves. She was lying back in a low armchair as her cousin entered, and she did not rise to receive him. Of course she was alone, Miss Macnulty having received a suggestion that it would be well that she should do a little gardening in the moat. "Well, Frank," she said, with her sweetest smile, as she gave him her hand. She felt and understood the extreme intimacy which would be implied by her not rising to receive him. As she could not rush into his arms, there was no device by which she could more clearly show to him how close she regarded his friendship. "So I am at Portray Castle at last," he said, still holding her hand. "Yes, at the dullest, dreariest, deadliest spot in all Christendom, I think, if Ayrshire be Christendom. But never mind about that now. Perhaps as you are at the other side of the mountain at the cottage, we shall find it less dull here at the castle. I thought you were to be so happy here. Sit down, and we'll talk it all over by degrees. What will you have, breakfast or lunch?" "Neither, thank you." "Of course you'll stay to dinner." "No, indeed. I've a man there at the cottage with me who would cut his throat in his solitude." "Let him cut his throat. But never mind now. As for being happy, women are never happy without men. I needn't tell any lies to you, you know. What makes me sure that this fuss about making men and women all the same must be wrong is just the fact that men can get along without women, and women can't without men. My life has been a burthen to me. But never mind. Tell me about my lord and master. Lord Fawn? Who else? What other lord and master? My bosom's own, my heart's best hope, my spot of terra firma, my cool running brook of fresh water, my rock, my love, my lord, my all. Is he always thinking of his absent Lizzie? Does he still toil at Downing Street? Oh, dear, do you remember, Frank, when he told us that one of us must remain in town? I have seen him. So you wrote me word. And I have seen a very obstinate, pig-headed, but nevertheless honest and truth-speaking gentleman. Frank, I don't care twopence for his honesty and truth, if he ill-treats me. Then she paused. Looking into his face, she had seen at once, by the manner in which he had taken her badinage without a smile, that it was necessary that she should be serious as to her matrimonial prospects. I suppose I had better let you tell your story, she said, and I will sit and listen. He means to ill-treat you, and you will let him? You had better listen, as you promised Lizzie. He declares that the marriage must be off at once, unless you will send those diamonds to Mr. Camperdown or to the jewellers. And by what law or rule does he justify himself in a decision so monstrous? Is he prepared to prove that the property is not my own? If you ask me my opinion as a lawyer, I doubt whether any such proof can be shown. But as a man and a friend, I do advise you to give them up. Never! You must, of course, judge for yourself, but that is my advice. You had better, however, hear my whole story. Certainly, said Lizzie. Her whole manner was now changed. She had extricated herself from the crouching position in which her feet, her curl, her arms, her whole body had been so arranged as to combine the charm of her beauty with the charm of proffered intimacy. Her dress was such as a woman would wear to receive her brother, and yet it had been studied. She had no gems about her but what she might well wear in her ordinary life, and yet the very rings on her fingers had not been put on without reference to her cousin Frank. Her position had been one of lounging ease, such as a woman might adopt when all alone, giving herself all the luxuries of solitude. But she had adopted it in special reference to cousin Frank. Now she was in earnest, with business before her, and though it may be said of her that she could never forget her appearance in presence of a man whom she desired to please, her curl and rings and attitude were for the moment in the background. She had seated herself on a common chair, with her hands upon the table. She was looking into Frank's face with eager, eloquent, and combative eyes. She would take his law because she believed in it, but as far as she could see as yet, she would not take his advice unless it were backed by his law. Mr. Camperdown, continued Greystock, has consented to prepare a case for opinion, though he will not agree that the Eustace estate shall be bound by that opinion. Then what's the good of it? We shall at least know, all of us, what is the opinion of some lawyer qualified to understand the circumstances of the case. Why isn't your opinion as good as that of any lawyer? I couldn't give an opinion, not otherwise than as a private friend to you, which is worth nothing, unless for your private guidance. Mr. Camperdown, I don't care one straw for Mr. Camperdown. Just let me finish. Oh, certainly, and you mustn't be angry with me, Frank. The matter is so much to me, isn't it? I won't be angry. Do I look as if I were angry? Mr. Camperdown is right. I dare say he may be what you call right, but I don't care about Mr. Camperdown a bit. He has no power, nor has John Eustace any power, to decide that the property which may belong to a third person shall be jeopardized by any arbitration. The third person could not be made to lose his legal right by any such arbitration, and his claim, if made, would still have to be tried. Who is the third person, Frank? Your own child at present. And will not he have it anyway? Camperdown and John Eustace say that it belongs to him at present. It is a point that, no doubt, should be settled. To whom do you say that it belongs? That is a question I am not prepared to answer. To whom do you think that it belongs? I have refused to look at a single paper on the subject, and my opinion is worth nothing. From what I have heard in conversation with Mr. Camperdown and John Eustace, I cannot find that they make their case good. Nor can I, said Lizzie. A case is to be prepared for Mr. Dove. Who is Mr. Dove? Mr. Dove is a barrister, and no doubt a very clever fellow. If his opinion be such as Mr. Camperdown expects, he will at once proceed against you at law for the immediate recovery of the necklace. I shall be ready for him, said Lizzie, and as she spoke all her little feminine softnesses were for the moment laid aside. If Mr. Dove's opinion be in your favour— Well, said Lizzie, what then? In that case, Mr. Camperdown, acting on behalf of John Eustace and young Florian— How dreadful it is to hear of my bitterest enemy acting on behalf of my own child, said Lizzie, holding up her hands piteously. Well, in that case, Mr. Camperdown will serve you with some notice that the jewels are not yours, to part with them as you may please. But they will be mine. He says not, but in such case he will content himself with taking steps which may prevent you from selling them. Who says that I want to sell them? Demanded Lizzie indignantly. Or from giving them away, say to a second husband. How little they know me! Now I have told you all about Mr. Camperdown. Yes, and the next thing is to tell you about Lord Fawn. That is everything. I care nothing for Mr. Camperdown, nor yet for Mr. Dove, if that is his absurd name. Lord Fawn is of more moment to me, though indeed he has given me but little cause to say so. In the first place, I must explain to you that Lord Fawn is very unhappy. He may thank himself for it. He is pulled this way and that, and is half distraught, but he has stated with as much positive assurance as such a man can assume that the match must be regarded as broken off unless you will at once restore the necklace. He does? He has commissioned me to give you that message, and it is my duty, Lizzie, as your friend, to tell you my conviction that he repents his engagement. She now rose from her chair and began to walk about the room. He shall not go back from it. He shall learn that I am not a creature at his own disposal in that way. He shall find that I have some strength, if you have none. What would you have me do? Taken him by the throat, said Lizzie. Taking by the throat in these days seldom forwards any object, unless the taken one be known to the police. I think Lord Fawn is behaving very badly, and I have told him so. No doubt he is under the influence of others, mother and sisters, who are not friendly to you. False-faced idiots, said Lizzie. He himself is somewhat afraid of me. He is much afraid of you, is afraid of what people will say of him. And to give him his due, is afraid also of doing what is wrong. He is timid, weak, conscientious, and wretched. If you have set your heart upon marrying him—" "My heart," said Lizzie scornfully. "Or your mind, you can have him by simply sending the diamonds to the jewelers. Whatever may be his wishes, in that case he will redeem his word. Not for him or all that belongs to him. It wouldn't be much. He's just a pauper with a name. Then your loss will be so much the less. But what right has he to treat me so? Did you ever before hear of such a thing? Why is he to be allowed to go back, without punishment, more than another? What punishment would you wish? That he should be beaten within an inch of his life, and if the inch were not there I should not complain. And I am to do it, to my absolute ruin, and to your great injury? I think I could almost do it myself," and Lizzie raised her hand as though there were some weapon in it. "But, Frank, there must be something. You wouldn't have me sit down and bear it. All the world has been told of the engagement. There must be some punishment. You would not wish to have an action brought for breach of promise." "I would wish to do whatever would hurt him most, without hurting myself," said Lizzie. "You won't give up the necklace," said Frank. "Certainly not," said Lizzie. "Give it up for his sake, a man that I have always despised? Then you had better let him go." "I will not let him go. What, to be pointed at as the woman that Lord Fawn had jilted? Never! My necklace should be nothing more to him than this ring." And she drew from her finger a little circlet of gold with a stone, for which she had owed Messrs. Harder and Benjamin 35 pounds, till Sir Florian had settled that account for her. "What cause can he give for such treatment?" "He acknowledges that there is no cause which he can state openly." "And am I to bear it? And is it you that tell me so? Oh, Frank!" "Let us understand each other, Lizzie. I will not fight him, that is, with pistols, nor will I attempt to thrash him. It would be useless to argue whether public opinion is right or wrong. But public opinion is now so much opposed to that sort of thing, that it is out of the question. I should injure your position and destroy my own. If you mean to quarrel with me on that score, you had better say so." Perhaps at that moment he almost wished that she would quarrel with him, but she was otherwise disposed. "Oh, Frank," she said, "do not desert me." "I will not desert you." "You feel that I am ill-used, Frank?" "I do. I think that his conduct is inexcusable." "And there is to be no punishment?" she asked, with that strong indignation at injustice which the unjust always feel when they are injured. "If you carry yourself well, quietly and with dignity, the world will punish him." "I don't believe a bit of it. I am not a patient Grizel who can content myself with heaping benefits on those who injure me, and then thinking that they are coals of fire. Lucy Morris is one of that sort." Frank ought to have resented the attack, but he did not. "I have no such tame virtues. I'll tell him to his face what he is. I'll lead him such a life that he shall be sick of the very name of necklace." "You cannot ask him to marry you." "I will." "What, not ask a man to keep his promise when you are engaged to him? I am not going to be such a girl as that." "You do love him, then?" "Love him? I hate him. I always despised him, and now I hate him." "And yet you would marry him?" "Not for worlds, Frank. No. Because you advised me, I thought that I would do so." "Yes, you did, Frank. But for you I would never have dreamed of taking him. You know, Frank, how it was when you told me of him and wouldn't come to me yourself." Now again she was sitting close to him, and had her hand upon his arm. "No, Frank, even to please you, I could not marry him now. But I'll tell you what I'll do. He shall ask me again. In spite of those idiots at Richmond, he shall kneel at my feet, necklace or no necklace, and then I'll tell him what I think of him. Marry him! I would not touch him with a pair of tongs." As she said this, she was holding her cousin fast by the hand. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Showing what Frank Greystock thought about marriage. It had not been much after noon when Frank Greystock reached Portray Castle, and it was very nearly 5 when he left it. Of course, he had lunched with the 2 ladies, and as the conversation before lunch had been long and interesting, they did not sit down till near 3. Then Lizzie had taken him out to show him the grounds and garden, and they had clambered together down to the sea-beach. "Leave me here," she had said, when he had insisted on going because of his friend at the cottage. When he suggested that she would want help to climb back up the rocks to the castle, she shook her head, as though her heart was too full to admit of a consideration so trifling. "My thoughts flow more freely here with the surge of the water in my ears than they will with that old woman droning to me. I come here often, and know every rock and every stone." That was not exactly true, as she had never been down but once before. "You mean to come again?" He told her that of course he should come again. "I will name neither day nor hour. I have nothing to take me away. If I am not at the castle, I shall be at this spot. Good-bye, Frank." He took her in his arms and kissed her, of course as a brother, and then he clambered up, got on his pony, and rode away. "I dinna ken just what to make of him," said Gorin to his wife. "Maybe he is her cousin, but cousins are nae that sib that a widow is to be hailed about just an as though she were any queen at a fair." From which it may be inferred that Mr. Gowran had watched the pair as they were descending together towards the shore. Frank had so much to think of, riding back to the cottage, that when he came to the gap, instead of turning round along the wall down the valley, he took the track right on across the mountain and lost his way. He had meant to be back at the cottage by 3 or 4, and yet had made his visit to the castle so long that without any losing of his way he could not have been there before 7. As it was, when that hour arrived, he was up on the top of a hill, and could again see Portray Castle clustering down close upon the sea, and the thin belt of trees and the shining water beyond. But of the road to the cottage he knew nothing. For a moment he thought of returning to Portray, till he had taught himself to perceive that the distance was much greater than it had been from the spot at which he had first seen the castle in the morning. And then he turned his pony round and descended on the other side. His mind was very full of Lizzie Eustace, and full also of Lucy Morris. If it were to be asserted here that a young man may be perfectly true to a first young woman while he is falling in love with a second, the readers of this story would probably be offended. But undoubtedly many men believe themselves to be quite true while undergoing this process, and many young women expect nothing else from their lovers. If only he will come right at last, they are contented. And if he don't come right at all, it is the way of the world, and the game has to be played over again. Lucy Morris, no doubt, had lived a life too retired for the learning of such useful forbearance, but Frank Greystock was quite a proficient. He still considered himself to be true to Lucy Morris, with a truth seldom found in this degenerate age, with a truth to which he intended to sacrifice some of the brightest hopes of his life, with a truth which, after much thought, he had generously preferred to his ambition. Perhaps there was found some shade of regret to tinge the merit which he assumed on this head, in respect of the bright things which it would be necessary that he should abandon. But if so, the feeling only assisted him in defending his present conduct from any aspersions his conscience might bring against it. He intended to marry Lucy Morris, without a shilling, without position, a girl who had earned her bread as a governess, simply because he loved her. It was a wonder to himself that he, a lawyer, a man of the world, a member of Parliament, one who had been steeped up to his shoulders in the ways of the world, would still be so pure as to be capable of such a sacrifice. But it was so, and the sacrifice would undoubtedly be made, some day. It would be absurd in one conscious of such high merit to be afraid of the ordinary social incidents of life. It is the debauched, broken drunkard who should become a teetotaler, and not the healthy, hard-working father of a family who never drinks a drop of wine till dinner-time. He did not need to be afraid of a glass of champagne when, on a chance occasion, he goes to a picnic. Frank Greystock was now going to his picnic, and though he meant to be true to Lucy Morris, he had enjoyed his glass of champagne with Lizzie Eustace under the rocks. He was thinking a good deal of his champagne when he lost his way. What a wonderful woman was his cousin Lizzie, and so unlike any other girl he had ever seen. How full she was of energy, how courageous, and then how beautiful. No doubt her special treatment of him was sheer flattery. He told himself that it was so. But, after all, flattery is agreeable. That she did like him better than anybody else was probable. He could have no feeling of the injustice he might do to the heart of a woman who, at the very moment that she was expressing her partiality for him, was also expressing her anger that another man would not consent to marry her. And then women who have had one husband already are not like young girls in respect to their hearts. So at least thought Frank Greystock. Then he remembered the time at which he had intended to ask Lizzie to be his wife, the very day on which he would have done so had he been able to get away from that early division at the house, and he asked himself whether he felt any regret on that score. It would have been very nice to come down to Portray Castle as to his own mansion after the work of the courts and of the session. Had Lizzie become his wife, her fortune would have helped him to the very highest steps beneath the throne. At present he was almost nobody, because he was so poor and in debt. It was so, undoubtedly. But what did all that matter in comparison with the love of Lucy Morris? A man is bound to be true, and he would be true. Only, as a matter of course, Lucy must wait. When he had first kissed his cousin up in London, she suggested that the kiss was given as by a brother, and asserted that it was accepted as by a sister. He had not demurred, having been allowed the kiss. Nothing of the kind had been said under the rocks to-day, but then that fraternal arrangement, when once made and accepted, remains, no doubt, in force for a long time. He did like his cousin Lizzie. He liked to feel that he could be her friend, with the power of domineering over her. She also was fond of her own way, and loved to domineer herself, but the moment that he suggested to her that there might be a quarrel, she was reduced to a prayer that he would not desert her. Such a friendship has charms for a young man, especially if the lady be pretty. As to Lizzie's prettiness, no man or woman could entertain a doubt, and she had a way of making the most of herself which it was very hard to resist. Some young women, when they clamber over rocks, are awkward, heavy, unattractive, and troublesome, but Lizzie had at one moment touched him as a fairy might have done, had sprung at another from stone to stone, requiring no help, and then on a sudden had become so powerless that he had been forced almost to carry her in his arms. That probably must have been the moment which induced Mr. Gowran to liken her to a queen at a fair. But undoubtedly there might be trouble. Frank was sufficiently experienced in the ways of the world to know that trouble would sometimes come from young ladies who treat young men like their brothers, when those young men are engaged to other young ladies. The other young ladies are apt to disapprove of brothers who are not brothers by absolute right of birth. He knew also that all the circumstances of his cousin's position would make it expedient that she should marry a second husband. As he could not be that second husband, that matter was settled, whether for good or bad. Was he not creating trouble both for her and for himself? Then there arose in his mind a feeling, very strange, but by no means uncommon, that prudence on his part would be mean, because by such prudence he would be securing safety for himself as well as for her. What he was doing was not only imprudent, but wrong also. He knew that it was so. But Lizzie Eustace was a pretty young woman, and when a pretty young woman is in the case, a man is bound to think neither of what is prudent nor of what is right. Such was perhaps his instinct rather than his theory. For her sake, if not for his own, he should have abstained. She was his cousin, and was so placed in the world as specially to require some strong hand to help her. He knew her to be, in truth, heartless, false, and greedy, but she had so lived that even yet her future life might be successful. He had called himself her friend as well as cousin, and was bound to protect her from evil, if protection were possible. But he was adding to all her difficulties, because she pretended to be in love with him. He knew that it was pretense, and yet because she was pretty, and because he was a man, he could not save her from herself. "It doesn't do to be wiser than other men," he said to himself as he looked around about on the bare hillside. In the meantime he had altogether lost his way. It was between 9 and 10 when he reached the cottage. "Of course you have dined," said Harriet. "Not a bit of it. I left before 5, being sure that I could get here in an hour and a half. I have been riding up and down these dreary hills for nearly 5 hours. You have dined?" "There was a neck of mutton and a chicken. She said the neck of mutton would keep hot best, so I took the chicken. I hope you like lukewarm neck of mutton." "I'm hungry enough to eat anything, not but what I had a first-rate luncheon. What have you done all day?" "Stone and toddy," said Harriet. "Stick to that. If anything can pull you through, stone and toddy will. I lived upon them for 2 years." Stone and toddy with a little tobacco, have been all my comfort. I began, however, by sleeping for a few hours. Then I went upon the mountains. Did you take a gun? I took it out of the case, but it didn't come right, and so I left it. A man came to me and said he was the keeper. He'd have put the gun right for you. I was too bashful for that. I persuaded him that I wanted to go out alone and see what birds there were, and at last I induced him to stay here with the old woman. He's to be at the cottage at 9 tomorrow. I hope that is all right. In the evening, as they smoked and drank whiskey and water, probably supposing that to be correct in Ayrshire, they were led on by the combined warmth of the spirit, the tobacco, and their friendship, to talk about women. Frank, some month or 6 weeks past, in a moment of soft confidence, had told his friend of his engagement with Lucy Morris. Of Lizzie Eustace he had spoken only as of a cousin whose interests were dear to him. Her engagement with Lord Fawn was known to all London, and was therefore known to Arthur Herriot. Some distant rumour, however, had reached him that the course of true love was not running quite smooth, and therefore on that subject he would not speak, at any rate till Greystock should first mention it. How odd it is to find 2 women living all alone in a great house like that, Frank had said, because so few women have the means to live in large houses, unless they live with fathers or husbands. The truth is, said Frank, that women don't do well alone. There is always a savour of misfortune, or at least of melancholy, about a household which has no man to look after it. With us generally, old maids don't keep houses, and widows marry again. No doubt it was an unconscious appreciation of this feeling which brought about the burning of Indian widows. There is an unfitness in women for solitude. A female Prometheus, even without a vulture, would indicate cruelty worse than even Jove's. A woman should marry, once, twice, and thrice, if necessary. Women can't marry without men to marry them. Frank Greystock filled his pipe as he went on with his lecture. That idea as to the great number of women is all nonsense. Of course we are speaking of our own kind of men and women, and the disproportion of the numbers in so small a division of the population amounts to nothing. We have no statistics to tell us whether there be any such disproportion in classes where men do not die early from overwork. More females are born than males. That's more than I know. As one of the legislators of the country, I am prepared to state that statistics are always false. What we have to do is to induce men to marry. We can't do it by statute. No, thank God, nor yet by fashion. Fashion seems to be going the other way, said Harriet. It can only be done by education and conscience. Take men of 40 all round, men of our own class. You believe that the married men are happier than the unmarried? I want an answer, you know, just for the sake of the argument. I think the married men are the happier, but you speak as the fox who had lost his tail, or at any rate as a fox in the act of losing it. Never mind my tail. If morality in life and enlarged affections are conducive to happiness, it must be so. Short commons and unpaid bills are conducive to misery. That's what I should say if I wanted to oppose you. I never came across a man willing to speak the truth who did not admit that, in the long run, married men are the happier. As regards women, there isn't even ground for an argument, and yet men don't marry. They can't. You mean there isn't food enough in the world. The man fears that he won't get enough of what there is for his wife and family. The labourer with 12 shillings a week has no such fear, and if he did marry, the food would come. It isn't that. The man is unconscientious and ignorant as to the sources of true happiness, and won't submit himself to cold mutton and 3 clean sheets a week, not because he dislikes mutton and dirty linen himself, but because the world says they are vulgar. That's the feeling that keeps you from marrying, Harriet." "As for me," said Harriet, "I regard myself as so placed that I do not dare to think of a young woman of my own rank except as a creature that must be foreign to me. I cannot make such a one my friend as I would a man, because I should be in love with her at once, and I do not dare to be in love, because I would not see a wife and children starve. I regard my position as one of enforced monasticism, and myself as a monk under the cruelest compulsion. I often wish that I had been brought up as a journeyman hatter." "Why a hatter? I'm told it's an active sort of life. You're fast asleep, and I was just now, when you were preaching. We'd better go to bed. 9 o'clock for breakfast, I suppose." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Dove's Opinion. Mr. Thomas Dove, familiarly known among clubmen, attorneys, clerks, and perhaps even among judges when very far from their seats of judgment, as Turtle Dove, was a counsel learned in the law. He was a counsel so learned in the law that there was no question within the limits of an attorney's capability of putting to him that he could not answer with the aid of his books. And when he had once given an opinion, all Westminster could not move him from it, nor could Chancery Lane and Lincoln's Inn and the Temple added to Westminster. When Mr. Dove had once been positive, no man on earth was more positive. It behooved him, therefore, to be right when he was positive, and though whether right or wrong he was equally stubborn, it must be acknowledged that he was seldom proved to be wrong. Consequently, the attorneys believed in him, and he prospered. He was a thin man, over 50 years of age, very full of scorn and wrath, impatient of a fool, and thinking most men to be fools, afraid of nothing on earth, and, so his enemies said, of nothing elsewhere, eaten up by conceit, fond of law, but fonder perhaps of dominion, soft as milk to those who acknowledged his power, but a tyrant to all who contested it, conscientious, thoughtful, sarcastic, bright-witted, and laborious. He was a man who never spared himself. If he had a case in hand, though the interest to himself in it was almost nothing, he would rob himself of rest for a week, should a point arise which required such labor. It was the theory of Mr. Dove's life that he would never be beaten. Perhaps it was some fear in this respect that had kept him from Parliament and confined him to the courts and the company of attorneys. He was in truth a married man with a family, but they who knew him as the terror of opponents and as the divulger of legal opinions heard nothing of his wife and children. He kept all such matters quite to himself, and was not given to much social intercourse with those among whom his work lay. Out at Streatham, where he lived, Mrs. Dove probably had her circle of acquaintance, but Mr. Dove's domestic life and his forensic life were kept quite separate. At the present moment, Mr. Dove is interesting to us solely as being the learned counsel in whom Mr. Camperdown trusted. to whom Mr. Camperdown was willing to trust for an opinion in so grave a matter as that of the Eustace Diamonds. A case was made out and submitted to Mr. Dove immediately after that scene on the pavement in Mount Street, at which Mr. Camperdown had endeavoured to induce Lizzie to give up the necklace. And the following is the opinion which Mr. Dove gave. There is much error about heirlooms. Many think that any chattel may be made an heirloom by any owner of it. This is not the case. The law, however, does recognize heirlooms, as to which the executors or administrators are excluded in favor of the successor, and when there are such heirlooms, they go to the heir by special custom. Any device of an heirloom is necessarily void, for the will takes place after death, and the heirloom is already vested in the heir by custom. We have it from Littleton that law prefers custom to device. Brooks says that the best thing of every sort may be an heirloom, such as the best bed, the best table, the best pot or pan. Coke says that heirlooms are so by custom and not by law. Spellman says in defining an heirloom that it may be omne utensil robustius, which would exclude a necklace. In the terms de ley, it is defined as ascen parcel de utensilis. We are told in Coke upon Littleton that crown jewels are heirlooms, which decision, as far as it goes, denies the right to other jewels. Certain chattels may undoubtedly be held and claimed as being in the nature of heirlooms, as swords, pennons of honour, garter and collar of SS, see case of the Earl of Northumberland, and that of the Pussy horn, Pussy versus Pussy. The journals of the House of Lords, delivered officially to peers, may be so claimed. See Upton v. Lord Ferrers. A deviser may clearly devise or limit the possession of chattels, making them inalienable by devisees in succession, but in such cases they will become the absolute possession of the first person seized in tail, even though an infant, and in case of death without will would go to the executors. Such arrangement, therefore, can only hold good for lives in existence and for 21 years afterwards. Chattels so secured would not be heirlooms. See Carr versus Lord Errol, 14 Vesey, and Rowland v. Morgan. Lord Eldon remarks that such chattels held in families are rather favourites of the court. This was in the Ormond case. Executors, therefore, even when setting aside any claim as for heirlooms, ought not to apply such property in payments of debts unless obliged. The law allows of claims for paraphernalia for widows, and having adjusted such claims, seems to show that the claim may be limited. If a man deliver cloth to his wife and die, she shall have it, though she had not fashioned it into the garment intended. Pearls and jewels, even though only worn on state occasions, may go to the widow as paraphernalia, but with a limit. In the case of Lady Douglas, she, being the daughter of an Irish earl and widow of the king's sergeant, Temp. Car. 1, it was held that £370 was not too much, and she was allowed a diamond and a pearl chain to that value. In 1674, Lord Keeper Finch declared that he would never allow paraphernalia except to the widow of a nobleman. But in 1721, Lord Macclesfield gave Mistress Tipping paraphernalia to the value of £200, whether so persuaded by law and precedent or otherwise may be uncertain. Lord Talbot allowed a gold watch as paraphernalia. Lord Hardwicke went much further and decided that Mrs. Northey was entitled to wear jewels to the value of £3,000. saying that value made no difference, but seems to have limited the nature of her possession in the jewels by declaring her to be entitled to wear them only when full dressed. It is, I think, clear that the Eustace estate cannot claim the jewels as an heirloom. They are last mentioned, and, as far as I know, only mentioned as an heirloom in the will of the great-grandfather of the present baronet, if these be the diamonds then named by him. As such, he could not have devised them to the present claimant, as he died in 1820, and the present claimant is not yet 2 years old. Whether the widow could claim them as paraphernalia is more doubtful. I do not know that Lord Hardwicke's ruling would decide the case, but if so, she would, I think, be debarred from selling, as he limits the use of jewels of lesser value than these, to the wearing of them when full dressed. The use being limited, possession with power of alienation cannot be intended. The lady's claim to them as a gift from her husband amounts to nothing. If they are not hers by will, and it seems that they are not so, she can only hold them as paraphernalia belonging to her station. I presume it to be capable of proof that the diamonds were not in Scotland when Sir Florian made his will or when he died. The former fact might be used as tending to show his intention when the will was made. I understand that he did leave to his widow by will all the chattels in Portray Castle. J.D. 15 August, 18. When Mr. Camperdown had thrice read this opinion, he sat in his chair an unhappy old man. It was undoubtedly the case that he had been a lawyer for upwards of 40 years, and had always believed that any gentleman could make any article of value an heirloom in his family. The title deeds of vast estates had been confided to his keeping, and he had had much to do with property of every kind. And now he was told that, in reference to property of a certain description, property which by its nature could only belong to such as they who were his clients, he had been long without any knowledge whatsoever. He had called this necklace an heirloom to John Eustace above a score of times, and now he was told by Mr. Dove not only that the necklace was not an heirloom, but that it couldn't have been an heirloom. He was a man who trusted much in a barrister, as was natural with an attorney, but he was now almost inclined to doubt Mr. Dove, and he was hardly more at ease in regard to the other clauses of the opinion. Not only could not the estate claim the necklace as an heirloom, but that greedy siren, that heartless snake, that harpy of a widow, for it was thus that Mr. Camperdown in his solitude spoke to himself of poor Lizzie, perhaps throwing in a harder word or two, that female swindler could claim it as paraphernalia. There was a crumb of comfort for him in the thought that he could force her to claim that privilege from a decision of the Court of Queen's Bench, and that her greed would be exposed should she do so, and she could be prevented from selling the diamonds. Mr. Dove seemed to make that quite clear. But then there came that other question as to the inheritance of the property under the husband's will. That Sir Florian had not intended that she should inherit the necklace, Mr. Camperdown was quite certain. On that point he suffered no doubt. But would he be able to prove that the diamonds had never been in Scotland since Sir Florian's marriage? He had traced their history from that date with all the diligence he could use, and he thought that he knew it. But it might be doubtful whether he could prove it. Lady Eustace had so stated before she had learned the importance of any other statement, that Sir Florian had given her the diamonds in London, as they passed through London from Scotland to Italy, and that she had carried them thence to Naples, where Sir Florian had died. If this were so, they could not have been at Portray Castle till she took them there as a widow, and they would undoubtedly be regarded as a portion of that property which Sir Florian habitually kept in London. That this was so, Mr. Camperdown entertained no doubt. But now the widow alleged that Sir Florian had given the necklace to her in Scotland, whither they had gone immediately after their marriage, and that she herself had brought them up to London. They had been married on the 5th of September, and by the jeweller's books it was hard to tell whether the trinket had been given up to Sir Florian on the 4th or 24th of September. On the 24th, Sir Florian and his young bride had undoubtedly been in London. Mr. Camperdown anathematized the carelessness of everybody connected with Messrs. Garnett's establishment. Those sort of people have no more idea of accuracy than he had had of heirlooms, his conscience whispered to him, filling up the blank. Nevertheless, he thought he could prove that the necklace was first put into Lizzie's hands in London. The middle-aged and very discreet man at Messrs. Garnett's, who had given up the jewel case to Sir Florian, was sure that he had known Sir Florian to be a married man when he did so. The lady's maid, who had been in Scotland with Lady Eustace, and who was now living in Turin, having married a courier, had given evidence before an Italian man of law, stating that she had never seen the necklace till she came to London. There were, moreover, the probabilities of the case. Was it likely that Sir Florian should take such a thing down in his pocket to Scotland? And there was the statement as first made by Lady Eustace herself to her cousin Frank, repeated by him to John Eustace, and not to be denied by any one. It was all very well for her now to say that she had forgotten, but would any one believe that on such a subject she could forget? But still the whole thing was very uncomfortable. Mr. Dove's opinion, if seen by Lady Eustace and her friends, would rather fortify them than frighten them. Were she once to get hold of that word paraphernalia, it would be as a tower of strength to her. Mr. Camperdown specially felt this, that whereas he had hitherto believed that no respectable attorney would take up such a case as that of Lady Eustace, he could not now but confess to himself that any lawyer seeing Mr. Dove's opinion would be justified in taking it up. And yet he was as certain as ever that the woman was robbing the estate which it was his duty to guard, and that should he cease to be active in the matter, the necklace would be broken up and the property sold and scattered before a year was out, and then the woman would have got the better of him. "She shall find that we have not done with her yet," he said to himself, as he wrote a line to John Eustace. But John Eustace was out of town as a matter of course, and on the next day Mr. Camperdown himself went down and joined his wife and family at a little cottage which he had at Dawlish. The necklace, however, interfered much with his holiday. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Gowran is very funny. Frank Greystock certainly went over to Portray too often, so often that the pony was proved to be quite necessary. Miss Macnulty held her tongue and was gloomy, believing that Lady Eustace was still engaged to Lord Fawn, and feeling that in that case there should not be so many visits to the rocks. Mr. Gowran was very attentive, and could tell on any day, to 5 minutes, how long the two cousins were sitting together on the seashore. Arthur Herriot, who cared nothing for Lady Eustace, but who knew that his friend had promised to marry Lucy Morris, was inclined to be serious on the subject, but, as is always the case with men, was not willing to speak about it. Once, and once only, the two men dined together at the castle, for the doing of which it was necessary that a gig should be hired all the way from Prestwick. Harriet had not been anxious to go over, alleging various excuses, the absence of dress clothes, the calls of Stone and Toddy, his bashfulness, and the absurdity of paying 15 shillings for a gig. But he went at last, constrained by his friend, and a very dull evening he passed. Lizzie was quite unlike her usual self, was silent, grave, and solemnly courteous. Miss Macnulty had not a word to say for herself, and even Frank was dull. Arthur Harriet had not tried to exert himself, and the dinner had been a failure. "You don't think much of my cousin, I dare say," said Frank, as they were driving back. "She is a very pretty woman." "And I should say that she does not think much of you." "Probably not." "Why on earth wouldn't you speak to her? I went on making speeches to Miss Macnulty on purpose to give you a chance. Lizzie generally talks about as well as any young woman I know, but you had not a word to say to her, nor she to you, because you devoted yourself to Miss whatever her name is." "That's nonsense," said Frank. "Lizzie and I are more like brother and sister than anything else. She has no one else belonging to her, and she has come to me for advice, and all that sort of thing. I wanted you to like her." "I never like people, and people never like me. There is an old saying that you should know a man 7 years before you poke his fire. I want to know persons 7 years before I can ask them how they do. To take me out to dine in this way was of all things the most hopeless." "But you do dine out in London." "That's different. There's a certain routine of conversation going, and one falls into it. At such affairs as that this evening one has to be intimate, or it is a bore. I don't mean to say anything against Lady Eustace. Her beauty is undeniable, and I don't doubt her cleverness." "She is sometimes too clever," said Frank. "I hope she is not becoming too clever for you. You've got to remember that you're due elsewhere, old fellow?" This was the first word that Harriet had said on the subject, and to that word Frank Greystock made no answer. But it had its effect, as also did the gloomy looks of Miss Macnulty, and the not unobserved presence of Mr. Andy Gowran on various occasions. Between them they shot more grouse, so the keeper swore, than had ever been shot on these mountains before. Harriet absolutely killed 1 or 2 himself, to his great delight, and Frank, who was fairly skilful, would get 4 or 5 in a day. There were excursions to be made, and the air of the hills was in itself a treat to both of them. Though Greystock was so often away at the castle, Harriet did not find the time hang heavily on his hands, and was sorry when his fortnight was over. "I think I shall stay a couple of days longer," Frank said, when Harriet spoke of their return. "The truth is, I must see Lizzie again. She is bothered by business, and I have to see her about a letter that came this morning. You needn't pull such a long face. There's nothing of the kind you're thinking of. I thought so much of what you once said to me about another girl, that I hope she, at any rate, may never be in trouble." "I hope she never may, on my account," said Frank. "And what troubles she may have, as life will be troublesome, I trust that I may share and lessen." On that evening Harriet went, and on the next morning Frank Greystock again rode over to Portray Castle. But when he was alone after Harriet's departure, he wrote a letter to Lucy Morris. He had expressed a hope that he might never be a cause of trouble to Lucy Morris, and he knew that his silence would trouble her. There could be no human being less inclined to be suspicious than Lucy Morris. Of that Frank was sure. But there had been an express stipulation with Lady Fawn that she should be allowed to receive letters from him, and she would naturally be vexed when he did not write to her. So he wrote: Portray Cottage, 3 September, 18. Dearest Lucy, we have been here for a fortnight, shooting grouse, wandering about the mountains, and going to sleep on the hillsides. You will say that there never was a time so fitting for the writing of letters, but that will be because you have not learned yet that the idler people are, the more inclined they are to be idle. We hear of Lord Chancellors writing letters to their mothers every day of their lives, but men who have nothing on earth to do cannot bring themselves to face a sheet of paper. I would promise that when I am Lord Chancellor, I would write to you every day, were it not that when that time comes I shall hope to be always with you. And in truth, I have had to pay constant visits to my cousin, who lives in a big castle on the seaside, 10 miles from here over the mountains, and who is in a peck of troubles. In spite of her prosperity, one of the unhappiest women, I should say, that you could meet anywhere. You know so much of her affairs that, without breach of trust, I may say so much. I wish she had a father or a brother to manage her affairs for her, but she has none, and I cannot desert her. Your Lord Fawn is behaving badly to her, and so, as far as I can see, are the people who manage the Eustace property. Lizzie, as you know, is not the most tractable of women, and altogether I have more to do in the matter than I like. Riding 10 miles backwards and forwards so often over the same route on a little pony is not good fun, but I am almost glad the distance is not less. Otherwise I might have been always there. I know you don't quite like Lizzie, but she is to be pitied. I go up to London on Friday, but shall only be there for 1 or 2 days, that is, for one night. I go almost entirely on her business, and must, I fear, be here again, or at the castle, before I can settle myself either for work or happiness. On Sunday night I go down to Bobsborough, where indeed I ought to have been earlier. I fear I cannot go to Richmond on the Saturday, and on the Sunday Lady Fawn would hardly make me welcome. I shall be at Bobsborough for about 3 weeks, and there, if you have commands to give, I will obey them. I may, however, tell you the truth at once, though it is a truth you must keep very much to yourself. In the position in which I now stand as to Lord Fawn, being absolutely forced to quarrel with him on Lizzie's behalf, Lady Fawn could hardly receive me with comfort to herself. She is the best of women, and as she is your dear friend, nothing is further from me than any idea of quarrelling with her. But of course she takes her son's part, and I hardly know how all allusion to the subject could be avoided. This, however, dearest, need ruffle no feather between you and me, who love each other better than we love either the Fawns or the Lizzies. Let me find a line at my chambers to say that it is so, and always shall be so. God bless my own darling, ever and always your own, F.G. On the following day he rode over to the castle. He had received a letter from John Eustace, who had found himself forced to run up to London to meet Mr. Camperdown. The lawyer had thought to postpone further consideration of the whole matter till he and everybody else would be naturally in London, till November that might be, or perhaps even till after Christmas. But his mind was ill at ease, and he knew that so much might be done with the diamonds in 4 months. They might even now be in the hands of some Benjamin or of some Harder, and it might soon be beyond the power either of lawyers or of policemen to trace them. He therefore went up from Dawlish and persuaded John Eustace to come from Yorkshire. It was a great nuisance, and Eustace freely anathematized the necklace. If only some one would steal it, so that we might hear no more of the thing, he said. But, as Mr. Camperdown had frequently remarked, the value was too great for trifling, and Eustace went up to London. Mr. Camperdown put into his hands the turtle-dove's opinion, explaining that it was by no means expedient that it should be shown to the other party. Eustace thought that the opinion should be common to them all. "We pay for it," said Mr. Camperdown, "and they can get their opinion from any other barrister if they please." But what was to be done? Eustace declared that as to the present whereabouts of the necklace, he did not in the least doubt that he could get the truth from Frank Greystock. He therefore wrote to Greystock, and with that letter in his pocket, Frank rode over to the castle for the last time. He, too, was heartily sick of the necklace, but unfortunately he was not equally sick of her who held it in possession, and he was, too, better alive to the importance of the value of the trinket than John Eustace, though not so keenly as was Mr. Camperdown. Lady Eustace was out somewhere among the cliffs, the servant said. He regretted this as he followed her, but he was obliged to follow her. Halfway down to the seashore, much below the knob on which she had attempted to sit with her Shelley, but yet not below the need of assistance, he found her seated in a little ravine. "I knew you would come," she said. Of course she had known that he would come. She did not rise, or even give him her hand, but there was a spot close beside her on which it was to be presumed that he would seat himself. She had a volume of Byron in her hand, the Corsair, Lara, and the Giaour, a kind of poetry which was in truth more intelligible to her than Queen Mab. "You go to-morrow?" "Yes, I go to-morrow." "And Lubin has gone?" Arthur Herriot was Lubin. "Lubin has gone, though why Lubin I cannot guess. The normal Lubin to me is a stupid fellow always in love. Herriot is not stupid, and is never in love. Nevertheless, he is Lubin if I choose to call him so. Why did he twiddle his thumbs instead of talking? Have you heard anything of Lord Fawn?" "I have had a letter from your brother-in-law." "And what is John the Just pleased to say?" "John the Just, which is a better name for the man than the other, has been called up to London, much against his will, by Mr. Camperdown." "Who is Samuel the Unjust?" Mr. Camperdown's name was Samuel. "And now wants to know where this terrible necklace is at this present moment." He paused a moment, but Lizzie did not answer him. "I suppose you have no objection to telling me where it is?" "None in the least, or giving it to you to keep for me, only that I would not so far trouble you. But I have an objection to telling them. They are my enemies. Let them find out." "You are wrong, Lizzie. You do not want, or at any rate should not want, to have any secret in the matter. They are here, in the castle, in the very place in which Sir Florian kept them when he gave them to me. Where should my own jewels be but in my own house? What does that Mr. Dove say, who was to be asked about them? No doubt they can pay a barrister to say anything." "Lizzie, you think too hardly of people." "And do not people think too hardly of me? Does not all this amount to an accusation against me that I am a thief? Am I not persecuted among them? Did not this impudent attorney stop me in the public street and accuse me of theft before my very servants? Have they not so far succeeded in misrepresenting me that the very man who is engaged to be my husband betrays me, and now you are turning against me? Can you wonder that I am hard? I am not turning against you. Yes, you are. You take their part, and not mine, in everything. I tell you what, Frank, I would go out in that boat that you see yonder and drop the bauble into the sea, did I not know that they'd drag it up again with their devilish ingenuity. If the stones would burn, I would burn them. But the worst of it all is that you are becoming my enemy. Then she burst into violent and almost hysteric tears. It will be better that you should give them into the keeping of someone whom you can both trust till the law has decided to whom they belong. I will never give them up. What does Mr. Dove say? I have not seen what Mr. Dove says. It is clear that the necklace is not an heirloom. Then how dare Mr. Camperdown say so often that it was? He said what he thought, pleaded Frank, and he is a lawyer. I am a lawyer, and I did not know what is or what is not an heirloom, but Mr. Dove is clearly of opinion that such a property could not have been given away simply by word of mouth. John Eustace, in his letter, had made no allusion to the complicated question of paraphernalia. But it was, said Lizzie. Who can know but myself when no one else was present? The jewels are here now. Not in my pocket. I do not carry them about with me. They are in the castle. And will they go back with you to London? Was ever lady so interrogated? I do not yet know that I shall go back to London. Why am I asked such questions? As to you, Frank, I would tell you everything, my whole heart, if only you cared to know it. But why is John Eustace to make inquiry as to personal ornaments which are my own property? If I go to London, I will take them there, and wear them at every house I enter. I will do so in defiance of Mr. Camperdown and Lord Fawn. I think, Frank, that no woman was ever so ill-treated as I am. He himself thought that she was ill-treated. She had so pleaded her case, and had been so lovely in her tears and her indignation, that he began to feel something like true sympathy for her cause. What right had he, or had Mr. Camperdown, or anyone, to say that the jewels did not belong to her? And if her claim to them was just, why should she be persuaded to give up the possession of them? He knew well that were she to surrender them with the idea that they should be restored to her if her claim were found to be just, she would not get them back very soon. If once the jewels were safe, locked up in Mr. Garnett's strong-box, Mr. Camperdown would not care how long it might be before a jury or a judge should have decided on the case. The burthen of proof would then be thrown upon Lady Eustace. In order that she might recover her own property, she would have to thrust herself forward as a witness, and appear before the world a claimant, greedy for rich ornaments. Why should he advise her to give them up? I am only thinking, said he, what may be the best for your own peace. Peace, she exclaimed. How am I to have peace? Remember the condition in which I find myself. Remember the manner in which that man is treating me, when all the world has been told of my engagement to him. When I think of it, my heart is so bitter that I am inclined to throw, not the diamonds, but myself from off the rocks. All that remains to me is the triumph of getting the better of my enemies. Mr. Camperdown shall never have the diamonds. Even if they could prove that they did not belong to me, they should find them gone. I don't think they can prove it. I'll flaunt them in the eyes of all of them till they do, and then they shall be gone. And I'll have such revenge on Lord Fawn before I have done with him, that he shall know that it may be worse to have to fight a woman than a man. Oh, Frank, I do not think that I am hard by nature, but these things make a woman hard." As she spoke, she took his hand in hers, and looked up into his eyes through her tears. "I know that you do not care for me, and you know how much I care for you." "Not care for you, Lizzie?" "No, that little thing at Richmond is everything to you. She is tame and quiet, a cat that will sleep on the rug before the fire, and you think that she will never scratch. Do not suppose I mean to abuse her. She was my dear friend before you had ever seen her, and men, I know, have tastes which we women do not understand. You want what you call repose. We seldom know what we want, I fancy. We take what the gods send us. Frank's words were perhaps more true than wise. At the present moment the gods had clearly sent Lizzie Eustace to him, and unless he could call up some increased strength of his own, quite independent of the gods, or of what we may perhaps call chance, he would have to put up with the articles sent. Lizzie had declared that she would not touch Lord Fawn with a pair of tongs, and in saying so had resolved that she could not and would not now marry his lordship, even were his lordship in her power. It had been decided by her as quickly as thoughts flash, but it was decided. She would torture the unfortunate lord, but not torture him by becoming his wife. And so much being fixed as the stars in heaven, might it be possible that she should even yet induce her cousin to take the place that had been intended for Lord Fawn? After all that had passed between them, she need hardly hesitate to tell him of her love, and with the same flashing thoughts she declared to herself that she did love him, and that therefore this arrangement would be so much better than that other one which she had proposed to herself. The reader, perhaps, by this time, has not a high opinion of Lady Eustace, and may believe that among other drawbacks on her character there is especially this, that she was heartless. But that was by no means her own opinion of herself. She would have described herself, and would have meant to do so with truth, as being all heart. She probably thought that an over amount of heart was the malady under which she specially suffered. Her heart was overflowing now towards the man who was sitting by her side. And then it would be so pleasant to punish that little chit who had spurned her gift and had dared to call her mean. This man, too, was needy, and she was wealthy. Surely, were she to offer herself to him, the generosity of the thing would make it noble. She was still dissolved in tears, and was still hysteric. "Oh, Frank," she said, and threw herself upon his breast. Frank Greystock felt his position to be one of intense difficulty. But whether his difficulty was increased or diminished by the appearance of Mr. Andy Gowran's head over a rock at the entrance of the little cave in which they were sitting, it might be difficult to determine. But there was the head, and it was not a head that just popped itself up and then retreated, as a head would do that was discovered doing that which made it ashamed of itself. The head, with its eyes wide open, held its own, and seemed to say, "Aye, I've caught you, have I?" And the head did speak, though not exactly in those words. "Cousins," said the head, and then the head was wagged. In the meantime, Lizzie Eustace, whose back was turned to the head, raised her own, and looked up into Greystock's eyes for love. She perceived at once that something was amiss, and starting to her feet, turned quickly round. "How dare you intrude here?" she said to the head. "Cousins," replied the head, wagging itself. It was clearly necessary that Greystock should take some steps, if only with the object of proving to the impudent factotum that he was not altogether overcome by the awkwardness of his position, that he was a good deal annoyed, and that he felt not altogether quite equal to the occasion, must be acknowledged. "What is it that the man wants?" he said, glaring at the head. "Cousins," said the head, wagging itself again. "If you don't take yourself off, I shall have to thrash you," said Frank. "Cousins," said Andy Gowran, stepping from behind the rock and showing his full figure. Andy was a man on the wrong side of 50, and therefore on the score of age hardly fit for thrashing. And he was compact, short, broad, and hard as flint, a man bad to thrash. Look at it from what side you would. "Cousins," he said yet again, "you're more couthie than cousinly, I'm thinking." "Andy Gowran, I dismiss you from my service for your impertinence," said Lady Eustace. "It's all one to Andy Gowran for that, my lady. There's timber and a world of things about the place as wants protection on behalf of the heir. If your ladyship is minded to be quit of my services, I'll find a master in Mr. Camperdown, as no allow me to be thrown out of employ. Cousins." "Walk off from this," said Frank Greystock, coming forward and putting his hand upon the man's breast. Mr. Gowran repeated the objectionable word yet once again, and then retired. Frank Greystock immediately felt how very bad for him was his position. For the lady, if only she could succeed in her object, the annoyance of the interruption would not matter much after its first absurdity had been endured. When she had become the wife of Frank Greystock, there would be nothing remarkable in the fact that she had been found sitting with him in a cavern by the seashore. But for Frank, the difficulty of extricating himself from his dilemma was great, not in regard to Mr. Gowran, but in reference to his cousin Lizzie. He might, it was true, tell her that he was engaged to Lucy Morris. But then why had he not told her so before? He had not told her so, nor did he tell her on this occasion. When he attempted to lead her away up the cliff, she insisted on being left where she was. "I can find my way alone," she said, endeavouring to smile through her tears. "The man has annoyed me by his impudence, that is all. Go, if you are going." Of course he was going, but he could not go without a word of tenderness. "Dear, dear Lizzie," he said, embracing her. "Frank, you'll be true to me?" "I will be true to you." "Then go now," she said, and he went his way up the cliff and got his pony and rode back to the cottage, very uneasy in his mind. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lucy Morris misbehaves. Lucy Morris got her letter and was contented. She wanted some demonstration of love from her lover, but very little sufficed for her comfort. With her it was almost impossible that a man should be loved and suspected at the same time. She could not have loved the man, or at any rate confessed her love, without thinking well of him, and she could not think good and evil at the same time. She had longed for some word from him since she last saw him, and now she had got a word. She had known that he was close to his fair cousin, the cousin whom she despised, and whom, with womanly instinct, she had almost regarded as a rival. But to her the man had spoken out, and though he was far away from her, living close to the fair cousin, she would not allow a thought of trouble on that score to annoy her. He was her own, and let Lizzie Eustace do her worst, he would remain her own. But she had longed to be told that he was thinking of her, and at last the letter had come. She answered it that same night with the sweetest, prettiest little letter, very short, full of love and full of confidence. Lady Fawn, she said, was the dearest of women, but what was Lady Fawn to her, or all the Fawns, compared with her lover? If he could come to Richmond without disturbing himself, let him come. But if he felt that, in the present unhappy condition of affairs between him and Lord Fawn, it was better that he should stay away, she had not a word to say in the way of urging him. To see him would be a great delight. But had she not the greater delight of knowing that he loved her? That was quite enough to make her happy. Then there was a little prayer that God might bless him, and an assurance that she was in all things his own Lucy. When she was writing her letter, she was in all respects a happy girl. But on the very next day there came a cloud upon her happiness, not in the least, however, affecting her full confidence in her lover. It was a Saturday, and Lord Fawn came down to Richmond. Lord Fawn had seen Mr. Greystock in London on that day, and the interview had been by no means pleasant to him. The Under Secretary of State for India was as dark as a November day when he reached his mother's house, and there fell upon every one the unintermittent cold drizzling shower of his displeasure from the moment in which he entered the house. There was never much reticence among the ladies at Richmond in Lucy's presence, and since the completion of Lizzie's unfortunate visit to Fawn Court, they had not hesitated to express open opinions adverse to the prospects of the proposed bride. Lucy herself could say but little in defence of her old friend, who had lost all claim upon that friendship since the offer of the bribe had been made, so that it was understood among them all that Lizzie was to be regarded as a black sheep. But hitherto Lord Fawn himself had concealed his feelings before Lucy. Now, unfortunately, he spoke out, and in speaking was especially bitter against Frank. "Mr. Greystock has been most insolent," he said, as they were all sitting together in the library after dinner. Lady Fawn made a sign to him and shook her head. Lucy felt the hot blood fly into both her cheeks, but at the moment she did not speak. Lydia Fawn put out her hand beneath the table and took hold of Lucy's. "We must all remember that he is her cousin," said Augusta. "His relationship to Lady Eustace cannot justify ungentlemanlike impertinence to me," said Lord Fawn. "He has dared to use words to me which would make it necessary that I should call him out, only—" "Frederick, you shall do nothing of the kind," said Lady Fawn, jumping up from her chair. "Oh, Frederick, pray, pray don't," said Augusta, springing on to her brother's shoulder. "I am sure Frederick does not mean that," said Amelia. "Only that nobody does call anybody out now," added the pacific lord. "But nothing on earth shall ever induce me to speak again to a man who is so little like a gentleman." Lydia now held Lucy's hand still tighter, as though to prevent her rising. "He has never forgiven me," continued Lord Fawn, "because he was so ridiculously wrong about the Sawab." "I am sure that had nothing to do with it," said Lucy. "Miss Morris, I shall venture to hold my own opinion," said Lord Fawn. "And I shall hold mine," said Lucy bravely. "The Sawab of Magog had nothing to do with what Mr. Greystock may have said or done about his cousin. I am quite sure of it." "Lucy, you are forgetting yourself," said Lady Fawn. "Lucy, dear, you shouldn't contradict my brother," said Augusta. "Take my advice, Lucy, and let it pass by," said Amelia. "How can I hear such things said and not notice them?" demanded Lucy. "Why does Lord Fawn say them when I am by?" Lord Fawn had now condescended to be full of wrath against his mother's governess. I suppose I may express my own opinion, Miss Morris, in my mother's house." "And I shall express mine," said Lucy. "Mr. Greystock is a gentleman. If you say that he is not a gentleman, it is not true." Upon hearing these terrible words spoken, Lord Fawn rose from his seat and slowly left the room. Augusta followed him with both her arms stretched out. Lady Fawn covered her face with her hands, and even Amelia was dismayed. "Oh, Lucy, why could you not hold your tongue?" said Lydia. "I won't hold my tongue," said Lucy, bursting out into tears. "He is a gentleman." Then there was great commotion at Fawn Court. After a few moments Lady Fawn followed her son without having said a word to Lucy, and Amelia went with her. Poor Lucy was left with the younger girls, and was no doubt very unhappy, but she was still indignant, and would yield nothing. When Georgina, the fourth daughter, pointed out to her that, in accordance with all rules of good breeding, she should have abstained from asserting that her brother had spoken an untruth, she blazed up again. It was untrue, she said. "But, Lucy, people never accuse each other of untruth. No lady should ever use such a word to a gentleman." "He should not have said so. He knows that Mr. Greystock is more to me than all the world." "If I had a lover," said Nina, "and anybody were to say a word against him, I know I'd fly at them. I don't know why Frederick is to have it all his own way." "Nina, you're a fool," said Diana. "I do think it was very hard for Lucy to bear," said Lydia. "And I won't bear it," exclaimed Lucy. "To think that Mr. Greystock should be so mean as to bear malice about a thing like that wild Indian, because he takes his own cousin's part. Of course I'd better go away. You all think that Mr. Greystock is an enemy now, but he can never be an enemy to me." "We think that Lady Eustace is an enemy," said Cecilia, "and a very nasty enemy too." "I did not say a word about Lady Eustace," said Lucy, "but Mr. Greystock is a gentleman." About an hour after this, Lady Fawn sent for Lucy, and the two were closeted together for a long time. Lord Fawn was very angry, and had hitherto altogether declined to overlook the insult offered. "I am bound to tell you," declared Lady Fawn with much emphasis, "that nothing can justify you in having accused Lord Fawn of telling an untruth. Of course I was sorry that Mr. Greystock's name should have been mentioned in your presence, but as it was mentioned, you should have borne what was said with patience." "I couldn't be patient, Lady Fawn." "That is what wicked people say when they commit murder, and when they are hung for it." "I'll go away, Lady Fawn." "That is ungrateful, my dear. You know that I don't wish you to go away, but if you behave badly, of course I must tell you of it." "I'd sooner go away. Everybody here thinks ill of Mr. Greystock, but I don't think ill of Mr. Greystock, and I never shall. Why did Lord Fawn say such very hard things about him?" It was suggested to her that she should be downstairs early the next morning and apologize to Lord Fawn for her rudeness, but she would not, on that night, undertake to do any such thing. Let Lady Fawn say what she might, Lucy thought that the injury had been done to her and not to his lordship. And so they parted hardly friends. Lady Fawn gave her no kiss as she went, and Lucy, with obstinate pride, altogether refused to own her fault. She would only say that she had better go, and when Lady Fawn over and over again pointed out to her that the last thing that such a one as Lord Fawn could bear was to be accused of an untruth, she would continue to say that in that case he should be very careful to say nothing that was untrue. All this was very dreadful, and created great confusion and unhappiness at Fawn Court. Lydia came into her room that night, and the two girls talked the matter over for hours. In the morning Lucy was up early, and found Lord Fawn walking in the grounds. She had been told that he would probably be found walking in the grounds if she were willing to tender to him any apology. Her mind had been very full of the subject, not only in reference to her lover, but as it regarded her own conduct. One of the elder Fawn girls had assured her that under no circumstances could a lady be justified in telling a gentleman that he had spoken an untruth, and she was not quite sure but that the law so laid down was right. And then she could not but remember that the gentleman in question was Lord Fawn, and that she was Lady Fawn's governess. But Mr. Greystock was her affianced lover, and her first duty was to him. And then, granting that she herself had been wrong in accusing Lord Fawn of untruth, she could not refrain from asking herself whether he had not been much more wrong in saying in her hearing that Mr. Greystock was not a gentleman. And his offence had preceded her offence, and had caused it. She hardly knew whether she did or did not owe an apology to Lord Fawn, but she was quite sure that Lord Fawn owed an apology to her. She walked straight up to Lord Fawn and met him beneath the trees. He was still black and solemn, and was evidently brooding over his grievance, but he bowed to her, and stood still as she approached him. "My lord," said she, "I am very sorry for what happened last night." "And so was I, very sorry, Miss Morris." "I think you know that I am engaged to marry Mr. Greystock." "I cannot allow that that has anything to do with it." "When you think that he must be dearer to me than all the world, you will acknowledge that I couldn't hear hard things said of him without speaking." His face became blacker than ever, but he made no reply. He wanted an abject begging of unconditional pardon from the little girl who loved his enemy. If that were done, he would vouchsafe his forgiveness, but he was too small by nature to grant it on other terms. "Of course," continued Lucy, "I am bound to treat you with special respect in Lady Fawn's house." She looked almost beseechingly into his face as she paused for a moment. "But you treated me with a special disrespect," said Lord Fawn. "And how did you treat me, Lord Fawn?" "Miss Morris, I must be allowed, in discussing matters with my mother, to express my own opinions in such language as I may think fit to use. Mr. Greystock's conduct to me was altogether most ungentlemanlike." "Mr. Greystock is a gentleman." "His conduct was most offensive, and most ungentlemanlike. Mr. Greystock disgraced himself." "It isn't true," said Lucy. Lord Fawn gave one start, and then walked off to the house as quick as his legs could carry him. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Dove in his chambers. The scene between Lord Fawn and Greystock had taken place in Mr. Camperdown's chambers, and John Eustace had also been present. The lawyer had suffered considerable annoyance before the arrival of the two first named gentlemen, from reiterated assertions made by Eustace that he would take no further trouble whatsoever about the jewels. Mr. Camperdown had in vain pointed out to him that a plain duty lay upon him as executor and guardian to protect the property on behalf of his nephew. But Eustace had asserted that, Though he himself was comparatively a poor man, he would sooner replace the necklace out of his own property than be subject to the nuisance of such a continued quarrel. "My dear John, £10,000, Mr. Camperdown had said. It is a fortune for a younger son." "The boy is only 2 years old, and will have time enough to make fortunes for his own younger sons, if he does not squander everything. If he does, the £10,000 will make no difference." "But the justice of the thing, John?" "Justice may be purchased too dearly." "Such a harpy as she is, too," pleaded the lawyer. Then Lord Fawn had come in, and Greystock had followed immediately afterwards. "I may as well say at once," said Greystock, "that Lady Eustace is determined to maintain her right to the property, and that she will not give up the diamonds till some adequate court of law shall have decided that she is mistaken in her views. Stop one moment, Mr. Camperdown. I feel myself bound to go further than that, and express my own opinion that she is right." "I can hardly understand such an opinion as coming from you," said Mr. Camperdown. "You have changed your mind, at any rate," said John Eustace. "Not so, Eustace. Mr. Camperdown, you'll be good enough to understand that my opinion expressed here is that of a friend and not that of a lawyer. And you must understand, Eustace," continued Greystock, "that I am now speaking of my cousin's right to the property. Though the value be great, I have advised her to give up the custody of it for a while, till the matter shall be clearly decided. That has still been my advice to her, and I have in no respect changed my mind. But she feels that she is being cruelly used, and with a woman's spirit will not, in such circumstances, yield anything. Mr. Camperdown actually stopped her carriage in the street." "She would not answer a line that anybody wrote to her," said the lawyer. "And I may say plainly, for all here know the circumstances, that Lady Eustace feels the strongest possible indignation at the manner in which she is being treated by Lord Fawn. I have only asked her to give the diamonds up till the question should be settled," said Lord Fawn. "And you backed your request, my lord, by a threat. My cousin is naturally most indignant. And, my lord, you must allow me to tell you that I fully share the feeling." "There is no use in making a quarrel about it," said Eustace. "The quarrel is already made," replied Greystock. "I am here to tell Lord Fawn in your presence, and in the presence of Mr. Camperdown, that he is behaving to a lady with ill usage, which he would not dare to exercise did he not know that her position saves him from legal punishment, as do the present usages of society from other consequences." "I have behaved to her with every possible consideration," said Lord Fawn. "That is a simple assertion," said the other. "I have made one assertion, and you have made another. The world will have to judge between us. What right have you to take upon yourself to decide whether this thing or that belongs to Lady Eustace or to any one else?" "When the thing was talked about, I was obliged to have an opinion," said Lord Fawn, who was thinking of words in which to reply to the insult offered him by Greystock, without injury to his dignity as an Under-Secretary of State. "Your conduct, sir, has been altogether inexcusable." Then Frank turned to the attorney. "I have been given to understand that you are desirous of knowing where this diamond necklace is at present. It is at Lady Eustace's house in Scotland, at Portray Castle." Then he shook hands with John Eustace, bowed to Mr. Camperdown, and succeeded in leaving the room before Lord Fawn had so far collected his senses as to be able to frame his anger into definite words. "I will never willingly speak to that man again," said Lord Fawn. But as it was not probable that Greystock would greatly desire any further conversation with Lord Fawn, this threat did not carry with it any powerful feeling of severity. Mr. Camperdown groaned over the matter with thorough vexation of spirit. It seemed to him as though the harpy, as he called her, would really make good her case against him, at any rate would make it seem to be good for so long a time that all the triumph of success would be hers. He knew that she was already in debt, and gave her credit for a propensity to fast living which almost did her an injustice. Of course the jewels would be sold for half their value, and the harpy would triumph. Of what use to him or to the estate would be a decision of the courts in his favour when the diamonds should have been broken up and scattered to the winds of heaven? £10,000! It was, to Mr. Camperdown's mind, a thing quite terrible that, in a country which boasts of its laws and of the execution of its laws, such an impostor as was this widow should be able to lay her dirty, grasping fingers on so great an amount of property, and that there should be no means of punishing her. That Lizzie Eustace had stolen the diamonds, as a pickpocket steals a watch, was a fact as to which Mr. Camperdown had in his mind no shadow of a doubt. And as the reader knows, he was right. She had stolen them. Mr. Camperdown knew that she had stolen them, and was a wretched man. From the first moment of the late Sir Florian's infatuation about this woman, she had worked woe for Mr. Camperdown. Mr. Camperdown had striven hard, to the great and almost permanent offence of Sir Florian, to save Portray from its present condition of degradation, but he had striven in vain. Portray belonged to the harpy for her life, and moreover he himself had been forced to be instrumental in paying over to the harpy a large sum of Eustace money almost immediately on her becoming a widow. Then had come the affair of the diamonds, an affair of £10,000, as Mr. Camperdown would exclaim to himself, throwing his eyes up to the ceiling. And now it seemed that she was to get the better of him even in that, although there could not be a shadow of doubt as to her falsehood and fraudulent dishonesty. His luck in the matter was so bad. John Eustace had no backbone, no spirit, no proper feeling as to his own family. Lord Fawn was as weak as water, and almost disgraced the cause by the accident of his adherence to it. Greystock, who would have been a tower of strength, had turned against him, and was now prepared to maintain that the harpy was right. Mr. Camperdown knew that the harpy was wrong, that she was a harpy, and he would not abandon the cause, but the difficulties in his way were great, and the annoyance to which he was subjected was excessive. His wife and daughters were still at Dawlish, and he was up in town in September simply because the harpy had the present possession of these diamonds. Mr. Camperdown was a man turned 60, handsome, grey-haired, healthy, somewhat florid, and carrying in his face and person external signs of prosperity and that kind of self-assertion which prosperity always produces. But they who knew him best were aware that he did not bear trouble well. In any trouble, such as was this about the necklace, there would come over his face a look of weakness which betrayed the want of real inner strength. How many faces one sees which, in the ordinary circumstances, are comfortable, self-asserting, sufficient, and even bold, the lines of which, under difficulties, collapse and become mean, spiritless, and insignificant. There are faces which, in their usual form, seem to bluster with prosperity, but which the loss of a dozen points at whist will reduce to that currish aspect which reminds one of a dog whip. Mr. Camperdown's countenance, when Lord Fawn and Mr. Eustace left him, had fallen away into this meanness of appearance. He no longer carried himself as a man owning a dog whip, but rather as the hound that feared it. A better attorney for the purposes to which his life was devoted did not exist in London than Mr. Camperdown. To say that he was honest is nothing. To describe him simply as zealous would be to fall very short of his merits. The interests of his clients were his own interests, and the legal rights of the properties of which he had the legal charge were as dear to him as his own blood. But it could not be said of him that he was a learned lawyer. Perhaps in that branch of a solicitor's profession in which he had been called upon to work, experience goes further than learning. It may be doubted, indeed, whether it is not so in every branch of every profession. But it might perhaps have been better for Mr. Camperdown had he devoted more hours of his youth to reading books on conveyancing. He was now too old for such studies, and could trust only to the reading of other people. The reading, however, of other people was always at his command, and his clients were rich men who did not mind paying for an opinion. To have an opinion from Mr. Dove or some other learned gentleman was the everyday practice of his life, and when he obtained, as he often did, little koans of legal vantage and subtle definitions as to property, which were comfortable to him, he would rejoice to think that he could always have a Dove at his hand to tell him exactly how far he was justified in going in defence of his client's interests. But now there had come to him no comfort from his corner of legal knowledge. Mr. Dove had taken extraordinary pains in the matter, and had simply succeeded in throwing over his employer. "A necklace can't be an heirloom," said Mr. Camperdown to himself, telling off on his fingers half a dozen instances in which he had either known or had heard that the head of a family had so arranged the future possession of the family jewels. Then he again read Mr. Dove's opinion, and actually took a law book off his shelves with the view of testing the correctness of the barrister in reference to some special assertion. A pot or a pan might be an heirloom, but not a necklace? Mr. Camperdown could hardly bring himself to believe that this was law. And then as to paraphernalia. Up to this moment, though he had been called upon to arrange great dealings in reference to widows, he had never as yet heard of a claim made by a widow for paraphernalia. But then the widows with whom he had been called upon to deal had been ladies quite content to accept the good things settled upon them by the liberal prudence of their friends and husbands, not greedy, blood-sucking harpies such as this Lady Eustace. It was quite terrible to Mr. Camperdown that one of his clients should have fallen into such a pit. Mors omnibus est communis. But to have left such a widow behind one. "John," he said, opening his door. John was his son and partner, and John came to him, having been summoned by a clerk from another room. "Just shut the door. I've had such a scene here. Lord Fawn and Mr. Greystock almost coming to blows about that horrid woman. The upper house would have got the worst of it, as it usually does," said the younger attorney. "And there is John Eustace cares no more what becomes of the property than if he had nothing to do with it. Absolutely talks of replacing the diamonds out of his own pocket. A man whose personal interest in the estate is by no means equal to her own." "He wouldn't do it, you know," said Camperdown junior, who did not know the family. "It's just what he would do," said the father, who did. "There's nothing they wouldn't give away when once the idea takes them. Think of that woman having the whole Portray estate, perhaps for the next 60 years, nearly the fee simple of the property, just because she made eyes to Sir Florian. That's done and gone, father. And here's Dove tells us that a necklace can't be an heirloom unless it belongs to the crown. Whatever he says, you'd better take his word for it." "I'm not so sure of that. It can't be. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go over and see him. We can file a bill in Chancery, I don't doubt, and prove that the property belongs to the family and must go by the will. But she'll sell them before we can get the custody of them. Perhaps she has done that already. Greystock says they are at Portray, and I believe they are. She was wearing them in London only in July, a day or two before I saw her as she was leaving town. If anybody like a jeweller had been down at the castle, I should have heard of it. She hasn't sold 'em yet, but she will. She could do that just the same if they were an heirloom." "No, John, I think not. We could have acted much more quickly and have frightened her. If I were you, father, I'd drop the matter altogether and let John Eustace replace them if he pleases. We all know that he would never be called on to do anything of the kind. It isn't our sort of business." "Not £10,000, said Camperdown senior, to whom the magnitude of the larceny almost ennobled the otherwise mean duty of catching the thief. Then Mr. Camperdown rose and slowly walked across the New Square, Lincoln's Inn, under the low archway, by the entrance to the old court in which Lord Eldon used to sit, to the old square, in which the turtle dove had built his legal nest on a first floor, close to the old gateway. Mr. Dove was a gentleman who spent a very great portion of his life in this somewhat gloomy abode of learning. It was now not term time, and most of his brethren were absent from London, recruiting their strength among the Alps, or drinking in vigours for fresh campaigns with the salt sea breezes of Kent and Sussex, or perhaps shooting deer in Scotland, or catching fish in Connemara. But Mr. Dove was a man of iron, who wanted no such recreation. To be absent from his law books and the black-littered, ink-stained old table on which he was wont to write his opinions was to him to be wretched. The only exercise necessary to him was that of putting on his wig and going into one of the courts that were close to his chambers. But even that was almost distasteful to him. He preferred sitting in his old armchair, turning over his old books in search of old cases, and producing opinions which he would be prepared to back against all the world of Lincoln's Inn. He and Mr. Camperdown had known each other intimately for many years, and though the rank of the two men in their profession differed much, they were able to discuss questions of law without any appreciation of that difference among themselves. The one man knew much, and the other little. The one was not only learned, but possessed also of great gifts, while the other was simply an ordinary, clear-headed man of business. But they had sympathies in common which made them friends. They were both honest and unwilling to sell their services to dishonest customers, and they equally entertained a deep-rooted contempt for that portion of mankind who thought that property could be managed and protected without the intervention of lawyers. The outside world to them was a world of pretty, laughing, ignorant children, and lawyers were the parents, guardians, pastors, and masters by whom the children should be protected from the evils incident to their childishness. "Yes, sir, he's here," said the Turtle Dove's clerk. "He is talking of going away, but he won't go. He's told me I can have a week, but I don't know that I like to leave him. Mrs. Dove and the children are down at Ramsgate, and he's here all night. He hadn't been out for so long that when he wanted to go as far as the Temple yesterday, we couldn't find his hat. Then the clerk opened the door and ushered Mr. Camperdown into the room. Mr. Dove was the younger man by 5 or 6 years, and his hair was still black. Mr. Camperdown's was nearer white than grey, but nevertheless Mr. Camperdown looked as though he were the younger man. Mr. Dove was a long, thin man, with a stoop in his shoulders, with deep-set, hollow eyes, and lanthorn cheeks, and sallow complexion, with long, thin hands, who seemed to acknowledge by every movement of his body and every tone of his voice that old age was creeping on him, whereas the attorney's step was still elastic, and his speech brisk. Mr. Camperdown wore a blue frock-coat and a coloured cravat, and a light waistcoat. With Mr. Dove, every visible article of his raiment was black, except his shirt, and he had that peculiar blackness which a man achieves when he wears a dress coat over a high black waistcoat in the morning. "You didn't make much, I fear, of what I sent you about heirlooms," said Mr. Dove, divining the purport of Mr. Camperdown's visit. "A great deal more than I wanted, I can assure you, Mr. Dove. There is a common error about heirlooms. Very common indeed, I should say. God bless my soul! When one knows how often the word occurs in family deeds, it does startle one to be told that there isn't any such thing. I don't think I said quite so much as that. Indeed, I was careful to point out that the law does acknowledge heirlooms." "But not diamonds," said the attorney. "I doubt whether I went quite so far as that. Only the crown diamonds. I don't think I ever debarred all other diamonds. A diamond in a star of honour might form a part of an heirloom, but I do not think that a diamond itself could be an heirloom. If in a star of honour, why not in a necklace?" argued Mr. Camperdown almost triumphantly. "Because a star of honour, unless tampered with by fraud, would naturally be maintained in its original form. The setting of a necklace will probably be altered from generation to generation, the one like a picture or a precious piece of furniture." "Or a pot or a pan," said Mr. Camperdown with sarcasm. "Pots and pans may be precious too," replied Mr. Dove. "Such things can be traced, and can be held as heirlooms without imposing too great difficulties on their guardians. The law is generally very wise and prudent, Mr. Camperdown, much more so often than are they who attempt to improve it." "I quite agree with you there, Mr. Dove." "Would the law do a service, do you think, if it lent its authority to the special preservation in special hands of trinkets only to be used for vanity and ornament? Is that a kind of property over which an owner should have a power of disposition more lasting, more autocratic, than is given him even in regard to land? The land, at any rate, can be traced. It is a thing fixed and known. A string of pearls is not only alterable, but constantly altered, and cannot easily be traced. Property of such enormous value should, at any rate, be protected," said Mr. Camperdown indignantly. "All property is protected, Mr. Camperdown, although, as we know too well, such protection can never be perfect. But the system of heirlooms, if there can be said to be such a system, was not devised for what you and I mean when we talk of protection of property." "I should have said that that was just what it was devised for." "I think not. It was devised with the more picturesque idea of maintaining chivalric associations. Heirlooms have become so, not that the future owners of them may be assured of so much wealth, whatever the value of the thing so settled may be, but that the son or grandson or descendant may enjoy the satisfaction which is derived from saying, 'My father or my grandfather or my ancestor sat in that chair, or looked as he now looks in that picture, or was graced by wearing on his breast that very ornament which you now see lying beneath the glass. Crown jewels are heirlooms in the same way, as representing not the possession of the sovereign, but the time-honored dignity of the crown. The law, which in general concerns itself with our property or lives and our liberties, has in this matter bowed gracefully to the spirit of chivalry, and has lent its aids to romance. But it certainly did not do so to enable the discordant errors of a rich man to settle a simple dirty question of money, which, with ordinary prudence, the rich man should himself have settled before he died. The turtle-dove had spoken with emphasis, and had spoken well, and Mr. Camperdown had not ventured to interrupt him while he was speaking. He was sitting far back on his chair, but with his neck bent, and with his head forward, rubbing his long thin hands slowly over each other, and with his deep bright eyes firmly fixed on his companion's face. Mr. Camperdown had not unfrequently heard him speak in the same fashion before, and was accustomed to his manner of unravelling the mysteries and searching into the causes of law with a spirit which almost lent poetry to the subject. When Mr. Dove would do so, Mr. Camperdown would not quite understand the words spoken, but he would listen to them with an undoubting reverence, and he did understand them in part, and was conscious of an infusion of a certain amount of poetic spirit into his own bosom. He would think of these speeches afterwards, and would entertain high but somewhat cloudy ideas of the beauty and the majesty of law. Mr. Dove's speeches did Mr. Camperdown good, and helped to preserve him from that worst of all diseases, a low idea of humanity. "You think, then, we had better not claim them as heirlooms?" he asked. "I think you had better not." "And you think that she could claim them as paraphernalia?" "That question has hardly been put to me, though I allowed myself to wander into it. But for my intimacy with you I should hardly have ventured to stray so far. I need hardly say how much obliged we are, but we will submit one or two other cases to you. I am inclined to think the court would not allow them to her as paraphernalia, seeing that their value is excessive as compared with her income and degree, but if it did, it would do so in a fashion that would guard them from alienation. She would sell them under the rose. Then she would be guilty of stealing them, which she would hardly attempt, even if not restrained by honesty, knowing as she would know that the greatness of the value would almost assuredly lead to detection. The same feeling would prevent buyers from purchasing. She says, you know, that they were given to her absolutely. I should like to know the circumstances. Yes, of course. But I would be disposed to think that in equity no allegation by the receiver of such a gift, unsubstantiated either by evidence or by deed, would be allowed to stand. The gentleman left behind him a will and regular settlements. I should think that the possession of these diamonds, not, I presume, touched on in the settlements. Oh dear no, not a word about them. I should think, then, that subject to any claim for paraphernalia, the possession of the diamonds would be ruled by the will. Mr. Camperdown was rushing into the further difficulty of the chattels in Scotland and those in England, when the turtle-dove stopped him, declaring that he could not venture to discuss matters as to which he knew none of the facts. "Of course not, said Mr. Camperdown. "We'll have cases prepared. I'd apologize for coming at all, only that I get so much from a few words." "I'm always delighted to see you, Mr. Camperdown," said the turtle-dove, bowing. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I had better go away. When Lord Fawn gave a sudden jump and stalked away towards the house on that Sunday morning before breakfast, Lucy Morris was a very unhappy girl. She had a second time accused Lord Fawn of speaking an untruth. She did not quite understand the usages of the world in that matter, but she did know that the one offence which a gentleman is supposed never to commit is that of speaking an untruth. The offence may be one committed oftener than any other by gentlemen, as also by all other people, but nevertheless it is regarded by the usages of society as being the one thing which a gentleman never does. Of all this Lucy understood something. The word lie she knew to be utterly abominable. That Lizzie Eustace was a little liar had been acknowledged between herself and the Fawn girls very often. But to have told Lady Eustace that any word spoken by her was a lie would have been a worse crime than the lie itself. To have brought such an accusation in that term against Lord Fawn would have been to degrade herself for ever. Was there any difference between a lie and an untruth? That one must be, and that the other need not be intentional, she did feel. But she felt also that the less offensive word had come to mean a lie, the world having been driven so to use it because the world did not dare to talk about lies, and this word, bearing such a meaning in common parlance, she had twice applied to Lord Fawn. And yet, as she was well aware, Lord Fawn had told no lie. He had himself believed every word that he had spoken against Frank Greystock. That he had been guilty of unmanly cruelty in so speaking of her lover in her presence, Lucy still thought, but she should not, therefore, have accused him of falsehood. It was untrue all the same, she said to herself, as she stood still on the gravel walk, watching the rapid disappearance of Lord Fawn, and endeavouring to think what she had better now do with herself. Of course Lord Fawn, like a great child, would at once go and tell his mother what that wicked governess had said to him. In the hall she met her friend Lydia. "Oh, Lucy, what is the matter with Frederick?" she asked. "Lord Fawn is very angry indeed." "With you?" "Yes, with me. He is so angry that I am sure he would not sit down to breakfast with me. So I won't come down. Will you tell your mamma? If she likes to send to me, of course I'll go to her at once." "What have you done, Lucy?" "I've told him again that what he said wasn't true." "But why?" "Because, oh, how can I say why? Why does any person do everything that she ought not to do? It's the fall of Adam, I suppose." "You shouldn't make a joke of it, Lucy." "You have no conception how unhappy I am about it. Of course Lord Fawn will tell me to go away. I went out on purpose to beg his pardon for what I said last night, and I just said the very same thing again." "But why did you say it?" "And I should say it again and again and again, if he were to go on telling me that Mr. Greystock isn't a gentleman. I don't think he ought to have done it. Of course I have been very wrong, I know that, but I think he has been wrong too. But I must own it, and he needn't. I'll go up now and stay in my own room till your mamma sends for me. And I'll get Jane to bring you some breakfast." "I don't care a bit about breakfast," said Lucy. Lord Fawn did tell his mother, and Lady Fawn was perplexed in the extreme. She was divided in her judgment and feelings between the privilege due to Lucy as a girl possessed of an authorized lover, a privilege which no doubt existed, but which was not extensive, and the very much greater privilege which attached to Lord Fawn as a man, as a peer, as an Under-Secretary of State, but which attached to him especially as the head and only man belonging to the Fawn family. Such a one, when, moved by filial duty, he condescends to come once a week to his mother's house, is entitled to say whatever he pleases, and should on no account be contradicted by any one. Lucy no doubt had a lover, an authorized lover, but perhaps that fact could not be taken as more than a balancing weight against the inferiority of her position as a governess. Lady Fawn was of course obliged to take her son's part, and would scold Lucy. Lucy must be scolded very seriously, but it would be a thing so desirable if Lucy could be induced to accept her scolding and have done with it, and not to make matters worse by talking of going away. You don't mean that she came out into the shrubbery, having made up her mind to be rude to you, said Lady Fawn to her son. No, I do not think that, but her temper is so ungovernable, and she has, if I may say so, been so spoiled among you here, I mean by the girls, of course, that she does not know how to restrain herself. She is good as gold, you know, Frederick. He shrugged his shoulders, and declared that he had not a word more to say about it. He would, of course, remain in London till it should suit Mr. Greystock to take his bride. You'll break my heart if you say that, exclaimed the unhappy mother. Of course she shall leave the house if you wish it. I wish nothing, said Lord Fawn, but I particularly object to be told that I am a liar. Then he stalked away along the corridor and went down to breakfast, as black as a thunder-cloud. Lady Fawn and Lucy sat opposite to each other in church, but they did not speak till the afternoon. Lady Fawn went to church in the carriage, and Lucy walked, and as Lucy retired to her room immediately on her return to the house, there had not been an opportunity even for a word. After lunch Amelia came up to her and sat down for a long discussion. "Now, Lucy, something must be done, you know," said Amelia. "I suppose so. Of course mamma must see you. She can't allow things to go on in this way. Mamma is very unhappy, and didn't eat a morsel of breakfast." By this latter assertion Amelia simply intended to imply that her mother had refused to be helped a second time to fried bacon, as was customary. "Of course I shall go to her the moment she sends for me. Oh, I am so unhappy." "I don't wonder at that, Lucy. So is my brother unhappy. These things make people unhappy. It is what the world calls temper, you know, Lucy." "Why did he tell me that Mr. Greystock isn't a gentleman?" "Mr. Greystock is a gentleman. I meant to say nothing more than that." "But you did say more, Lucy." "When he said that Mr. Greystock wasn't a gentleman, I told him it wasn't true. Why did he say it? He knows all about it. Everybody knows. Would you think it wise to come and abuse him to me, when you know what he is to me? I can't bear it, and I won't. I'll go away to-morrow, if your mamma wishes it." But that going away was just what Lady Fawn did not wish. "I think you know, Lucy, you should express your deep sorrow at what has passed." "To your brother?" "Yes. Then he would abuse Mr. Greystock again, and it would all be as bad as ever. I'll beg Lord Fawn's pardon, if he'll promise beforehand not to say a word about Mr. Greystock." "You can't expect him to make a bargain like that, Lucy." "I suppose not. I dare say I'm very wicked, and I must be left wicked. I'm too wicked to stay here. That's the long and the short of it." "I'm afraid you're proud, Lucy." I suppose I am. If it wasn't for all that I owe to everybody here, and that I love you all so much, I should be proud of being proud because of Mr. Greystock. Only it kills me to make Lady Fawn unhappy." Amelia left the culprit, feeling that no good had been done, and Lady Fawn did not see the delinquent till late in the afternoon. Lord Fawn, in the meantime, wandered out along the river all alone to brood over the condition of his affairs. It had been an evil day for him in which he had first seen Lady Eustace. From the first moment of his engagement to her he had been an unhappy man. Her treatment of him, the stories which reached his ears from Mrs. Hittaway and others, Mr. Camperdown's threats of law in regard to the diamonds, and Frank Greystock's insults, altogether made him aware that he could not possibly marry Lady Eustace. But yet he had no proper and becoming way of escaping from the bonds of his engagement. He was a man with a conscience, and he was made miserable by the idea of behaving badly to a woman. Perhaps it might have been difficult to analyze his misery and to decide how much arose from the feeling that he was behaving badly, and how much from the conviction that the world would accuse him of doing so. But between the two he was wretched enough. The punishment of the offence had been commenced by Greystock's unavenged insults, and it now seemed to him that this girl's conduct was a continuation of it. The world was already beginning to treat him with that want of respect which he so greatly dreaded. He knew that he was too weak to stand up against a widely spread expression of opinion that he had behaved badly. There are men who can walk about the streets with composed countenances, take their seats in Parliament if they happen to have seats, work in their offices or their chambers or their counting-houses with diligence, and go about the world serenely, even though everybody be saying evil of them behind their backs. Such men can live down temporary calumny, and almost take a delight in the isolation which it will produce. Lord Fawn knew well that he was not such a man. He would have described his own weakness as caused, perhaps, by a too thin-skinned sensitiveness. Those who knew him were inclined to say that he lacked strength of character, and perhaps courage. He had certainly engaged himself to marry this widow, and he was most desirous to do what was right. He had said that he would not marry her unless she would give up the necklace, and he was most desirous to be true to his word. He had been twice insulted, and he was anxious to support these injuries with dignity. Poor Lucy's little offence against him rankled in mind with the other great offences. That this humble friend of his mother's should have been so insolent was a terrible thing to him. He was not sure even whether his own sisters did not treat him with scantier reverence than of yore, and yet he was so anxious to do right, and do his duty in that state of life to which it had pleased God to call him. As to much he was in doubt, but of two things he was quite sure, that Frank Greystock was a scoundrel, and that Lucy Morris was the most impertinent young woman in England. "What would you wish to have done, Frederick?" his mother said to him on his return. "In what respect, mother?" "About Lucy Morris. I have not seen her yet. I have thought it better that she should be left to herself for a while before I did so. I suppose she must come down to dinner. She always does." "I do not wish to interfere with the young lady's meals." "No, but about meeting her. If there is to be no talking, it will be so very unpleasant. It will be unpleasant to us all, but I am thinking chiefly of you." "I do not wish anybody to be disturbed for my comfort." A young woman coming down to dinner as though in disgrace, and not being spoken to by any one, would in truth have had a rather soothing effect upon Lord Fawn, who would have felt that the general silence and dullness had been produced as a sacrifice in his honour. I can, of course, insist that she should apologize, but if she refuses, what shall I do then? Let there be no more apologies, if you please, mother. What shall I do then, Frederick? Miss Morris's idea of an apology is a repetition of her offence with increased rudeness. It is not for me to say what you should do. If it be true that she is engaged to that man, it is true certainly. No doubt that will make her quite independent of you, and I can understand that her presence here in such circumstances must be very uncomfortable to you all. No doubt she feels her power. Indeed, Frederick, you do not know her. I can hardly say that I desire to know her better. You cannot suppose that I can be anxious for further intimacy with a young lady who has twice given me the lie in your house. Such conduct is, at least, very unusual, and as no absolute punishment can be inflicted, the offender can only be avoided. It is thus, and thus only, that such offences can be punished. I shall be satisfied if you will give her to understand that I should prefer that she should not address me again." Poor Lady Fawn was beginning to think that Lucy was right in saying that there was no remedy for all these evils but that she should go away. But whither was she to go? She had no home but such home as she could earn for herself by her services as a governess, and in her present position it was almost out of the question that she should seek another place. Lady Fawn, too, felt that she had pledged herself to Mr. Greystock that till next year Lucy should have a home at Fawn Court. Mr. Greystock, indeed, was now an enemy to the family, but Lucy was not an enemy, and it was out of the question that she should be treated with real enmity. She might be scolded and scowled at, and put into a kind of drawing-room Coventry for a time, so that all kindly intercourse with her should be confined to schoolroom work and bedroom conferences. She could be generally sat upon, as Nina would call it, but as for quarrelling with her, making a real enemy of one whom they all loved, one whom Lady Fawn knew to be as good as gold, one who had become so dear to the old lady that actual extrusion from their family affections would be like the cutting off of a limb, that was simply impossible. "I suppose I had better go and see her," said Lady Fawn, "and I have got such a headache." "Do not see her on my account," said Lord Fawn. The duty, however, was obligatory, and Lady Fawn with slow steps sought Lucy in the schoolroom. "Lucy," she said, seating herself, "what is to be the end of this all?" Lucy came up to her and knelt at her feet. "If you knew how unhappy I am because I have vexed you. I am unhappy, my dear, because I think you have been betrayed by warm temper into misbehaviour. I know I have. Then why do you not control your temper? If anybody were to come to you, Lady Fawn, and make horrible accusations against Lord Fawn or against Augusta, would not you be angry? Would you be able to stand it?" Lady Fawn was not clear-headed. She was not clever, nor was she even always rational, but she was essentially honest. She knew that she would fly at anybody who should in her presence say such bitter things of any of her children as Lord Fawn had said of Mr. Greystock in Lucy's hearing. And she knew also that Lucy was entitled to hold Mr. Greystock as dearly as she held her own sons and daughters. Lord Fawn at Fawn Court could do no wrong. That was a tenet by which she was obliged to hold fast. And yet Lucy had been subjected to great cruelty. She thought a while for a valid argument. "My dear," she said, "your youth should make a difference." "Of course it should." "And though to me and to the girls you are as dear as any friend can be, and may say just what you please, indeed we all live here in such a way that we all do say just what we please, young and old together, but you ought to know that Lord Fawn is different." "Ought he to say that Mr. Greystock is not a gentleman to me?" "We are, of course, very sorry that there should be any quarrel. It is all the fault of that nasty, false young woman." "So it is, Lady Fawn." "Lady Fawn, I have been thinking about it all the day, and I am quite sure that I had better not stay here, while you and the girls think badly of Mr. Greystock. It is not only about Lord Fawn, but because of the whole thing. I am always wanting to say something good about Mr. Greystock, and you are always thinking something bad about him. You have been to me, oh, the very best friend that a girl ever had. Why you should have treated me so generously, I never could know. Because we have loved you. But when a girl has got a man whom she loves, and has promised to marry, he must be her best friend of all. Is it not so, Lady Fawn?" The old woman stooped down and kissed the girl who had got the man. "It is not ingratitude to you that makes me think most of him, is it?" "Certainly not, dear." "Then I had better go away." "But where will you go, Lucy?" "I will consult Mr. Greystock." "But what can he do, Lucy? It will only be trouble to him. He can't find a home for you." "Perhaps they would have me at the deanery," said Lucy slowly. She had evidently been thinking much of it all. "And, Lady Fawn, I will not go downstairs while Lord Fawn is here. And when he comes, if he does come again while I am here, he shall not be troubled by seeing me. He may be sure of that. And you may tell him that I don't defend myself, only I shall always think that he ought not to have said that Mr. Greystock wasn't a gentleman before me." When Lady Fawn left Lucy, the matter was so far settled that Lucy had neither been asked to come down to dinner, nor had she been forbidden to seek another home. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Greystock's Troubles. Frank Greystock stayed the Sunday in London and went down to Bobsborough on the Monday. His father and mother and sister all knew of his engagement to Lucy, and they had heard also that Lady Eustace was to become Lady Fawn. Of the necklace they had hitherto heard very little, and of the quarrel between the two lovers they had heard nothing. There had been many misgivings at the deanery, and some regrets about these marriages. Mrs. Greystock, Frank's mother, was, as we are so wont to say of many women, the best woman in the world. She was unselfish, affectionate, charitable, and thoroughly feminine. But she did think that her son Frank, with all his advantages, good looks, cleverness, general popularity, and seat in Parliament, might just as well marry an heiress as a little girl without twopence in the world. As for herself, who had been born a Jackson, she could do with very little, but the Greystocks were all people who wanted money. For them there was never more than 9 pence in a shilling, if so much. They were a race who could not pay their way with moderate incomes. Even the dear Dean, who really had a conscience about money, and who hardly ever left Bobsborough, could not be kept quite clear of debt, let her do what she would. As for the Admiral, the Dean's elder brother, he had been notorious for insolvency, and Frank was a Greystock all over. He was the very man to whom money with a wife was almost a necessity of existence. And his pretty cousin, the widow, who was devoted to him, and would have married him at a word, had ever so many thousands a year. Of course, Lizzie Eustace was not just all that she should be, but then who is? In one respect, at any rate, her conduct had always been proper. There was no rumor against her as to lovers or flirtations. She was very young, and Frank might have molded her as he pleased. Of course, there were regrets. Poor dear little Lucy Morris was as good as gold. Mrs. Greystock was quite willing to admit that. She was not good-looking, so at least Mrs. Greystock said. She never would allow that Lucy was good-looking, and she didn't see much in Lucy, who, according to her idea, was a little chit of a thing. Her position was simply that of a governess. Mrs. Greystock declared to her daughter that no one in the whole world had a higher respect for governesses than had she, but a governess is a governess, and for a man in Frank's position, such a marriage would be simply suicide. "You shouldn't say that, mamma, now, for it's fixed," said Eleanor Greystock. "But I do say it, my dear. Things are sometimes fixed which must be unfixed. You know your brother." "Frank is earning a large income, mamma." "Did you ever know a Greystock who didn't want more than his income?" "I hope I don't, mamma, and mine is very small." "You're a Jackson. Frank is Greystock to the very backbone. If he marries Lucy Morris, he must give up Parliament. That's all." The Dean himself was more reticent and less given to interference than his wife, but he felt it also. He would not for the world have hinted to his son that it might be well to marry money, but he thought that it was a good thing that his son should go where money was. He knew that Frank was apt to spend his guineas faster than he got them. All his life long the Dean had seen what came of such spending. Frank had gone out into the world and had prospered, but he could hardly continue to prosper unless he married money. Of course, there had been regrets when the news came of that fatal engagement with Lucy Morris. "It can't be for the next 10 years, at any rate," said Mrs. Greystock. "I thought at one time that he would have made a match with his cousin," said the Dean. "Of course, so did everybody," replied Mrs. Dean. Then Frank came among them. He had intended staying some weeks, perhaps for a month, and great preparations were made for him. But immediately on his arrival he announced the necessity that was incumbent on him of going down again to Scotland in 10 days. "You've heard about Lizzie, of course," he said. They had heard that Lizzie was to become Lady Fawn, but beyond that they had heard nothing. "You know about the necklace?" asked Frank. Something of a tale of a necklace had made its way even down to quiet Bobsborough. They had been informed that there was a dispute between the widow and the executors of the late Sir Florian about some diamonds. "Lord Fawn is behaving about it in the most atrocious manner," continued Frank, "and the long and the short of it is that there will be no marriage." "No marriage!" exclaimed Mrs. Greystock. "And what is the truth about the diamonds?" asked the Dean. "Ah, it will give the lawyers a job before they decide that. They're very valuable, worth about £10,000, I'm told. But the most of it will go among some of my friends at the Chancery Bar. It's a pity that I should be out of the scramble myself." "But why should you be out?" asked his mother, with tender regrets, not thinking of the matter as her son was thinking of it, but feeling that when there was so much wealth so very near him, he ought not to let it all go past him. "As far as I can see," continued Frank, "she has a fair claim to them. I suppose they'll file a bill in Chancery, and then it will be out of my line altogether. She says her husband gave them to her, absolutely put them on her neck himself, and told her that they were hers. As to their being an heirloom, that turns out to be impossible. I didn't know it, but it seems you can't make diamonds an heirloom. What astonishes me is that Fawn should object to the necklace. However, he has objected, and has simply told her that he won't marry her unless she gives them up. And what does she say? Storms and raves, as of course any woman would. I don't think she is behaving badly. What she wants is to reduce him to obedience, and then to dismiss him. I think that is no more than fair. Nothing on earth would make her marry him now. Did she ever care for him? I don't think she ever did. She found her position to be troublesome, and she thought she had better marry, and then he's a lord, which always goes for something. I am sorry you should have so much trouble, said Mrs. Greystock. But in truth the mother was not sorry. She did not declare to herself that it would be a good thing that her son should be false to Lucy Morris, in order that he might marry his rich cousin. But she did feel it to be an advantage that he should be on terms of intimacy with so large an income as that belonging to Lady Eustace. Doan thou marry for money, but go where money is. Mrs. Greystock would have repudiated the idea of mercenary marriages in any ordinary conversation, and would have been severe on any gentleman who was false to a young lady. But it is so hard to bring one's general principles to bear on one's own conduct or in one's own family. And then the Greystocks were so peculiar a people. When her son told her that he must go down to Scotland again very shortly, she reconciled herself to his loss. Had he left Bobsborough for the sake of being near Lucy at Richmond, she would have felt it very keenly. Days passed by, and nothing was said about poor Lucy. Mrs. Greystock had made up her mind that she would say nothing on the subject. Lucy had behaved badly in allowing herself to be loved by a man who ought to have loved money, and Mrs. Greystock had resolved that she would show her feelings by silence. The dean had formed no fixed determination, but he had thought that it might be, perhaps, as well to drop the subject. Frank himself was unhappy about it, but from morning to evening, and from day to day, he allowed it to pass by without a word. He knew that it should not be so, that such silence was in truth treachery to Lucy, but he was silent. What had he meant when, as he left Lizzie Eustace among the rocks at Portray in that last moment, he had assured her that he would be true to her? And what had been Lizzie's meaning? He was more sure of Lizzie's meaning than he was of his own. It's a very rough world to live in, he said to himself in these days as he thought of his difficulties. But when he had been nearly a week at the deanery, and when the day of his going was so near as to be a matter of concern, his sister did at last venture to say a word about Lucy. I suppose there is nothing settled about your own marriage, Frank? Nothing at all. Nor will it be for some while? Nor will be for some while. This he said in a tone which he himself felt to be ill-humoured and almost petulant. And he felt also that such ill-humour on such a subject was unkind, not to his sister, but to Lucy. It seemed to imply that the matter of his marriage was distasteful to him. "The truth is," he said, "that nothing can be fixed. Lucy understands that as well as I do. I am not in a position at once to marry a girl who has nothing. It's a pity, perhaps, that one can't train one's self to like some girl best that has got money, but as I haven't, there must be some delay. She is to stay where she is, at any rate for a 12-month. "But you mean to see her?" "Well, yes. I hardly know how I can see her, as I have quarrelled to the knife with Lord Fawn, and Lord Fawn is recognized by his mother and sisters as the one living Jupiter upon earth." "I like them for that," said Eleanor. "Only it prevents my going to Richmond, and poor Fawn himself is such an indifferent Jupiter." That was all that was said about Lucy at Bobsborough, till there came a letter from Lucy to her lover, acquainting him with the circumstances of her unfortunate position at Richmond. She did not tell him quite all the circumstances. She did not repeat the strong expressions which Lord Fawn had used, nor did she clearly explain how wrathful she had been herself. "Lord Fawn has been here," she said, "and there has been ever so much unpleasantness. He is very angry with you about Lady Eustace, and of course Lady Fawn takes his part. I need not tell you whose part I take. And so there have been what the servants call just a few words. It is very dreadful, isn't it? And after all, Lady Fawn has been as kind as possible. But the upshot of it is that I am not to stay here. You mustn't suppose that I'm to be turned out at 12 hours' notice. I am to stay till arrangements have been made, and everybody will be kind to me. But what had I better do? I'll try and get another situation at once, if you think it best. Only I suppose I should have to explain how long I could stay. Lady Fawn knows that I am writing to you to ask you what you think best." On receipt of this, Greystock was very much puzzled. What a little fool Lucy had been, and yet what a dear little fool! Who cared for Lord Fawn and his hard words? Of course Lord Fawn would say all manner of evil things of him, and would crow valiantly in his own farmyard. But it would have been so much wiser on Lucy's part to have put up with the crowing, and to have disregarded altogether the words of a man so weak and insignificant. But the evil was done, and he must make some arrangement for poor Lucy's comfort. Had he known exactly how matters stood, that the proposition as to Lucy's departure had come wholly from herself, and that at the present time all the ladies at Fawn Court, of course in the absence of Lord Fawn, were quite disposed to forgive Lucy, if Lucy would only be forgiven, and hide herself when Lord Fawn should come. Had Frank known all this, he might perhaps have counselled her to remain at Richmond. But he believed that Lady Fawn had insisted on Lucy's departure, and of course in such a case Lucy must depart. He showed the letter to his sister and asked for advice. "How very unfortunate," said Eleanor. "Yes, is it not? I wonder what she said to Lord Fawn. She would speak out very plainly. I suppose she has spoken out plainly, or otherwise they would never have told her to go away. It seems so unlike what I have always heard of Lady Fawn." "Lucy can be very headstrong, if she pleases," said Lucy's lover. "What on earth had I better do for her? I don't suppose she can get another place that would suit." "If she is to be your wife, I don't think she should go into another place. If it is quite fixed," she said, and then she looked into her brother's face. "Well, what then? If you are sure you mean it—" "Of course I mean it." "Then she had better come here. As for her going out as a governess, and telling the people that she is to be your wife in a few months, that is out of the question. And it would, I think, be equally so that she should go into any house and not tell the truth. Of course, this would be the best place for her. It was at last decided that Eleanor should discuss the matter with her mother. When the whole matter was unfolded to Mrs. Greystock, that lady was more troubled than ever. If Lucy were to come to the deanery, she must come as Frank's affianced bride, and must be treated as such by all Bobsborough. The dean would be giving his express sanction to the marriage, and so would Mrs. Greystock herself. She knew well that she had no power of refusing her sanction. Frank must do as he pleased about marrying. Were Lucy once his wife, of course she would be made welcome to the best the deanery could give her. There was no doubt about Lucy being as good as gold, only that real gold, vile as it is, was the one thing that Frank so much needed. The mother thought that she had discovered in her son something which seemed to indicate a possibility that this very imprudent match might at last be abandoned. And if there were such possibility, surely Lucy ought not now to be brought to the deanery. Nevertheless, if Frank were to insist upon her coming, she must come. But Mrs. Greystock had a plan. "Oh, mamma," said Eleanor, when the plan was proposed to her, "do not you think that would be cruel?" "Cruel, my dear? No, certainly not cruel. She is such a virago." "You think that because Lizzie Eustace has said so. I don't know that she's a virago at all. I believe her to be a very good sort of woman. Do you remember, mamma, what the Admiral used to say of her? The Admiral, my dear, tried to borrow her money, as he did everybody's, and when she wouldn't give him any, then he said severe things. The poor Admiral was never to be trusted in such matters." "I don't think Frank would like it," said Eleanor. "The plan was this. Lady Linlithgow, who through her brother-in-law, the late Admiral Greystock, was connected with the Dean's family, had made known her desire to have a new companion for 6 months. The lady was to be treated like a lady, but was to have no salary. Her travelling expenses were to be paid for her, and no duties were to be expected from her except that of talking and listening to the Countess. "I really think it's the very thing for her," said Mrs. Greystock. "It's not like being a governess. She's not to have any salary. I don't know whether that makes it better, mamma. It would just be a visit to Lady Linlithgow. It is that which makes the difference, my dear." Eleanor felt sure that her brother would not hear of such an engagement. But he did hear of it, and after various objections gave a sort of sanction to it. It was not to be pressed upon Lucy if Lucy disliked it. Lady Linlithgow was to be made to understand that Lucy might leave whenever she pleased. It was to be an invitation which Lucy might accept if she were so minded. Lucy's position as an honourable guest was to be assured to her. It was thought better that Lady Linlithgow should not be told of Lucy's engagement unless she asked questions, or unless Lucy should choose to tell her. Every precaution was to be taken, and then Frank gave his sanction. He could understand, he said, that it might be inexpedient that Lucy should come at once to the deanery, as, were she to do so, she must remain there till her marriage, let the time be ever so long. It might be 2 years, said the mother. Hardly so long as that, said the son. I don't think it would be quite fair to papa, said the mother. It was well that the argument was used behind the dean's back, as had it been made in his hearing, the dean would have upset it at once. The dean was so short-sighted and imprudent that he would have professed delight at the idea of having Lucy Morris as a resident at the deanery. Frank acceded to the argument, and was ashamed of himself for acceding. Eleanor did not accede, nor did her sisters, but it was necessary that they should yield. Mrs. Greystock at once wrote to Lady Linlithgow, and Frank wrote by the same post to Lucy Morris. As there must be a year's delay, he wrote, we all here think it best that your visit to us should be postponed for a while. But if you object to the Linlithgow plan, say so at once. You shall be asked to do nothing disagreeable. He found the letter very difficult to write. He knew that she ought to have been welcomed at once to Bobsborough, and he knew, too, the reason on which his mother's objection was founded. But it might be 2 years before he could possibly marry Lucy Morris, or it might be 3. Would it be proper that she should be desired to make the deanery her home for so long and so indefinite a time? And when an engagement was for so long, could it be well that everybody should know it, as everybody would if Lucy were to take up her residence permanently at the deanery? Some consideration, certainly, was due to his father. And, moreover, it was absolutely necessary that he and Lizzie Eustace should understand each other as to that mutual pledge of truth which had passed between them. In the meantime, he received the following letter from Monsieur Camperdown: 62 New Square, Lincoln's Inn, 15 September, 18. Dear Sir, after what passed in our chambers the other day, we think it best to let you know that we have been instructed by the executor of the late Sir Florian Eustace to file a bill in Chancery against the widow Lady Eustace for the recovery of valuable diamonds. You will oblige us by making the necessary communication to her ladyship, and will perhaps tell us the names of her ladyship's solicitors. We are, dear sir, your very obedient servants, Camperdown and Son. F. Greystock, Esquire, M.P. A few days after the receipt of this letter, Frank started for Scotland. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Frank Greystock's second visit to Portray. On this occasion, Frank Greystock went down to Portray Castle with the intention of staying at the house during the very short time that he would remain in Scotland. He was going there solely on his cousin's business, with no view to grouse shooting or other pleasure, and he proposed remaining but a very short time, perhaps only one night. His cousin, moreover, had spoken of having guests with her, in which case there could be no tinge of impropriety in his doing so. And whether she had guests, or whether she had not, what difference would it really make? Mr. Andrew Gowran had already seen what there was to see, and could do all the evil that could be done. He could, if he were so minded, spread reports in the neighbourhood, and might perhaps have the power of communicating what he had discovered to the Eustace faction, John Eustace, Mr. Camperdown, and Lord Fawn. That evil, if it were an evil, must be encountered with absolute indifference. So he went direct to the castle, and was received quietly, but very graciously, by his cousin Lizzie. There were no guests then staying at Portray, but that very distinguished lady, Mrs. Carbuncle, with her niece, Miss Roanoke, had been there, as had also that very well-known nobleman, Lord George de Bruce Carruthers. Lord George and Mrs. Carbuncle were in the habit of seeing a good deal of each other, though, as all the world knew, there was nothing between them but the simplest friendship. And Sir Griffin Tewett had also been there, a young baronet who was supposed to be enamoured of that most gorgeous of beauties, Lucinda Roanoke. Of all these grand friends, friends with whom Lizzie had become acquainted in London. Nothing further need be said here, as they were not at the castle when Frank arrived. When he came, whether by premeditated plan or by the chance of circumstances, Lizzie had no one with her at Portray, except the faithful Macnulty. "I thought to have found you with all the world here," said Frank, the faithful Macnulty being then present. "Well, we have had people, but only for a couple of days. They are all coming again, but not till November. You hunt, don't you, Frank?" "I have no time for hunting. Why do you ask?" "I'm going to hunt. It's a long way to go, 10 or 12 miles generally, but almost everybody hunts here. Mrs. Carbuncle is coming again, and she is about the best lady in England after hounds, so they tell me, and Lord George is coming again." "Who is Lord George?" "You remember Lord George Carruthers, whom we all knew in London." "What? The tall man with the hollow eyes and the big whiskers, whose life is a mystery to everyone? Is he coming?" "I like him, just because he isn't a ditto to every man one meets. And Sir Griffin Tewett is coming." "Who is a ditto to everybody." "Well, yes, poor Sir Griffin. The truth is, he is awfully smitten with Mrs. Carbuncle's niece." "Don't you go matchmaking, Lizzie," said Frank. "That Sir Griffin is a fool, we will all allow, but it's my belief he has wit enough to make himself pass off as a man of fortune, with very little to back it. He's at law with his mother, at law with his sisters, and at law with his younger brother." "If he were at law with his great-grandmother, it would be nothing to me, Frank. She has her aunt to take care of her, and Sir Griffin is coming with Lord George." "You don't mean to put up all their horses, Lizzie?" "Well, not all. Lord George and Sir Griffin are to keep theirs at Troon, or Kilmarnock, or somewhere. The ladies will bring 2 apiece, and I shall have 2 of my own." "And carriage horses and hacks?" "The carriage horses are here, of course." "It will cost you a great deal of money, Lizzie." "That's just what I tell her," said Miss Macnulty. "I've been living here, not spending 1 shilling for the last 2 months," said Lizzie, "and all for the sake of economy. Yet people think that no woman was ever left so rich. Surely I can afford to see a few friends for 1 month in the year. If I find I can't afford so much as that, I shall let the place and go and live abroad somewhere. It's too much to suppose that a woman should shut herself up here for 6 or 8 months, and see nobody all the time." On that, the day of Frank's arrival, not a word was said about the necklace, nor of Lord Fawn, nor of that mutual pledge which had been taken and given down among the rocks. Frank, before dinner, went out about the place, that he might see how things were going on, and observe whether the widow was being ill-treated and unfairly eaten up by her dependents. He was, too, a little curious as to a matter as to which his curiosity was soon relieved. He had hardly reached the outbuildings which lay behind the kitchen gardens on his way to the Portray woods before he encountered Andy Gowran. That faithful adherent of the family raised his hand to his cap and bobbed his head, and then silently, and with renewed diligence, applied himself to the job which he had in hand. The gate of the little yard in which the cowshed stood was off its hinges, and Andy was resetting the post and making the fence tight and tidy. Frank stood a moment watching him, and then asked after his health. "'Deed am I not that to boost about in the way of bodily health, Muster Greystock. I've just over many things to tend to. To tend to my own ain't so as a prudent man ought. It's early and late with me, Muster Greystock, and the lumbagy just all over the man isn't the pleasantest friend in the world." Frank said that he was sorry to hear so bad an account of Mr. Gowran's health, and passed on. It was not for him to refer to the little scene in which Mr. Gowran had behaved so badly and had shaken his head. If the misbehaviour had been condoned by Lady Eustace, the less that he said about it the better. Then he went on through the woods, and was well aware that Mr. Gowran's fostering care had not been abated by his disapproval of his mistress. The fences had been repaired since Frank was there, and stones had been laid on the road or track over which was to be carried away the underwood which it would be Lady Eustace's privilege to cut during the coming winter. Frank was not alone for one moment with his cousin during that evening, but in the presence of Miss Macnulty all the circumstances of the necklace were discussed. "Of course it is my own," said Lady Eustace, standing up, "my own to do just what I please with. If they go on like this with me, they will almost tempt me to sell it for what it will fetch, just to prove to them that I can do so. I have half a mind to sell it, and then send them the money, and tell them to put it by for my little Flory. Would not that serve them right, Frank?" "I don't think I'd do that, Lizzie." "Why not? You always tell me what not to do, but you never say what I ought." "That is because I am so wise and prudent. If you were to attempt to sell the diamonds, they would stop you, and would not give you credit for the generous purpose afterwards." "They wouldn't stop you if you sold the ring you wear." The ring had been given to him by Lucy after their engagement, and was the only present she had ever made him. It had been purchased out of her own earnings, and had been put on his finger by her own hand. Either from accident or craft he had not worn it when he had been before at Portray, and Lizzie had at once observed it as a thing she had never seen before. She knew well that he would not buy such a ring. Who had given him the ring? Frank almost blushed as he looked down at the trinket, and Lizzie was sure that it had been given by that sly little creeping thing, Lucy. "Let me look at the ring," she said. "Nobody could stop you if you chose to sell this to me." "Little things are always less troublesome than big things," he said. "What is the price?" she asked. "It is not in the market, Lizzie, nor should your diamonds be there. You must be content to let them take what legal steps they may think fit, and defend your property. After that you can do as you please, but keep them safe till the thing is settled. If I were you, I would have them at the banker's." "Yes, and then when I asked for them, be told that they couldn't be given up to me because of Mr. Camperdown or the Lord Chancellor. And what's the good of a thing locked up? You wear your ring, why shouldn't I wear my necklace? I have nothing to say against it." "It isn't that I care for such things. Do I, Julia?" "All ladies like them, I suppose," said that stupidest and most stubborn of all humble friends, Miss Macnulty. "I don't like them at all, and you know I don't. I hate them. They have been the misery of my life. Oh, how they have tormented me! Even when I am asleep I dream about them, and think that people steal them. They have never given me one moment's happiness. When I have them on, I am always fearing that Camperdown and Son are behind me and are going to clutch them. And I think too well of myself to believe that anybody will care more for me because of a necklace. The only good they have ever done me has been to save me from a man who I now know never cared for me. But they are mine, and therefore I choose to keep them. Though I am only a woman, I have an idea of my own rights, and will defend them as far as they go. If you say I ought not to sell them, Frank, I'll keep them, but I'll wear them as commonly as you do that gage d'amour which you carry on your finger. Nobody shall ever see me without them. I won't go to any old dowager's tea-party without them. Mr. John Eustace has chosen to accuse me of stealing them." "I don't think John Eustace has ever said a word about them," said Frank. Mr. Camperdown, then, the people who choose to call themselves the guardians and protectors of my boy, as if I were not his best guardian and protector. I'll show them at any rate that I'm not ashamed of my booty. I don't see why I should lock them up in a musty old bank. Why don't you send your ring to the bank?" Frank could not but feel that she did it all very well. In the first place, she was very pretty in the display of her half-mock indignation. Though she used some strong words, she used them with an air that carried them off and left no impression that she had been either vulgar or violent. And then, though the indignation was half-mock, it was also half real, and her courage and spirit were attractive. Greystock had at last taught himself to think that Mr. Camperdown was not justified in the claim which he made, and that in consequence of that unjust claim Lizzie Eustace had been subjected to ill usage. "Did you ever see this bone of contention?" she asked, "this fair Helen for which Greeks and Romans are to fight? I never saw the necklace, if you mean that. I'll fetch it. You ought to see it, as you have to talk about it so often." "Can I get it?" asked Miss Macnulty. "Heaven and earth! To suppose that I should ever keep them under less than 7 keys, and that there should be any of the locks that anybody should be able to open except myself." "And where are the 7 keys?" asked Frank. "Next to my heart," said Lizzie, putting her hand on her left side, "and when I sleep they are always tied round my neck in a bag, and the bag never escapes from my grasp. And I have such a knife under my pillow, ready for Mr. Camperdown, should he come to seize them." Then she ran out of the room, and in a couple of minutes returned with the necklace hanging loose in her hand. It was part of her little play to show by her speed that the close locking of the jewels was a joke, and that the ornament, precious as it was, received at her hands no other treatment than might any indifferent feminine bauble. Nevertheless, within those 2 minutes she had contrived to unlock the heavy iron case which always stood beneath the foot of her bed. "There," she said, chucking the necklace across the table to Frank, so that he was barely able to catch it. "There is 10,000 pounds worth, as they tell me. Perhaps you will not believe me when I say that I should have the greatest satisfaction in the world in throwing them out among those blue waves yonder, did I not think that Camperdown and Son would fish them up again." Frank spread the necklace on the table and stood up to look at it, while Miss Macnulty came and gazed at the jewels over his shoulder. "And that is worth 10,000 pounds," said he. "So people say. And your husband gave it you just as another man gives a trinket that costs 10 shillings. Just as Lucy Morris gave you that ring." He smiled, but took no other notice of the accusation. "I am so poor a man," said he, "that this string of stones, which you throw about the room like a child's toy, would be the making of me." "Take it, and be made," said Lizzie. "It seems an awful thing to me to have so much value in my hands," said Miss Macnulty, who had lifted the necklace off the table. "It would buy an estate, wouldn't it?" "It would buy the honourable estate of matrimony if it belonged to many women," said Lizzie. "But it hasn't had just that effect with me, has it, Frank? You haven't used it with that view yet." "Will you have it, Frank?" she said. "Take it with all its encumbrances and weight of cares. Take it with all the burthen of Messrs. Camperdown's lawsuits upon it. You shall be as welcome to it as flowers were ever welcomed in May." "The encumbrances are too heavy," said Frank. "You prefer a little ring." "Very much." "I don't doubt but you're right," said Lizzie. "Who fears to rise will hardly get a fall. But there they are for you to look at, and there they shall remain for the rest of the evening." So saying, she clasped the string round Miss Macnulty's throat. How do you feel, Julia, with an estate upon your neck? 500 acres at £20 an acre. Let us call it £500 a year. That's about it." Miss Macnulty looked as though she did not like it, but she stood for a time bearing the precious burthen, while Frank explained to his cousin that she could hardly buy land to pay her 5%. They were then taken off and left lying on the table till Lady Eustace took them with her as she went to bed. "I do feel so like some naughty person in the Arabian Nights," she said, "who has got some great treasure that always brings him into trouble, but he can't get rid of it, because some spirit has given it to him. At last, some morning, it turns into slate stones, and then he has to be a water carrier, and is happy ever afterwards, and marries the king's daughter. What sort of a king's son will there be for me when this turns into slate stones? Good night, Frank." Then she went off with her diamonds and her bed candle. On the following day, Frank suggested that there should be a business conversation. "That means that I am to sit silent and obedient while you lecture me," she said. But she submitted, and they went together into the little sitting-room which looked out over the sea, the room where she kept her Shelley and her Byron, and practised her music, and did water-colours, and sat sometimes dreaming of a Corsair. And now, my gravest of mentors, what must a poor ignorant female Telemachus do, so that the world may not trample on her too heavily? He began by telling her what had happened between himself and Lord Fawn, and recommended her to write to that unhappy nobleman, returning any present that she might have received from him, and expressing, with some mild but intelligible sarcasm, her regret that their paths should have crossed each other. "I've worse in store for his lordship than that," said Lizzie. "Do you mean by any personal interview?" "Certainly." "I think you are wrong, Lizzie." "Of course you do. Men have become so soft themselves that they no longer dare to think even of punishing those who behave badly, and they expect women to be softer and more fainéant than themselves. I have been ill used." "Certainly you have." "And I will be revenged. Look here, Frank, if your view of these things is altogether different from mine, let us drop the subject. Of all living human beings, you are the one that is most to me now. Perhaps you are more than any other ever was. But even for you I cannot alter my nature. Even for you I would not alter it if I could. That man has injured me, and all the world knows it. I will have my revenge, and all the world shall know that. I did wrong. I am sensible enough of that." "What wrong do you mean?" "I told a man whom I never loved that I would marry him. God knows that I have been punished." "Perhaps, Lizzie, it is better as it is." "A great deal better. I will tell you now that I could never induce myself to go into church with that man as his bride. With a man I didn't love I might have done so, but not with a man I despised." "You have been saved then from a greater evil." "Yes, but not the less is his injury to me. It is not because he despises me that he rejects me, nor is it because he thought that I had taken property that was not my own." "Why, then?" "Because he was afraid the world would say that I had done so. Poor shallow creature! But he shall be punished." "I do not know how you punish him." "Leave that to me. I have another thing to do much more difficult." She paused, looking for a moment up into his face, and then turning her eyes upon the ground. As he said nothing, she went on. "I have to excuse myself to you for having accepted him. I have never blamed you." "Not in words. How should you? But if you have not blamed me in your heart, I despise you. I know you have. I have seen it in your eyes when you have counselled me either to take the poor creature or to leave him. Speak out now like a man. Is it not so?" "I never thought you loved him." "Loved him? Is there anything in him or about him that a woman could love? Is he not a poor social stick? A bit of half-dead wood, good to make a post of if anyone wants a post. I did want a post so sorely then." "I don't see why." "You don't? No, indeed. It was natural that you should be inclined to marry again." "Natural that I should be inclined to marry again? And is that all? It is hard sometimes to see whether men are thick-witted or hypocrites so perfect that they seem to be so. I cannot bring myself to think you are thick-witted, Frank. Then I must be the perfect hypocrite, of course. You believe I accepted Lord Fawn because it was natural that I should wish to marry again. Frank, you believe nothing of the kind. I accepted him in my anger, in my misery, in my despair, because I had expected you to come to me, and you had not come." She had thrown herself now into a chair and sat looking at him. "You had told me that you would come, and you had stayed away. It was you, Frank, that I wanted to punish then. But there was no punishment in it for you. When is it to be, Frank?" "When is what to be?" he asked, in a low voice, all but dumbfounded. How was he to put an end to this conversation, and what was he to say to her? "Your marriage with that little wizened thing who gave you the ring, that prim morsel of feminine propriety who has been clever enough to make you believe that her morality would suffice to make you happy." "I will not hear Lucy Morris abused, Lizzie." "Is that abuse? Is it abuse to say that she is moral and proper? But, sir, I shall abuse her. I know her for what she is, while your eyes are sealed. She is wise and moral and decorous and prim, but she is a hypocrite and has no touch of real heart in her composition. Not abuse her when she has robbed me of all that I have in the world. Go to her. You had better go at once. I did not mean to say all this, but it has been said, and you must leave me. I, at any rate, cannot play the hypocrite. I wish I could." He rose and came to her, and attempted to take her hand, but she flung away from him. "No," she said, "never again. Never, unless you will tell me that the promise you made me when we were down on the seashore was a true promise. Was that truth, sir, or was it a lie?" "Lizzie, do not use such a word as that to me." "I cannot stand picking my words when the whole world is going round with me, and my very brain is on fire. What is it to me what my words are? Say one syllable to me, and every word I utter again while breath is mine shall be spoken to do you pleasure. If you cannot say it, it is nothing to me what you or any one may think of my words. You know my secret, and I care not who else knows it. At any rate, I can die." Then she paused a moment, and after that stalked steadily out of the room. That afternoon Frank took a long walk by himself over the mountains, nearly to the cottage, and back again, and on his return was informed that Lady Eustace was ill and had gone to bed. At any rate, she was too unwell to come down to dinner. He, therefore, and Miss Macnulty sat down to dine, and passed the evening together without other companionship. Frank had resolved during his walk that he would leave Portray the next day, but had hardly resolved upon anything else. One thing, however, seemed certain to him. He was engaged to marry Lucy Morris, and to that engagement he must be true. His cousin was very charming, and had never looked so lovely in his eyes as when she had been confessing her love for him. And he had wondered at and admired her courage, her power of language, and her force. He could not quite forget how useful would be her income to him. And added to this, there was present to him an unwholesome feeling, ideas absolutely at variance with those better ideas which had prompted him when he was writing his offer to Lucy Morris in his chambers, that a woman such as was his cousin Lizzie was fitter to be the wife of a man thrown, as he must be, into the world, than a dear, quiet, domestic little girl, such as Lucy Morris. But to Lucy Morris he was engaged, and therefore there was an end of it. The next morning he sent his love to his cousin, asking whether he should see her before he went. It was still necessary that he should know what attorneys to employ on her behalf if the threatened bill were filed by Messrs. Camperdown. Then he suggested a firm in his note. Might he put the case into the hands of Mr. Townsend, who was a friend of his own? There came back to him a scrap of paper, an old envelope, in which were written the names of Mowbray and Mopus. Mowbray and Mopus in a large scrawling hand, and with pencil. He put the scrap of paper into his pocket, feeling that he could not remonstrate with her at this moment, and was prepared to depart, when there came a message to him. Lady Eustace was still unwell, but had risen, and if it were not giving him too much trouble, would see him before he went. He followed the messenger to the same little room, looking out upon the sea, and then found her, dressed indeed, but with a white morning wrapper on, and with hair loosed over her shoulders. Her eyes were red with weeping. Her face was pale and thin and woebegone. "I am so sorry that you are ill, Lizzie," he said. "Yes, I am ill, sometimes very ill. But what does it matter? I did not send for you, Frank, to speak of aught so trivial as that. I have a favour to ask. Of course I will grant it. It is your forgiveness for my conduct yesterday." "Oh, Lizzie!" "Say that you forgive me. Say it." "How can I forgive when there has been no fault?" "There has been fault. Say that you forgive me." And she stamped her foot as she demanded his pardon. "I do forgive you," he said. "And now one farewell." She then threw herself upon his breast and kissed him. "Now go," she said. "Go, and come no more to me, unless you would see me mad. May God Almighty bless you, and make you happy." As she uttered this prayer, she held the door in her hand, and there was nothing for him but to leave her. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. and Mrs. Hittaway in Scotland. A great many people go to Scotland in the autumn. When you have your autumn holiday in hand to dispose of it, there is nothing more aristocratic that you can do than go to Scotland. Dukes are more plentiful there than in Pall Mall, and you will meet an earl, or at least a lord, on every mountain. Of course, if you merely travel about from inn to inn, and neither have a moor of your own, nor stay with any great friend, you don't quite enjoy the cream of it. But to go to Scotland in August, and stay there perhaps till the end of September, is about the most certain step you can take towards autumnal fashion. Switzerland and the Tyrol and even Italy are all redolent of Mr. Cook, and in those beautiful lands you become subject at least to suspicion. By no means was the duty of adhering to the best side of society more clearly appreciated than by Mr. and Mrs. Hittaway of Warwick Square. Mr. Hittaway was chairman of the Board of Civil Appeals, and was a man who quite understood that there are chairmen and chairmen. He could name to you 3 or 4 men holding responsible permanent official positions, quite as good as that he filled in regard to salary, which, as he often said of his own, was a mere nothing just a poor £2,000 a year, not as much as a grocer would make in a decent business. But they were simply head clerks and nothing more. Nobody knew anything of them. They had no names. You did not meet them anywhere. Cabinet ministers never heard of them, and nobody out of their own offices ever consulted them. But there are others, and Mr. Hittaway felt greatly conscious that he was one of them, who moved altogether in a different sphere. One minister of state would ask another whether Hittaway had been consulted on this or on that measure. So at least the Hittawayites were in the habit of reporting. The names of Mr. and Mrs. Hittaway were constantly in the papers. They were invited to evening gatherings at the houses of both the alternate prime ministers. They were to be seen at fashionable gatherings up the river. They attended concerts at Buckingham Palace. Once a year they gave a dinner party which was inserted in the Morning Post. On such occasions at least one cabinet minister always graced the board. In fact, Mr. Hittaway, as chairman of the Board of Civil Appeals, was somebody, and Mrs. Hittaway, as his wife and as sister to a peer, was somebody also. The reader will remember that Mrs. Hittaway had been a fawn before she married. There is this drawback upon the happy condition which Mr. Hittaway had achieved, that it demands a certain expenditure. Let nobody dream that he can be somebody without having to pay for that honour, unless, indeed, he be a clergyman. When you go to a concert at Buckingham Palace, you pay nothing, it is true, for your ticket, and a cabinet minister dining with you does not eat or drink more than your old friend, Jones, the attorney. But in some insidious, unforeseen manner, in a way that can only be understood after much experience, these luxuries of fashion do make a heavy pull on a modest income. Mrs. Hittaway knew this thoroughly, having much experience, and did make her fight bravely. For Mr. Hittaway's income was no more than modest. A few £1,000s he had of his own when he married, and his Clara had brought to him the unpretending sum of 1,500. But beyond that, the poor official salary, which was less than what a decent grocer would make, was their all. The house in Warwick Square they had prudently purchased on their marriage, when houses in Warwick Square were cheaper than they are now, and there they carried on their battle, certainly with success. But 2,000 a year does not go very far in Warwick Square, even though you sit rent-free, if you have a family and absolutely must keep a carriage. It therefore resulted that when Mr. and Mrs. Hittaway went to Scotland, which they would endeavour to do every year, it was very important that they should accomplish their aristocratic holiday as visitors at the house of some aristocratic friend. So well had they played their cards in this respect that they seldom failed altogether. In one year they had been the guests of a great marquis quite in the north, and that had been a very glorious year. To talk of Stackelon was indeed a thing of beauty. But in that year Mr. Hittaway had made himself very useful in London. Since that they had been at delicious shooting lodges in Ross and Inverness Shire, and visited a millionaire at his palace amidst the Argyle mountains, had been fêted in a western island, had been bored by a Dundee dowager, and put up with a Lothian laird. But the thing had been almost always done, and the Hittaways were known as people that went to Scotland. He could handle a gun, and was clever enough never to shoot a keeper. She could read aloud, could act a little, could talk or hold her tongue, and let her hosts be who they would, and as mighty as you please, never cause them trouble by seeming to be out of their circle, and on that account requiring peculiar attention. On this occasion Mr. and Mrs. Hittaway were the guests of old Lady Pierrepont in Dumfries. There was nothing special to recommend Lady Pierrepont, except that she had a large house and a good income, and that she liked to have people with her of whom everybody knew something. So far was Lady Pierrepont from being high in the Hittaway world that Mrs. Hittaway felt herself called upon to explain to her friends that she was forced to go to Dum-Dum House by the duties of old friendship. Dear old Lady Pierrepont had been insisting on it for the last 10 years, and there was this advantage, that Dumfriesshire is next to Ayrshire, that Dum-Dum was not very far, some 20 or 30 miles, from Portray, and that she might learn something about Lizzie Eustace in her country house. It was nearly the end of August when the Hittaways left London to stay an entire month with Lady Pierrepont. Mr. Hittaway had very frequently explained his defalcation as to fashion, in that he was remaining in London for 3 weeks after Parliament had broken up, by the peculiar exigencies of the Board of Appeals in that year. To one or two very intimate friends Mrs. Hittaway had hinted that everything must be made to give way to this horrid business of Fawn's marriage. Whatever happens, and at whatever cost, that must be stopped, she had ventured to say to Lady Glencora Palliser, who, however, could hardly be called one of her very intimate friends. "I don't see it at all," said Lady Glencora. "I think Lady Eustace is very nice, and why shouldn't she marry Lord Fawn if she's engaged to him?" "But you have heard of the necklace, Lady Glencora?" "Yes, I've heard of it. I wish anybody would come to me and try to get my diamonds. They should hear what I would say." Mrs. Hittaway greatly admired Lady Glencora, but not the less was she determined to persevere. Had Lord Fawn been altogether candid and open with his family at this time, some trouble might have been saved, for he had almost altogether resolved that, let the consequences be what they might, he would not marry Lizzie Eustace. But he was afraid to say this even to his own sister. He had promised to marry the woman, and he must walk very warily, or the objurgations of the world would be too many for him. "It must depend altogether on her conduct, Clara," he had said when last his sister had persecuted him on the subject. She was not, however, sorry to have an opportunity of learning something of the lady's doings. Mr. Hittaway had more than once called on Mr. Camperdown. Yes, Mr. Camperdown had said, in answer to a question from Lord Fawn's brother-in-law, "She would play old gooseberry with the property if we hadn't some one to look after it. There's a fellow named Gowran who has lived there all his life, and we depend very much upon him." It is certainly true that as to many points of conduct, women are less nice than men. Mr. Hittaway would not probably have condescended himself to employ espionage, but Mrs. Hittaway was less scrupulous. She actually went down to Troon, and had an interview with Mr. Gowran, using freely the names of Mr. Camperdown and of Lord Fawn, and some 10 days afterwards Mr. Gowran travelled as far as Dumfries and Dum-Dum, and had an interview with Mrs. Hittaway. The result of all this, and of further inquiries, will be shown by the following letter from Mrs. Hittaway to her sister Amelia. Dum-Dum, 9th September, 18. My dear Amelia, here we are, and here we have to remain to the end of the month. Of course it suits, and all that, but it is awfully dull. Richmond for this time of year is a paradise to it, and as for coming to Scotland every autumn, I am sick of it. Only what is one to do if one lives in London? If it wasn't for Orlando and the children, I'd brazen it out, and let people say what they pleased. As for health, I'm never so well as at home, and I do like having my own things about me. Orlando has literally nothing to do here. There is no shooting, except pheasants, and that doesn't begin till October. But I'm very glad I've come as to Frederick, and the more so as I have learned the truth as to that Mr. Greystock. She, Lady Eustace, is a bad creature in every way. She still pretends that she is engaged to Frederick, and tells everybody that the marriage is not broken off, and yet she has her cousin with her, making love to him in the most indecent way. People used to say in her favour that at any rate she never flirted. I never quite know what people mean when they talk of flirting, but you may take my word for it that she allows her cousin to embrace her, and embraces him. I would not say it if I could not prove it. It is horrible to think of it, when one remembers that she is almost justified in saying that Frederick is engaged to her. No doubt he was engaged to her. It was a great misfortune, but thank God it is not yet past remedy. He has some foolish feeling of what he calls honour, as if a man can be bound in honour to marry a woman who has deceived him in every point. She still sticks to the diamonds. If she has not sold them, as I believe she has, and Mr. Camperdown is going to bring an action against her in the High Court of Chancery. But still Frederick will not absolutely declare the thing off. I feel, therefore, that it is my duty to let him know what I have learned. I should be the last to stir in such a matter unless I was sure I could prove it. But I don't quite like to write to Frederick. Will mamma see him, and tell him what I say? Of course you will show this letter to mamma. If not, I must postpone it till I am in town. But I think it would come better from mamma. Mamma may be sure that she is a bad woman. And now what do you think of your Mr. Greystock? As sure as I am here, he was seen with his arm round his cousin's waist, sitting out of doors, kissing her. I was never taken in by that story of his marrying Lucy Morris. He is the last man in the world to marry a governess. He is over head and ears in debt, and if he marries at all, he must marry someone with money. I really think that mamma and you and all of you have been soft about that girl. I believe she has been a good governess, that is, good after mamma's easy fashion, and I don't for a moment suppose that she is doing anything underhand. But a governess with a lover never does suit, and I'm sure it won't suit in this case. If I were you, I would tell her. I think it would be the best charity. Whether they mean to marry, I can't tell. Mr. Greystock, that is, and this woman, but they ought to mean it, that's all. Let me know at once whether mamma will see Frederick, and speak to him openly. She is quite at liberty to use my name, only nobody but mamma should see this letter. Love to them all. Your most affectionate sister, Clara Hittaway. In writing to Amelia instead of to her mother, Mrs. Hittaway was sure that she was communicating her ideas to at least 2 persons at Fawn Court, and that therefore there would be discussion. Had she written to her mother might probably have held her peace and done nothing. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. It won't be true. Mrs. Greystock, in making her proposition respecting Lady Linlithgow, wrote to Lady Fawn, and by the same post Frank wrote to Lucy. But before those letters reached Fawn Court, there had come that other dreadful letter from Mrs. Hittaway. The consternation caused at Fawn Court in respect to Mr. Greystock's treachery almost robbed of its importance the suggestion made as to Lord Fawn. Could it be possible that this man, who had so openly and in so manly a manner engaged himself to Lucy Morris, should now be proposing to himself a marriage with his rich cousin? Lady Fawn did not believe that it was possible. Clara had not seen those horrid things with her own eyes, and other people might be liars. But Amelia shook her head. Amelia evidently believed that all manner of iniquities were possible to man. You see, mamma, the sacrifice he was making was so very great. But he made it, pleaded Lady Fawn. No, mamma, he said he would make it. Men do these things. It is very horrid, but I think they do them more now than they used to. It seems to me that nobody cares now what he does, if he's not to be put into prison. It was resolved between these two wise ones that nothing at the present should be said to Lucy or to any one of the family. They would wait a while, and in the meantime they attempted, as far as it was possible to make the attempt without express words, to let Lucy understand that she might remain at Fawn Court if she pleased. While this was going on, Lord Fawn did come down once again, and on that occasion Lucy simply absented herself from the dinner table and from the family circle for that evening. "He's coming in, and you've got to go to prison again," Nina said to her, with a kiss. The matter to which Mrs. Hittaway's letter more specially alluded was debated between the mother and daughter at great length. They indeed were less brave and less energetic than was the married daughter of the family, but as they saw Lord Fawn more frequently, they knew better than Mrs. Hittaway the real state of the case. They felt sure that he was already sufficiently embittered against Lady Eustace, and thought that, therefore, the peculiarly unpleasant task assigned to Lady Fawn need not be performed. Lady Fawn had not the advantage of living so much in the world as her daughter, and was oppressed by, perhaps, a squeamish delicacy. I really could not tell him about her sitting and kissing the man, could I, my dear? I couldn't, said Amelia, but Clara would. And to tell the truth, continued Lady Fawn, I shouldn't care a bit about it if it was not for poor Lucy. What will become of her if that man is untrue to her? Nothing on earth would make her believe it, unless it came from himself, said Amelia, who really did know something of Lucy's character. Till he tells her, or till she knows that he's married, she'll never believe it. Then, after a few days, there came those other letters from Bobsborough, one from the Dean's wife, and the other from Frank. The matter there proposed it was necessary that they should discuss with Lucy, as the suggestion had reached Lucy as well as themselves. She at once came to Lady Fawn with her lover's letter, and with a gentle, merry, laughing face, declared that the thing would do very well. I am sure I should get on with her, and I should know that it wouldn't be for long, said Lucy. The truth is, we don't want you to go at all, said Lady Fawn. Oh, but I must, said Lucy, in her sharp, decided tone. I must go. I was bound to wait till I heard from Mr. Greystock, because it is my first duty to obey him. But of course I cannot stay here after what has passed. As Nina says, it is simply going to prison when Lord Fawn comes here. Nina is an impertinent little chit, said Amelia. She is the dearest little friend in all the world, said Lucy, and always tells the exact truth. I do go to prison, and when he comes I feel that I ought to go to prison. Of course I must go away. What does it matter? Lady Linlithgow won't be exactly like you, and she put her little hand upon Lady Fawn's fat arm caressingly, and I shan't have you all to spoil me. but I shall be simply waiting till he comes. Everything now must be no more than waiting till he comes." If it was to be that he would never come, this was very dreadful. Amelia clearly thought that he would never come, and Lady Fawn was apt to think her daughter wiser than herself. And if Mr. Greystock were such as Mrs. Hittaway had described him to be, if there were to be no such coming as that for which Lucy fondly waited, then there would be reason tenfold strong why she should not leave Fawn Court and go to Lady Linlithgow. In such case, when that blow should fall, Lucy would require very different treatment than might be expected for her from the hands of Lady Linlithgow. She would fade and fall to the earth like a flower with an insect at its root. She would be like a wounded branch, into which no sap would run. With such misfortune and wretchedness possibly before her, Lady Fawn could not endure the idea that Lucy should be turned out to encounter it all beneath the cold shade of Lady Linlithgow's indifference. "My dear," she said, "let bygones be bygones. Come down and meet Lord Fawn. Nobody will say anything. After all, you were provoked very much, and there has been quite enough about it." This from Lady Fawn was almost miraculous. From Lady Fawn, to whom her son had ever been the highest of human beings. But Lucy had told the tale to her lover, and her lover approved of her going. Perhaps there was acting upon her mind some feeling, of which she was hardly conscious, that as long as she remained at Fawn Court she would not see her lover. She had told him that she could make herself supremely happy in the simple knowledge that he loved her. But we all know how far such declarations should be taken as true. Of course she was longing to see him. If he would only pass by the road, she would say to herself, so that I might peep at him through the gate. She had no formed idea in her own mind that she would be able to see him should she go to Lady Linlithgow. But still there would be the chances of her altered life. She would tell Lady Linlithgow the truth, and why should Lady Linlithgow refuse her so rational a pleasure? There was, of course, a reason why Frank should not come to Fawn Court, but the house in Bruton Street need not be closed to him. "I hardly know how to love you enough," she said to Lady Fawn, "but indeed I must go. I do so hope the time may come when you and Mr. Greystock may be friends. Of course it will come, shall it not?" "Who can look into the future?" said the wise Amelia. "Of course if he is your husband we shall love him," said the less wise Lady Fawn. "He is to be my husband," said Lucy, springing up. "What do you mean? Do you mean anything?" Lady Fawn, who was not at all wise, protested that she meant nothing. What were they to do? On that special day they merely stipulated that there should be a day's delay before Lady Fawn answered Mrs. Greystock's letter, so that she might sleep upon it. The sleeping on it meant that further discussion, which was to take place between Lady Fawn and her second daughter in her ladyship's bedroom that night. During all this period the general discomfort of Fawn Court was increased by a certain sullenness on the part of Augusta, the elder daughter, who knew that letters had come and that consultations were being held, but who was not admitted to those consultations. Since the day on which poor Augusta had been handed over to Lizzie Eustace as her peculiar friend in the family, there had always existed a feeling that she, by her position, was debarred from sympathizing in the general desire to be quit of Lizzie. And then, too, poor Augusta was never thoroughly trusted by that great guide of the family, Mrs. Hittaway. "She couldn't keep it to herself if you'd give her gold to do it," Mrs. Hittaway would say. Consequently, Augusta was sullen and conscious of ill usage. "Have you fixed upon anything?" she said to Lucy that evening. Not quite, only I am to go away. I don't see why you should go away at all. Frederick doesn't come here so very often, and when he does come he doesn't say much to any one. I suppose it's all Amelia's doing. Nobody wants me to go, only I feel that I ought. Mr. Greystock thinks it best. I suppose he's going to quarrel with us all. No, dear, I don't think he wants to quarrel with any one, but above all he must not quarrel with me. Lord Fawn has quarrelled with him, and that's a misfortune, just for the present. And where are you going? Nothing has been settled yet, but we are talking of Lady Linlithgow, if she will take me. Lady Linlithgow? Oh, dear! Won't it do? They say she is the most dreadful old woman in London. Lady Eustace told such stories about her. Do you know, I think I shall rather like it. But things were very different with Lucy the next morning. That discussion in Lady Fawn's room was protracted till midnight, and then it was decided that just a word should be said to Lucy, so that, if possible, she might be induced to remain at Fawn Court. Lady Fawn was to say the word, and on the following morning she was closeted with Lucy. "My dear," she began, "we all want you to do us a particular favour." As she said this, she held Lucy by the hand, and no one looking at them would have thought that Lucy was a governess, and that Lady Fawn was her employer. "Dear Lady Fawn, indeed it is better that I should go." "Stay just 1 month." "I couldn't do that, because then this chance of a home would be gone. Of course we can't wait a month before we let Mrs. Greystock know." "We must write to her, of course." "And then, you see, Mr. Greystock wishes it." Lady Fawn knew that Lucy could be very firm, and had hardly hoped that anything could be done by simple persuasion. They had long been accustomed among themselves to call her obstinate, and knew that even in her acts of obedience she had a way of obeying after her own fashion. It was as well, therefore, that the thing to be said should be said at once. "My dear Lucy, has it ever occurred to you that there may be a slip between the cup and the lip?" "What do you mean, Lady Fawn?" "That sometimes engagements take place which never become more than engagements. Look at Lord Fawn and Lady Eustace." "Mr. Greystock and I are not like that," said Lucy proudly. "Such things are very dreadful, Lucy, but they do happen." "Do you mean anything real, Lady Fawn?" "I have so strong a reliance on your good sense that I will tell you just what I do mean. A rumour has reached me that Mr. Greystock is paying more attention than he ought to do to Lady Eustace." "His own cousin!" "But people marry their cousins, Lucy." "To whom he has always been just like a brother. I do think that is the cruellest thing. Because he sacrifices his time and his money and all his holidays to go and look after her affairs, this is to be said of him. She hasn't another human being to look after her, and therefore he is obliged to do it. Of course he has told me all about it. I do think, Lady Fawn, I do think that is the greatest shame I ever heard." "But if it should be true?" "It isn't true." "But just for the sake of showing you, Lucy, if it was to be true." "It won't be true." "Surely I may speak to you as your friend, Lucy. You needn't be so abrupt with me. Will you listen to me, Lucy?" "Of course I will listen, only nothing that anybody on earth could say about that would make me believe a word of it." "Very well. Now just let me go on. If it were to be so—" "Oh, Lady Fawn!" "Don't be foolish, Lucy. I will say what I've got to say. Let me see. Where was I? I mean just this. You had better remain here till things are a little more settled. even if it be only a rumour, and I'm sure I don't believe it's anything more, you had better hear about it with us, with friends round you, than with a perfect stranger like Lady Linlithgow. If anything were to go wrong there, you wouldn't know where to go for comfort. If anything were wrong with you here, you could come to me as though I were your mother. Couldn't you now?" "Indeed, indeed I could, and I will. I always will. Lady Fawn, I love you and the dear darling girls better than all the world, except Mr. Greystock. If anything like that were to happen, I think I should creep here and ask to die in your house. But it won't, and just now it will be better that I should go away." It was found at last that Lucy must have her way, and letters were written both to Mrs. Greystock and to Frank, requesting that the suggested overtures might at once be made to Lady Linlithgow. Lucy, in her letter to her lover, was more than ordinarily cheerful and jocose. She had a good deal to say about Lady Linlithgow that was really droll, and not a word to say indicative of the slightest fear in the direction of Lady Eustace. She spoke of poor Lizzie, and declared her conviction that the marriage never could come off now. "You mustn't be angry when I say that I can't break my heart for them, for I never did think that they were very much in love. As for Lord Fawn, of course he is my enemy," and she wrote the word in big letters. "And as for Lizzie, she's your cousin and all that, and she's ever so pretty and all that, and she's as rich as Croesus and all that, but I don't think she'll break her own heart. I would break mine, only, you will understand the rest. If it should come to pass, I wonder whether the Duchess would ever let a poor creature see a friend of hers in Bruton Street." Frank had once called Lady Linlithgow the Duchess, after a certain popular picture in a certain popular book, and Lucy never forgot anything that Frank had said. It did come to pass. Mrs. Greystock at once corresponded with Lady Linlithgow, and Lady Linlithgow, who was at Ramsgate for her autumn vacation, requested that Lucy Morris might be brought to see her at her house in London on the 2nd of October. Lady Linlithgow's autumn holiday always ended on the last day of September. On the 2nd of October, Lady Fawn herself took Lucy up to Bruton Street, and Lady Linlithgow appeared. "Miss Morris," said Lady Fawn, "thinks it right that you should be told that she's engaged to be married." "Who to?" demanded the Countess. Lucy was as red as fire, although she had especially made up her mind that she would not blush when the communication was made. "I don't know that she wishes me to mention the gentleman's name just at present, but I can assure you that he is all that he ought to be." "I hate mysteries," said the Countess. "If Lady Linlithgow—" began Lucy. "Oh, it's nothing to me," continued the old woman. "It won't come off for 6 months, I suppose." Lucy gave a mute assurance that there would be no such difficulty as that. "And he can't come here, Miss Morris." To this Lucy said nothing. Perhaps she might win over even the Countess, and if not, she must bear her 6 months of prolonged exclusion from the light of day. And so the matter was settled. Lucy was to be taken back to Richmond, and to come again on the following Monday. "I don't like this parting at all, Lucy," Lady Fawn said on her way home. "It is better so, Lady Fawn. I hate people going away, but somehow you don't feel it as we do." "You wouldn't say that if you really knew what I do feel." "There was no reason why you should go. Frederick was getting not to care for it at all. What's Nina to do now? I can't get another governess after you. I hate all these sudden break-ups. And all for such a trumpery thing. If Frederick hasn't forgotten all about it, he ought." It hasn't come altogether from him, Lady Fawn." "How has it come, then?" "I suppose it is because of Mr. Greystock. I suppose when a girl has engaged herself to marry a man, she must think more of him than of anything else." "Why couldn't you think of him at Fawn Court?" "Because things have been unfortunate. He isn't your friend, not as yet. Can't you understand, Lady Fawn, that dear as you all must be to me, I must live in his friendships, and take his part when there is a part?" "Then I suppose that you mean to hate all of us." Lucy could only cry at hearing this, whereupon Lady Fawn also burst into tears. On the Sunday before Lucy took her departure, Lord Fawn was again at Richmond. "Of course you'll come down, just as if nothing had happened," said Lydia. "We'll see," said Lucy. "Mamma will be very angry if you don't," said Lydia. But Lucy had a little plot in her head, and her appearance at the dinner-table on that Sunday must depend on the manner in which her plot was executed. After church Lord Fawn would always hang about the grounds for a while before going into the house, and on this morning Lucy also remained outside. She soon found her opportunity, and walked straight up to him, following him on the path. "Lord Fawn," she said, "I have come to beg your pardon." He had turned round, hearing footsteps behind him, but still was startled and unready. "It does not matter at all," he said. "It matters to me, because I behaved badly. What I said about Mr. Greystock wasn't intended to be said to you, you know. Even if it was, it would make no matter. I don't mean to think of that now. I beg your pardon because I said what I ought not to have said. You see, Miss Morris, that as the head of this family—" "If I had said it to Juniper, I would have begged his pardon." Now Juniper was the gardener, and Lord Fawn did not quite like the way in which the thing was put to him. The cloud came across his brow, and he began to fear that she would again insult him. "I oughtn't to accuse anybody of an untruth, not in that way, and I am very sorry for what I did, and I beg your pardon." Then she turned as though she were going back to the house. But he stopped her. "Miss Morris, if it will suit you to stay with my mother, I will never say a word against it." "It is quite settled that I am to go to-morrow, Lord Fawn. Only for that I would not have troubled you again." Then she did turn towards the house, but he recalled her. "We will shake hands, at any rate," he said, "and not part as enemies." So they shook hands, and Lucy came down and sat in his company at the dinner-table. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Linlithgow at home. Lucy, in her letter to her lover, had distinctly asked whether she might tell Lady Linlithgow the name of her future husband, but had received no reply when she was taken to Bruton Street. The parting at Richmond was very painful, and Lady Fawn had declared herself quite unable to make another journey up to London with the ungrateful runagate. Though there was no diminution of affection among the Fawns, there was a general feeling that Lucy was behaving badly. That obstinacy of hers was getting the better of her. Why should she have gone? Even Lord Fawn had expressed his desire that she should remain. And then, in the breasts of the wise ones, all faith in the Greystock engagement had nearly vanished. Another letter had come from Mrs. Hittaway, who now declared that it was already understood about Portray that Lady Eustace intended to marry her cousin. This was described as a terrible crime on the part of Lizzie, though the antagonistic crime of a remaining desire to marry Lord Fawn was still imputed to her. And of course the one crime heightened the other, so that words from the eloquent pen of Mrs. Hittaway failed to make dark enough the blackness of poor Lizzie's character. As for Mr. Greystock, he was simply a heartless man of the world, wishing to feather his nest. Mrs. Hittaway did not for a moment believe that he had ever dreamed of marrying Lucy Morris. Men always have 3 or 4 little excitements of that kind going on for the amusement of their leisure hours. So at least said Mrs. Hittaway. The girl had better be told at once. Such was her decision about poor Lucy. "I can't do more than I have done," said Lady Fawn to Augusta. "She'll never get over it, mamma." "Never," said Augusta. Nothing more was said, and Lucy was sent off in the family carriage. Lydia and Nina were sent with her, and though there was some weeping on the journey, there was also much laughing. The character of the Duchess was discussed very much at large, and many promises were made as to long letters. Lucy, in truth, was not unhappy. She would be nearer to Frank, and then it had been almost promised her that she should go to the deanery after a residence of 6 months with Lady Linlithgow. At the deanery, of course, she would see Frank, and she also understood that a long visit to the deanery would be the surest prelude to that home of her own of which she was always dreaming. "Dear me, sent you up in the carriage, has she? Why shouldn't you have come by the railway?" "Lady Fawn thought the carriage best. She is so very kind. It's what I call twaddle, you know. I hope you ain't afraid of going in a cab?" "Not in the least, Lady Linlithgow." "You can't have the carriage to go about here. Indeed, I never have a pair of horses till after Christmas. I hope you know that I'm as poor as Job." "I didn't know." "I am, then. You'll get nothing beyond wholesome food with me, and I'm not sure it is wholesome always. The butchers are scoundrels, and the bakers are worse." "What used you to do at Lady Fawn?" "I still did lessons with the 2 youngest girls." "You won't have any lessons to do here unless you do 'em with me. You had a salary there?" "Oh, yes." £50 a year, I suppose." "I had 80. "Had you, indeed? £80, and a coach to ride in." "I had a great deal more than that, Lady Linlithgow." "How do you mean?" "I had downright love and affection. They were just so many dear friends. I don't suppose any governess was ever so treated before. It was just like being at home. The more I laughed, the better everyone liked it." "You won't find anything to laugh at here. At least I don't. If you want to laugh, you can laugh upstairs or down in the parlor." "I can do without laughing for a while." "That's lucky, Miss Morris. If they were all so good to you, what made you come away? They sent you away, didn't they?" "Well, I don't know that I can explain it just all. There were a great many things together. No, they didn't send me away. I came away because it suited." "It was something to do with your having a lover, I suppose." To this Lucy thought it best to make no answer, and the conversation for a while was dropped. Lucy had arrived at about 3:30, and Lady Linlithgow was then sitting in the drawing-room. After the first series of questions and answers, Lucy was allowed to go up to her room, and on her return to the drawing-room found the Countess still sitting upright in her chair. She was now busy with accounts, and at first took no notice of Lucy's return. What were to be the companion's duties? What tasks in the house were to be assigned to her? What hours were to be her own? And what was to be done in those of which the Countess would demand the use. Up to the present moment nothing had been said of all this. She had simply been told that she was to be Lady Linlithgow's companion, without salary indeed, but receiving shelter, guardianship, and bread and meat in return for her services. She took up a book from the table and sat with it for 10 minutes. It was Tupper's great poem, and she attempted to read it. Lady Linlithgow sat, toting up her figures, but said nothing. She had not spoken a word since Lucy's return to the room, and as the great poem did not at first fascinate the new companion, whose mind not unnaturally was somewhat disturbed, Lucy ventured upon a question. "Is there anything I can do for you, Lady Linlithgow?" "Do you know about figures?" "Oh yes, I consider myself quite a ready reckoner." "Can you make 2 and 2 come to 5 on one side of the sheet, and come only to 3 on the other?" "I'm afraid I can't do that, and prove it afterwards." "Then you ain't worth anything to me." Having so declared, Lady Linlithgow went on with her accounts, and Lucy relapsed into her great poem. "No, my dear," said the Countess, when she had completed her work, "there isn't anything for you to do. I hope you haven't come here with that mistaken idea. There won't be any sort of work of any kind expected from you. I poke my own fires, and I carve my own bit of mutton, and I haven't got a nasty little dog to be washed, and I don't care 2 pence about worsted work. I have a maid to darn my stockings, and because she has to work, I pay her wages. I don't like being alone, so I get you to come and live with me. I breakfast at 9, and if you don't manage to be down by that time, I shall be cross. I'm always up long before that. There's lunch at 2, just bread and butter and cheese, and perhaps a bit of cold meat. There's dinner at 7, and very bad it is, because they don't have any good meat in London. Down in Fifeshire the meat's a deal better than it is here, only I never go there now. At 10:30 I go to bed. It's a pity you're so young, because I don't know what you'll do about going out. Perhaps, as you ain't pretty, it won't signify." "Not at all, I should think," said Lucy. "Perhaps you consider yourself pretty. It's all altered now since I was young. Girls make monsters of themselves, and I'm told the men like it, going about with unclean, frowsy structures on their heads, enough to make a dog sick. They used to be clean and sweet and nice, what one would like to kiss. How a man can like to kiss a face with a dirty horse's tail all whizzing about it, is what I can't at all understand. I don't think they do like it, but they have to do it." "I haven't even a pony's tail," said Lucy. "They do like to kiss you, I dare say." "No, they don't," ejaculated Lucy, not knowing what answer to make. "I haven't hardly looked at you, but you didn't seem to me to be a beauty." "You're quite right about that, Lady Linlithgow. I hate beauties. My niece, Lizzie Eustace, is a beauty, and I think that, of all the heartless creatures in the world, she is the most heartless." "I know Lady Eustace very well." "Of course you do. She was a Greystock, and you know the Greystocks, and she was down staying with old Lady Fawn at Richmond. I should think old Lady Fawn had a time with her, hadn't she?" "It didn't go off very well." "Lizzie would be too much for the Fawns, I should think. She was too much for me, I know. She's about as bad as anybody ever was. She's false, dishonest, heartless, cruel, irreligious, ungrateful, mean, ignorant, greedy, and vile." "Good gracious, Lady Linlithgow!" "She's all that, and a great deal worse. But she is handsome. I don't know that I ever saw a prettier woman. I generally go out in a cab at 3 o'clock, but I shan't want you to go with me. I don't know what you can do, Macnulty used to walk round Grosvenor Square and think that people mistook her for a lady of quality. You mustn't go and walk round Grosvenor Square by yourself, you know. Not that I care." "I'm not a bit afraid of anybody," said Lucy. "Now you know all about it. There isn't anything for you to do. There are Miss Edgeworth's novels downstairs, and Pride and Prejudice in my bedroom. I don't subscribe to Mudie's, because when I asked for Adam Beattie, they always sent me the Bandit Chief. Perhaps you can borrow books from your friends at Richmond. I dare say Mrs. Greystock has told you that I'm very cross." "I haven't seen Mrs. Greystock for ever so long." "Then Lady Fawn has told you, or somebody. When the wind is east, or northeast, or even north, I am cross, for I have the lumbago. It's all very well talking about being good-humoured. You can't be good-humoured with the lumbago. And I have the gout sometimes in my knee. I'm cross enough then, and so you'd be. And among 'em all, I don't get much above half what I ought to have out of my jointure. That makes me very cross. My teeth are bad, and I like to have the meat tender, but it's always tough, and that makes me cross. And when people go against the grain with me, as Lizzie Eustace always did, then I'm very cross." "I hope you won't be very bad with me," said Lucy. "I don't bite, if you mean that," said her ladyship. "I'd sooner be bitten than barked at, sometimes," said Lucy. "Humph," said the old woman, and then she went back to her accounts. Lucy had a few books of her own, and she determined to ask Frank to send her some. Books are cheap things, and she would not mind asking him for magazines and numbers, and perhaps for the loan of a few volumes. In the meantime, she did read Tupper's poem, and Pride and Prejudice, and one of Miss Edgeworth's novels, probably for the third time. During the first week in Bruton Street she would have been comfortable enough, only that she had not received a line from Frank. That Frank was not specially good at writing letters she had already taught herself to understand. She was inclined to believe that but few men of business do write letters willingly, and that of all men lawyers are the least willing to do so. How reasonable it was that a man who had to perform a great part of his daily work with a pen in his hand should loathe a pen when not at work. To her the writing of letters was perhaps the most delightful occupation of her life, and the writing of letters to her lover was a foretaste of heaven. But then men, as she knew, are very different from women, and she knew this also, that of all her immediate duties, no duty could be clearer than that of abstaining from all jealousy, petulance, and impatient expectation of little attentions. He loved her, and had told her so, and had promised her that she should be his wife, and that ought to be enough for her. She was longing for a letter, because she was very anxious to know whether she might mention his name to Lady Linlithgow, but she would abstain from any idea of blaming him because the letter did not come. On various occasions the Countess showed some little curiosity about the lover, and at last, after about 10 days, when she found herself beginning to be intimate with her new companion, she put the question point blank. "I hate mysteries," she said. "Who is the young man you are to marry?" "He is a gentleman I've known a long time." "That's no answer." "I don't want to tell his name quite yet, Lady Linlithgow." "Why shouldn't you tell his name, unless it's something improper? Is he a gentleman?" "Yes, he is a gentleman." "And how old?" "Oh, I don't know, perhaps 32. "And has he any money?" "He has his profession." "I don't like these kinds of secrets, Miss Morris. If you won't say who he is, what was the good of telling me that you were engaged at all? How is a person to believe it?" "I don't want you to believe it." Highty-tighty! I told you my own part of the affair because I thought you ought to know it as I was coming into your house, but I don't see that you ought to know his part of it. As for not believing, I suppose you believed Lady Fawn. Not a bit better than I believe you. People don't always tell truth because they have titles, nor yet because they've grown old. He don't live in London, does he? He generally lives in London. He is a barrister. Oh, a barrister is he? They're always making a heap of money, or else none at all. Which is it with him? He makes something. As much as you could put in your eye and see none the worse. To see the old lady, as she made this suggestion, turn sharp round upon Lucy was as good as a play. My sister's nephew, the dean's son, is one of the best of the rising ones, I'm told. Lucy blushed up to her hair, but the dowager's back was turned, and she did not see the blushes. But he's in Parliament, and they tell me he spends his money faster than he makes it. I suppose you know him. Yes, I knew him at Bobsborough. It's my belief that after all this fuss about Lord Fawn, he'll marry his cousin, Lizzie Eustace. If he's a lawyer, and as sharp as they say, I suppose he could manage her. I wish he would. And she so bad as you say she is? She'll be sure to get somebody, and why shouldn't he have her money as well as another? There never was a Greystock who didn't want money. That's what it will come to, you'll see. Never, said Lucy decidedly. And why not? What I mean is that Mr. Greystock is, at least I should think so from what I hear, the very last man in the world to marry for money. What do you know of what a man would do? It would be a very mean thing, particularly if he does not love her. Bother, said the Countess. They were very near it in town last year before Lord Fawn came up at all. I knew as much as that, and it's what they'll come to before they've done. They'll never come to it, said Lucy. Then a sudden light flashed across the astute mind of the Countess. She turned round in her chair, and sat for a while silent, looking at Lucy. Then she slowly asked another question. He isn't your young man, is he? To this Lucy made no reply. So that's it, is it? Said the dowager. You've done me the honour of making my house your home till my own sister's nephew shall be ready to marry you. And why not? Said Lucy, rather roughly. And Dame Greystock, from Bobsborough, has sent you here to keep you out of her son's way. I see it all. And that old frump at Richmond has passed you over to me because she did not choose to have such goings-on under her own eye. There have been no goings-on, said Lucy. And he's to come here, I suppose, when my back's turned? He is not thinking of coming here. I don't know what you mean. Nobody has done anything wrong to you. I don't know why you say such cruel things. He can't afford to marry you, you know. I don't know anything about it. Perhaps we must wait ever so long. 5 years. That's nobody's business but my own. I found it all out, didn't I? Yes, you found it out. I'm thinking of that sly old Dame Greystock at Bobsborough sending you here. Neither on that nor on the 2 following days did Lady Linlithgow say a word further to Lucy about her engagement. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Too bad for sympathy. When Frank Greystock left Bobsborough to go to Scotland, he had not said that he would return, nor had he at that time made up his mind whether he would do so or no. He had promised to go and shoot in Norfolk, and had half undertaken to be up in London with Harriet working. Though it was holiday time, still there was plenty of work for him to do, various heavy cases to get up, and papers to be read, if only he could settle himself down to the doing of it. But the scenes down in Scotland had been of a nature to make him unfit for steady labour. How was he to sail his bark through the rocks, by which his present voyage was rendered so dangerous? Of course, to the reader, the way to do so seems to be clear enough: to work hard at his profession, to explain to his cousin that she had altogether mistaken his feelings, and to be true to Lucy Morris was so manifestly his duty, that to no reader will it appear possible that to any gentleman there could be a doubt. Instead of the existence of a difficulty, there was a flood of light upon his path, so the reader will think, a flood so clear that not to see his way was impossible. A man carried away by abnormal appetites and wickedness and the devil may of course commit murder, or forge bills, or become a fraudulent director of a bankrupt company, and so may a man be untrue to his troth, and leave true love in pursuit of tinsel and beauty and false words and a large income. But why should one tell the story of creatures so base? One does not willingly grovel in gutters, or breathe fetid atmospheres, or live upon garbage. If we are to deal with heroes and heroines, let us, at any rate, have heroes and heroines who are above such meanness as falsehood in love. This Frank Greystock must be little better than a mean villain, if he allows himself to be turned from his allegiance to Lucy Morris for an hour by the seductions and money of such a one as Lizzie Eustace. We know the dear old rhyme: "It is good to be merry and wise, it is good to be honest and true, it is good to be off with the old love before you are on with the new." There was never better truth spoken than this, and if all men and women could follow the advice here given, there would be very little sorrow in the world. But men and women do not follow it. They are no more able to do so than they are to use a spear, the staff of which is like a weaver's beam, or to fight with the sword Excalibur. The more they exercise their arms, the nearer will they get to using the giant's weapon, or even the weapon that is divine. But as things are at present, their limbs are limp and their muscles soft, and overfeeding impedes their breath. They attempt to be merry without being wise, and have theories about truth and honesty with which they desire to shackle others, thinking that freedom from such trammels may be good for themselves. And in that matter of love, though love is very potent, treachery will sometimes seem to be prudence, and a hankering after new delights will often interfere with real devotion. It is very easy to depict a hero, a man absolutely stainless, perfect as an Arthur, a man honest in all his dealings, equal to all trials, true in all his speech, indifferent to his own prosperity, struggling for the general good, and above all faithful in love. At any rate, it is as easy to do that as to tell of the man who is 1 hour good and the next bad, who aspires greatly but fails in practice, and who sees the higher but too often follows the lower course. There arose at one time a school of art which delighted to paint the human face as perfect in beauty, and from that time to this we are discontented unless every woman is drawn for us as a Venus, or at least a Madonna. I do not know that we have gained much by this untrue portraiture, either in beauty or in art. There may be for us a pretty thing to look at, no doubt, but we know that that pretty thing is not really visaged as the mistress whom we serve, and whose lineaments we desire to perpetuate on the canvas. The winds of heaven, or the flesh-pots of Egypt, or the midnight gas, passions, pains, and perhaps rouge and powder have made her something different. But there still is the fire of her eye, and the eager eloquence of her mouth, and something, too, perhaps, left of the departing innocence of youth, which the painter might give us without the Venus or the Madonna touches. But the painter does not dare to do it. Indeed, he has painted so long after the other fashion that he would hate the canvas before him, were he to give way to the rouge-begotten roughness, or to the flesh-pots, or even to the winds. And how, my lord, would you, who are giving hundreds, more than hundreds, for this portrait of your dear one, like to see it in print from the art critic of the day, that she is a brazen-faced hoyden, who seems to have had a glass of wine too much, or to have been making hay? And so also has the reading world taught itself to like best the characters of all but divine men and women. Let the man who paints with pen and ink give the gaslight and the flesh-pots, the passions and pains, the prurient prudence and the rouge-pots and pounce-boxes of the world as it is, and he will be told that no one can care a straw for his creations. With whom are we to sympathize, says the reader, who not unnaturally imagines that a hero should be heroic? O thou, my reader, whose sympathies are in truth the great and only aim of my work, when you have called the dearest of your friends round you to your hospitable table, how many heroes are there sitting at the board? Your bosom friend, even if he be a knight without fear, is he a knight without reproach? The Ivanhoe that you know, did he not press Rebecca's hand? Your Lord Evandale, did he not bring his coronet into play when he strove to win his Edith Bellenden? Was your Tressilian still true and still forbearing, when truth and forbearance could avail him nothing? And those sweet girls whom you know, do they never doubt between the poor man they think they love, and the rich man whose riches they know they covet? Go into the market, either to buy or sell, and name the thing you desire to part with or to get, as it is, and the market is closed against you. Middling oats are the sweepings of the granaries. A useful horse is a jade gone at every point. Good sound port is slow juice. No assurance short of A1 betokens even a pretence to merit. And yet in real life we are content with oats that are really middling, are very glad to have a useful horse, and know that if we drink port at all, we must drink some that is neither good nor sound. In those delineations of life and character which we call novels, a similarly superlative vein is desired. Our old friends around us are not always merry and wise, nor, alas, always honest and true. They are often cross and foolish, and sometimes treacherous and false. They are so, and we are angry. Then we forgive them, not without a consciousness of imperfection on our own part. And we know, or at least believe, that though they be sometimes treacherous and false, there is a balance of good. We cannot have heroes to dine with us. There are none. And were those heroes to be had, we should not like them. But neither are our friends villains, whose every aspiration is for evil, and whose every moment is a struggle for some achievement worthy of the devil. The persons whom you cannot care for in a novel, because they are so bad, are the very same that you so dearly love in your life, because they are so good. To make them and ourselves somewhat better, not by one spring heavenwards to perfection, because we cannot so use our legs, but by slow climbing, is, we may presume, the object of all teachers, leaders, legislators, spiritual pastors, and masters. He who writes tales such as this probably also has, very humbly, some such object distantly before him, a picture of surpassing godlike nobleness, a picture of a King Arthur among men, may perhaps do much, but such pictures cannot do all. When such a picture is painted as intending to show what a man should be, it is true. If painted to show what men are, it is false. The true picture of life as it is, if it could be adequately painted, would show men what they are, and how they might rise, not indeed to perfection, but one step first, and then another, on the ladder. Our hero, Frank Greystock, falling lamentably short in his heroism, was not in a happy state of mind when he reached Bobsborough. It may be that he returned to his own borough and to his mother's arms because he felt that were he to determine to be false to Lucy, he would there receive sympathy in his treachery. His mother would, at any rate, think that it was well, and his father would acknowledge that the fault committed was in the original engagement with poor Lucy, and not in the treachery. He had written that letter to her in his chambers one night in a fit of ecstasy, and could it be right that the ruin of a whole life should be the consequence? It can hardly be too strongly asserted that Lizzie Greystock did not appear to Frank as she had been made to appear to the reader. In all this affair of the necklace he was beginning to believe that she was really an ill-used woman, and as to other traits in Lizzie's character, traits which he had seen, and which were not of a nature to attract, it must be remembered that beauty reclining in a man's arms does go far towards washing white the lovely blackamoor. Lady Linlithgow, upon whom Lizzie's beauty could have no effect of that kind, had nevertheless declared her to be very beautiful, and this loveliness was of a nature that was altogether pleasing, if once the beholder of it could get over the idea of falseness, which certainly Lizzie's eye was apt to convey to the beholder. There was no unclean horse's tail. There was no get-up of flounces, and padding, and paint, and hair, with a dorsal excrescence appended with the object surely of showing in triumph how much absurd ugliness women can force men to endure. She was lithe, and active, and bright, and was at this moment of her life at her best. Her growing charms had as yet hardly reached the limits of full feminine loveliness, which, when reached, have been surpassed. Luxuriant beauty had with her not as yet become comeliness, nor had age or the good things of the world added a pound to the fairy lightness of her footstep. All this had been tendered to Frank, and with it that worldly wealth which was so absolutely necessary to his career. For though Greystock would not have said to any man or woman that nature had intended him to be a spender of much money and a consumer of many good things, he did undoubtedly so think of himself. He was a Greystock, and to what miseries would he not reduce his Lucy if, burthened by such propensities, he were to marry her, and then become an aristocratic pauper? The offer of herself by a woman to a man is, to us all, a thing so distasteful that we at once declare that the woman must be abominable. There shall be no whitewashing of Lizzie Eustace. She was abominable, but the man to whom the offer is made hardly sees the thing in the same light. He is disposed to believe that, in his peculiar case, there are circumstances by which the woman is, if not justified, at least excused. Frank did put faith in his cousin's love for himself. He did credit her when she told him that she had accepted Lord Fawn's offer in pique, because he had not come to her when he had promised that he would come. It did seem natural to him that she should have desired to adhere to her engagement when he would not advise her to depart from it. And then her jealousy about Lucy's ring and her abuse of Lucy were proofs to him of her love. Unless she loved him, why should she care to marry him? What was his position that she should desire to share it, unless she so desired because he was dearer to her than aught beside? He had not eyes clear enough to perceive that his cousin was a witch whistling for a wind, and ready to take the first blast that would carry her and her broomstick somewhere into the sky. And then, in that matter of the offer, which in ordinary circumstances certainly should not have come from her to him, did not the fact of her wealth and of his comparative poverty cleanse her from such stain as would, in usual circumstances, attach to a woman who is so forward? He had not acceded to her proposition. He had not denied his engagement to Lucy. He had left her presence without a word of encouragement because of that engagement. But he believed that Lizzie was sincere. He believed now that she was genuine, though he had previously been all but sure that falsehood and artifice were second nature to her. At Bobsborough he met his constituents and made them the normal autumn speech. The men of Bobsborough were well pleased, and gave him a vote of confidence. As none but those of his own party attended the meeting, it was not wonderful that the vote was unanimous. His father, mother, and sister all heard his speech, and there was a strong family feeling that Frank was born to set the Greystocks once more upon their legs. When a man can say what he likes, with the certainty that every word will be reported, and can speak to those around him as one manifestly their superior, he always looms large. When the Conservatives should return to their proper place at the head of affairs, there could be no doubt that Frank Greystock would be made Solicitor General. There were not wanting even ardent admirers who conceived that, with such claims and talents as his, the ordinary steps in political promotion would not be needed, and that he would become Attorney General at once. All men began to say all good things to the Dean, and to Mrs. Greystock it seemed that the woolsack, or at least the Queen's Bench with a peerage, was hardly an uncertainty. But then there must be no marriage with a penniless governess. If he would only marry his cousin, one might say that the woolsack was won. Then came Lucy's letter, the pretty, dear, joking letter about the Duchess and broken hearts. I would break my heart only. Yes, he knew very well what she meant. I shall never be called upon to break my heart, because you are not a false scoundrel. If you were a false scoundrel, instead of being, as you are, a pearl among men, then I should break my heart. That was what Lucy meant. She could not have been much clearer, and he understood it perfectly. It is very nice to walk about one's own borough and be voted unanimously worthy of confidence, and be a great man. But if you are a scoundrel, and not used to being a scoundrel, black care is apt to sit very close behind you as you go caracoling along the streets. Lucy's letter required an answer, and how should he answer it? He certainly did not wish her to tell Lady Linlithgow of her engagement, but Lucy clearly wished to be allowed to tell, and on what ground could he enjoin her to be silent? He knew, or he thought he knew, that till he answered the letter she would not tell his secret, and therefore from day to day he put off the answer. A man does not write a love letter easily when he is in doubt himself whether he does or does not mean to be a scoundrel. Then there came a letter to Dame Greystock from Lady Linlithgow, which filled them all with amazement. "My dear madam," began the letter, "seeing that your son is engaged to marry Miss Morris, at least she says so, You ought not to have sent her here without telling me all about it. She says you know of the match, and she says that I can write to you if I please. Of course I can do that without her leave, but it seems to me that if you know all about it and approve the marriage, your house, and not mine, would be the proper place for her. I'm told that Mr. Greystock is a great man. Any lady being with me as my companion can't be a great woman. But perhaps you wanted to break it off, else you would have told me. She shall stay here 6 months, but then she must go. Yours truly, Susanna Linlithgow. It was considered absolutely necessary that this letter should be shown to Frank. You see, said his mother, she told the old lady at once. I don't see why she shouldn't. Nevertheless, Frank was annoyed. Having asked for permission, Lucy should at least have waited for a reply. Well, I don't know, said Mrs. Greystock. It is generally considered that young ladies are more reticent about such things. She has blurted it out and boasted about it at once. I thought girls always told of their engagements, said Frank, and I can't for the life of me see that there was any boasting in it. Then he was silent for a moment. The truth is, we are, all of us, treating Lucy very badly. I cannot say that I see it, said his mother. We ought to have had her here. For how long, Frank? For as long as a home was needed by her. Had you demanded it, Frank, she should have come, of course. But neither I nor your father could have had pleasure in receiving her as your future wife. You yourself say that it cannot be for 2 years at least. I said 1 year. I think, Frank, you said 2, and we all know that such a marriage would be ruinous to you. How could we make her welcome? Can you see your way to having a house for her to live in within 12 months? Why not a house? I could have a house tomorrow. Such a house as would suit you in your position. And, Frank, would it be a kindness to marry her and then let her find that you were in debt? I don't believe she'd care if she had nothing but a crust to eat. She ought to care, Frank. I think, said the dean to his son on the next day, that in our class of life an imprudent marriage is the one thing that should be avoided. My marriage has been very happy, God knows, but I have always been a poor man, and feel it now when I am quite unable to help you. And yet your mother had some fortune. Nobody, I think, cares less for wealth than I do. I am content almost with nothing. The nothing with which the dean had hitherto been contented had always included every comfort of life, a well-kept table, good wine, new books, and canonical habiliments with the gloss still on. But as the Bobsborough tradesman had, through the agency of Mrs. Greystock, always supplied him with these things as though they came from the clouds, he really did believe that he had never asked for anything. I am content almost with nothing, but I do feel that marriage cannot be adopted as the ordinary form of life by men in our class, as it can be by the rich or by the poor. You, for instance, are called upon to live with the rich, but are not rich. That can only be done by wary walking, and is hardly consistent with a wife and children. But men in my position do marry, sir, after a certain age, or else they marry ladies with money. You see, Frank, there are not many men who go into Parliament with means so moderate as yours, and they who do, perhaps, have stricter ideas of economy. The dean did not say a word about Lucy Morris, and dealt entirely with generalities. In compliance with her son's advice, or almost command, Mrs. Greystock did not answer Lady Linlithgow's letter. He was going back to London, and would give personally, or by letter written there, what answer might be necessary. "You will then see Miss Morris?" asked his mother. I certainly shall see Lucy. Something must be settled." There was a tone in his voice as he said this which gave some comfort to his mother. CHAPTER 36.